and I'm domino. And if you come through on that bullshit, then it's domino. You get it? You illin', and I'm chillin'. You little niggas be all in your feelings. And I'm steadily trying to get this money on stack from the motherfucking floor to the ceiling. Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? Wanna come through, don't I show love, don't I cop the smoke, cop the drink. The war's warm, let's get to the pink. You can twirl it with ease, you can twirl it with those. You can play with those little broke niggas, we niggas right here from coast to coast. Shorty good when you giving a toast. Just remember me though, got you though, and I came through with that there.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead, say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my...
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL, up the block is 40 Wolves, Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square, D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too. Go all the way, all the way. D-block, baby, I'm back and I'm boss. And I'm muffling sauce. I'm getting money of course, but I'm never ever thinking taking a loss. Shorty sipping that crystal. So shorty started buck wow. Shorty back and buck wow. So you know niggas dicks out. She taking them down. All the way down. She be taking them down. Go all the way, all the way.
Patriots.
Universal Horror Unleashed is a brand new immersive experience unlike anything we've done before.
Complacent or stagnant. I want us to get off our high horses, put our knees in the dirt and put our hands in the soil and help our people to plant, okay? Nobody's gonna get no big heads. I'm not even pausing it. No one's gonna get no big heads. That's the reason why we keep failing as a people, okay? When we have older people in a position to show the younger people something, they come on in confrontations and kerfuffles. This is what they're doing. You're not showing nobody with the ignorance. You are raising young kings like I'm raising a young black king.
Just now, the biggest bullish indicator ever seen was spotted. XRP Ripple has attracted the attention of BlackRock, one of the world's biggest corporations. Yeah, you read it correctly. Revelers speculate that BlackRock may soon begin inflating the price of XRP Ripple coins after surreptitiously purchasing billions of them. According to experts, the price of a coin might go as high as $20,000. Seems absurd, doesn't it? Believe me when I say you absolutely must watch this video. Let's dissect it methodically. Important notice, the Ripple coin, XRP, is making headlines again. And it's not due to yet another courtroom headline or rally fueled by memes this time. Why? Because the biggest asset manager in the world, BlackRock, is keeping an eye on everything. Despite managing more than $11 trillion in assets, BlackRock isn't one to follow the herd. Structure, liquidity, and opportunity are its subsequent components. Any action, no matter how small, taken by a major corporation toward XRP is indicative of something far more substantial than mere speculation. A recent SEC filing by BlackRock on its spot Bitcoin ETF made explicit reference to the continuing legal dispute between Ripple and the CC. According to the company, XRP market valuation plummeted from over $100 billion to under $10 billion in a span of weeks after the lawsuit was initially filed in December 2020. That instance was not made offhand, a cautionary tale. BlackRock expressed it plainly. As XRP exemplifies, the value of a digital asset can vanish in an instant due to regulatory uncertainty. The reason BlackRock is even bringing up XRP is intriguing, though. This isn't due to their desire to sidestep the issue. This is due to the fact that they may be getting ready to participate. Rattling can be heard from behind closed doors. According to John Squire's tweet, BlackRock is taking steps toward XRP. Without liquidity, every tokenized asset is useless. As Pompeius pointed out, the banks and BlackRock are aware of this, which is why XRP will soon surpass all other assets in terms of value. These crypto influencers aren't only speculating. In conjunction with BlackRock's filings, the timing of these remarks suggests that a possible change is taking place at this very moment. You need to know how ETF work to appreciate the significance of this. The value of an underlying asset can be followed by investing in a regulated vehicle called an exchange-traded fund, ETF. As an example, the legalization of spot Bitcoin ETF in the US early this year contributed to the price of Bitcoin soaring. Institutions and individual investors alike can now access cryptocurrency through these solutions, eliminating the need to manage wallets, keys, or exchanges. It's a combination of convenience and conformity. Real capital enters the market as a result. So picture the consequences if XRP were to undergo a comparable procedure. There would be a massive influx of cash from financial institutions, pension funds, hedge funds, and sovereign wealth funds if XRP were to be introduced as a regulated exchange-traded fund ETF. It appears like BlackRock is considering this option, as they have brought up XRP in relation to ETF. A $9 trillion XRP deal is being considered by BlackRock, according to the cryptocurrency's governor. Perhaps speculation. However, markets change when the largest asset manager in the world makes a move. Also, there's the aspect of law. We are rapidly nearing the last chapters of the Ripple vs. C case. Due to procedural issues, Judge Annalisa Torres recently denied a combined request to resolve the matter. However, attorneys expect a settlement. The likelihood that large financial institutions like BlackRock will be able to enter the XRP ecosystem increases as we get greater clarity. Clarity, an ecosystem that supports the token and trading it. Ripple has always had grander plans for XRP than to merely be another cryptocurrency. The original intention behind creating XRP was to make it a bridge asset, a universal money translator that could swiftly and cheaply transfer value across borders. In a world where tokenization rules all aspects of finance, including real estate, stocks, and fiat currencies, XRP has the potential to serve as the infrastructure that transfers trillions of dollars worth of tokenized assets. Liquidity is essential for that future. No one knows this better than BlackRock. Talk about XRP from the world's most influential asset manager indicates that the cryptocurrency is becoming more than simply a bet on speculation. It will be an integral aspect of the monetary system of the future. More important than when BlackRock announces
Buckle up, because what's brewing behind the scenes for XRP could make the 2021 bull run look like a practice lap. Now, I'm talking heavyweight institutions, billion-dollar treasuries, and an ETF domino effect that could finally flip the institutional adoption switch from rumor to reality. Now, picture me pacing my apartment at 2 in the morning, coffee in one hand, phone in the other, scrolling through Paul Barron's feed when, boom, he teases this. Something big is coming that XRP holders will love. Now, Paul's not the type to kind of blow smoke. The man's audience would kind of drag him all over crypto Twitter in a kind of hyped fluff. So my heart's doing the kind of drumming kind of role solo, and I'm thinking to myself, what on earth could top last week's news avalanche? So here is the setup. The US SEC just gave a thumbs up to Grayscale's digital large cap fund converting into a spot ETF. Keyword spot. And we spoke about this about last week or so. Now, that fund holds XRP. So the translation, for the first time, well, Wall Street's risk-averse suits can scoop XRP in an ETF wrapper without battling futures roll costs or explaining derivatives to compliance. So imagine opening your brokerage app and seeing XRP parked next to Apple and Tesla. I actually kind of laughed when I saw the filing. It's kind of like watching your nerdy cousin finally get invited to sit at the cool kids table. But that's only the starter. 10 separate standalone XRP ETF applications are already sitting on the SEC's desk. Names like Grayscale and Frankel Templeton, right? Analysts, they keep kind of betting that the agency will stall, yet the October 2025 deadline looms like an egg timer in a spy movie. Now, the pressure's thick enough to kind of slice with a Ledger Nano. If one fund gets greenlit, well, the others will race out of the gate faster than my dog bolt chasing a tennis ball. That, my friends, feeds directly into Barron's cryptic something big. Now, could he be eyeing an early approval whisper? His timing is too on the nose to ignore. So hold that thought, because another chapter just closed. Ripple has finally stopped appealing its long soap opera lawsuit with the SEC. So think of the lawsuit as a giant anvil hanging over every partnership meeting. Now, nobody wants to sign big deals when a regulatory piano might drop on their heads. Now, the paperwork's winding down, the curtains are closing, and the XRP army is chanting, "Free at last." Now, I almost kind of spilled my coffee on my keyboard when the press release hit. In a single stroke, Ripple cleared the runway for partnerships that have been stuck in the hangar since 2020. And get this, 9 diverse companies from pharma to clean energy have publicly announced XRP treasury programs totaling nearly $1 billion. So let that sink in. Right? We're not talking speculative moon boys, right? These are boardroom CFOs deciding that XRP is sturdy enough to sit beside a boring old cash. Trident Digital alone embarked $500 million. That's the kind of sort of number that makes anchors on mainstream finance channels raise an eyebrow mid-broadcast. Meanwhile, you got Tuttle Capital, who filed, for leveraged XRP ETFs set to auto-approve July 16th, unless the SEC objects. So even if the standalone spot ETFs kind of drag its heels, we'll have 2x exposure products within 2 weeks. Now, Wall Street loves leverage the way that I love an all-you-can-eat sushi bar. Too much is never enough. So when those products list, traders will pour volume through XRP faster than toddlers demolish a bag of candy. Now, here is where it gets juicy. BlackRock, the $10 trillion elephant in every ETF room. Now, they still haven't filed for an XRP ETF, but analysts call it inevitable, right? Now, BlackRock isn't in the habit of letting competitors gobble an asset class unchallenged. Now, they waited for the Bitcoin ETF legal dust to settle, then dropped their filing like a plot twist. Now, history tends to rhyme here, so imagine BlackRock slapping its name on an XRP ETF right as the lawsuit fog clears and leveraged products ignite volume. That would be the crypto equivalent of Taylor Swift announcing a surprise stadium tour. Tickets gone in minutes. Media meltdown guaranteed. And all of that potential energy, it has the community buzzing harder than a beehive in August. And Paul Barron just hinted that there's even more under wraps. Now, maybe he's sat in on NDAs that we kind of plebs can only ever dream of. Maybe Ripple's about to ink a mega bank partnership that they postponed for fear of SEC backlash. Whatever the reveal, it's close enough that investors are refreshing feeds like they're waiting for a Beyonce, or at least Beyonce, I should say, to drop a new album. But this might just shock you. I am not a financial advisor, and nothing in this video is financial advice. Cryptocurrencies are highly volatile, and you could lose all of the money that you invest. You should always do your own research and consult a qualified professional. Your investments are entirely your responsibility, and you should know that nothing is ever guaranteed when it comes to investing. Neither I, this channel, nor YouTube are liable for any losses, and this video today is just purely for entertainment and educational purposes only. Alright, that's the disclaimer done, the coffee refilled hypothetically. Let's zoom back in. Now, I keep kind of thinking about the psychology, I guess, at play here, right? When Bitcoin got its ETF, mainstream money kind of stopped mocking crypto at Thanksgiving dinner and started asking, which ticker should I buy? Now, XRP's journey could mirror that shift, but with a twist. It's built for payments, right? And your arm won't just be kind of bragging about price action. She might actually use an app funneling cross-border remittances through XRP rails. And that's kind of like owning stock in Amazon before Prime became the life hack that nobody could live without. Now, of course, there's a hurdle taller than my stack of hardware wallets, and that's public perception. Now, XRP, it still carries the baggage of that lawsuit, like a scarlet letter stitched into its logo. Now, some traders treat it like a bus seat that you avoid out of, superstition. Yet, scars can morph into street cred. Once Ripple officially files that final kind of withdrawal and, of course, signs chapter closed, critics lose their favorite punching bag. Now, haters, of course, will have to dig for new ammo, and by then, momentum might just bulldoze past skepticism. So let me share a quick anecdote, right? Back in 2018, I bought my first XRP at 50 cents, and it felt like the king of all altcoins, until crypto winter slammed the door. Now, I held through the meme insults, right? Regulatory mudslinging, and that dreaded delist purge. Now, family called it a dead coin. Fast forward to today, not only is XRP back on major US exchanges, but we're staring at potential spot ETFs, corporate treasuries, and institutional FOMO. It's as if the movie's hero was kind of presumed gone, only to walk through the smoke in the third act, wielding a rocket launcher. And speaking of exchanges here, if you're itching to trade XRP with pro-level tools, I personally use Kraken Pro. Full disclosure though, the link in the description is an affiliate link. Clicking it supports the channel at no extra cost to you. And it unlocks, discounted fees and, that kind of make, I guess, scalping those tiny little price swings less painful. So think of it as like buying me a coffee while saving a few bucks on your own latte. It's kind of like a win-win. Use it, don't use it, I don't mind, but just know that if you do click that link, it's an affiliate link. Okay, now let's address the elephant riding a unicycle in the room then. That's market timing. Now people, they keep DMing me saying, should I buy now or wait for the ETF? Look, fortune telling, belongs in a circus tent, right? What I can tell you is this: structural demand shifts often front-run formal approvals. Basically, remember the run-up before Bitcoin's ETF news? Well, it wasn't the filing day that gave early holders the sweetest gains, right? It was the anticipation phase. So when Paul Barron drops hints, and companies announce treasury programs, that's the market sending smoke signals. So imagine, or what that means, right? Ignore them at your own peril, but also manage FOMO with cold calculated risk management, or you'll end up kind of rage selling your bags at the first kind of time price dips by 5%. And of course, a lot of that is speculation, but it is interesting to kind of do your own research and come to your own conclusions. Of course, like I said earlier, I'm not a financial advisor. I can't give you financial advice. I can't tell you what to do. So please, for the love of God, stop DMing me, asking me whether you should be buying. It's really a decision that only you can make, right? But here is the craziest part. Those 9 companies that committing nearly $1 billion, right? They span tech, energy, pharma, cannabis even. Not exactly crypto native degenerates, right? But if, say, Webus deploys 300 million in cross-border settlements using XRP, it creates real-world demand rather than just speculative hope. Now, every kind of transaction requires a tiny bit of XRP as bridge liquidity, and multiply that across global business flows. And that's a kind of facet dripping constant buy pressure. Now, it's the difference between a kind of balloon pumped once and a tire that receives air every single mile. One deflates and the other just keeps on rolling. Now, I keep picturing the SEC like the stubborn bouncer at that exclusive club. Arms are crossed, but the VIP line is now stretching around the block. First, they wave in Bitcoin, then the Ethereum futures ETFs, and they're now kind of peeking over the rope at the XRP ETF hopefuls. Now, Grayscale's conversion focus is the issue here. You already kind of let XRP inside. See, it's our fund. So why not open a dedicated table? And regulators, they aren't known for logic kind of leaps here, but they kind of despise inconsistencies even more. So October's deadline may turn that inconsistency into a rubber stamp moment. And like I said, this is something that we were speaking about on the channel a couple of weeks or so ago, maybe even a month ago at this point, talking about how it was the most probable and the path of least resistance for ETFs. This Grayscale large cap fund was the first one to go, because once that has been approved, which it has, and goes live, well, XRP is already inside an ETF. How can they possibly deny a sole XRP spot ETF after a spot ETF containing XRP already exists? And for anyone kind of scared, the leverage products will create artificial volatility, remember, derivatives markets, they often deepen liquidity. More volume can mean tighter spreads and smoother price discovery. Of course, 2x funds amplify moves both ways. So if you ride that roller coaster, buckle your seatbelt and maybe keep a paper bag handy. Okay, quick sidebar here. If you thrive on real-time banter, chart setups, or simply want pals who don't mock you for pronouncing XRP in your sleep, then hop into our free educational Discord server. There's a link in the description down below. It's kind of like having a 24/7 study group where is this bullish memes kind of coexist with genuine analysis. And yes, it's free, supported by affiliate partners like Kraken Pro. So browse responsibly and bring your questions. All right, let's circle back to Barron's tease then, right? The comments under his post are pure gold. Some folks are betting on a Ripple IPO announcement. Others, they swear that it's a massive partnership, maybe Amazon or Apple. Now, could be wishful thinking, but one thing is very clear here. The community's optimism meter is pegged at 11. I've been in crypto long enough to recognize when sentiment shifts from maybe someday to any day now. That psychological inflection, alone can catalyze price momentum as traders pre-position. Yet, please remember, narratives without follow-through can rug your emotions. We witnessed countless announcements, right, during the ICO mania that fizzled out. Now, the difference this time is tangible filings, official SEC documents, and billion-dollar Treasury disclosures. It's kind of like comparing a kind of mirage to a fountain, right? One evaporates when you approach it, and the other lets you taste the water. There's also the wild card of competition, right? Solana and BNB are included in Tuttle Capital's leveraged ETF roster. Now, reminding everyone that XRP isn't the lone ranger here. Now, cross-asset rotation could divert spotlight unless, of course, XRP's catalysts materialize on schedule. So when I say stay informed, I mean carve time each week to read primary sources, not just spicy tweets. And speaking of schedules, mark July 16th on your calendar. That's Leverage ETF launch day. Then set a reminder for each SEC comment period deadline and leading to October. If you want to go kind of full Sherlock, read the filings themselves. The legal kind of, fine print often kind of tips the market about potential roadblocks. Now, I once spotted a footnote in a previous ETF form that kind of hinted at custodial hurdles weeks before analysts discussed it on air. So early info is the edge. Now, how does this story land for everyday holders who snagged XRP at $1 and feels underwater? Well, let me paint a scenario here. Suppose standalone spot ETFs gain approval and treasury programs scale beyond 9 companies. Liquidity will deepen, right? Perception shifts, and suddenly legacy finance articles reference XRP utilization rather than controversial token. Now, that seismic and sentimentic kind of flip alone widens the buyer pool. It's not like, I guess it's actually like turning a, speak easy into a Michelin star restaurant and watching the reservations explode. But even Michelin chefs burn dishes from time to time. Black swan events, macro shocks, unforeseen regulation can undo months of bullish structure overnight. And that's why position sizing is my North Star. If XRP moons, fantastic. If black swans dive bomb, well, I live to trade another day, right? The market doesn't reward bravado. It rewards resilience. Now, as we kind of edge towards the climax of this unfolding saga, here's my personal kind of limitless test, right? If Ripple closes the lawsuit, if at least one standalone ETF is approved, and if corporate treasuries actually move funds, not just pledge, then we're no longer in hopium territory. We're in adoption territory. Now, the minute that those stars align, every XRP is dead tweet will age like milk left in the desert. So, what did Paul Barron really mean? Now, my gut says that we'll find out within weeks, not months. Whatever lands, I'll be here, triple espresso in hand, breaking it down in another rambling story just like this one. Remember, right? Every market narrative is a choose-your-own adventure book. You decide when it's to turn the kind of page, when to bookmark, and when to close it for a bit of a breather. And if any of this resonated, or if you simply enjoy hearing crypto news delivered like a campfire tale about a bear, a salmon, and a bag of XRP, hit that subscribe button. The next video is already brewing, and you don't want to miss the plot twist. Buckle up, because what's brewing...
Hey, bro. Call it a tragedy, call it a travesty, but we all running this shit too, son. Because we don't watch you old niggas run this shit forever. And you niggas ran this shit in the ground. You niggas ain't do shit with it. You niggas still jumping online trying to argue with niggas. You niggas the old niggas. So you niggas need to stop.
The future isn't coming. It's already here. We're living in an era where technology is rewriting the rules of finance at a pace never seen before. Every day, the boundaries of what's possible are being pushed further. And today, we stand at the edge of a true revolution. Ripple has just dropped a quantum bombshell on the global financial system with patent WO2024118824A1. This isn't just another patent, it's a bold statement that the next generation of finance is being built right now, and it's powered by quantum technology. At the heart of this patent lies a quantum-secure, AI-driven transaction processing system capable of handling over 1.2 million transactions per second. This means transactions that once took hours or even days can now be completed in the blink of an eye with unmatched security and efficiency. To put that in perspective, that's more than 3,400 times faster than what SWIFT currently handles. Imagine the impact on global trade, remittances, and everyday banking. This is a leap forward that could reshape the entire financial landscape. This isn't an upgrade, it's a full-on replacement for the outdated plumbing of international payments. The old systems are being dismantled, making way for a future where money moves at the speed of thought, and the world's financial infrastructure is finally ready for the digital age. The very foundation of SWIFT's system, centralized, slow, and heavily intermediated, was designed for a world that moved at a much slower pace. Back then, global finance relied on trust, paperwork, and a network of middlemen to keep money flowing across borders. This system, while groundbreaking in its time, is now showing its age. It worked when mail took days to arrive and faxes were considered the height of communication technology. Banks and businesses accepted these delays as the cost of doing business internationally. But today, we live in a world where data moves in nanoseconds, and quantum computing is no longer science fiction but an emerging reality. In this environment, legacy banking systems are struggling to keep up, becoming increasingly obsolete with every technological leap forward. Ripple's new patent outlines a revolutionary system that combines quantum-resistant cryptography with advanced machine learning algorithms. This creates a neural net that doesn't just process transactions. It predicts, routes, secures, and self-optimizes them in real time, adapting instantly to threats and opportunities. The contrast is stark. Traditional financial rails now look positively prehistoric compared to Ripple's forward-thinking, intelligent infrastructure. Imagine a neural network that constantly digests global liquidity data, regulatory parameters, user behavior, fraud patterns, and transaction costs, and uses all of that to instantly execute payments across the cheapest, fastest, and most secure path. That's what Ripple has designed. And because the system is quantum secure, it can withstand the looming threat of quantum computers that are expected to crack conventional encryption within the next decade. Let's dive deeper into the patent. Ripple's architecture merges machine learning modules with distributed ledger protocols while wrapping the whole thing in lattice-based quantum-resistant cryptographic keys. It's as if someone took the brain of a Wall Street quant, married it to a supercomputer, then armored it with NSA-grade security, and unleashed it on the global payment system. This is not just theoretical, it's being tested and deployed. The implications are massive. Financial institutions across the world rely on SWIFT for interbank communication and payments. But SWIFT has never been fast. It's reliable, yes, but slow, expensive, and riddled with inefficiencies. Ripple's system not only eliminates those weaknesses, it offers programmability, compliance automation, and real-time settlement. You don't need to wait 48 hours for a cross-border payment to clear when Ripple's system does it in milliseconds. We explore what this means for banks, fintechs, regulators, and consumers. For banks, it's a dilemma. Retrofit their systems to remain compatible with a quantum-secure future or partner with Ripple. For regulators, it means rethinking how to monitor transactions that are faster than their compliance frameworks. For consumers and businesses, it's a future of 24/7 liquidity, instant payroll, and smart contracts that trigger payment chains across borders with zero human intervention. This isn't just a technology breakthrough, it's a strategic chess move. Ripple is now positioning itself as more than a payment facilitator. It's aiming to be the next-generation protocol layer for global finance. With central banks exploring CBDCs, this infrastructure could become the invisible layer underneath digital currencies, smart city payments, and decentralized identity systems. Of course, no breakthrough comes without scrutiny. Skeptics are asking, just how scalable is it in real-world conditions? Can Ripple ensure privacy and security under all these varying jurisdictions? Will this AI become too powerful, maybe even too opaque to be governed? And then there's the existential concern, right, about AI bias in transaction scoring and routing decisions. If the system controls trillions in value flow, who controls the system? Industry insiders are watching closely. A recent statement from a Swift executive revealed concern over Ripple's quantum edge legacy systems can't compete with machine learning liquidity. That admission honestly speaks volumes. It confirms what many have suspected. The old guard is, well, running out of options. Meanwhile, Ripple is meeting with regulators, onboarding financial institutions for pilots, and rapidly filing patents to defend its competitive moat. We explore comparisons with Ethereum's move to proof of stake, JP Morgan's Quorum, and IBM's Hyperledger projects. While these players focus on distributed consensus, Ripple is focusing on speed, compliance, and AI-powered optimization. And with the looming threat of quantum computing, security becomes the central battleground. Ripple's decision to lead with quantum resistance isn't a gimmick, it's, future-proofing. Throughout this documentary-style breakdown, we showcase real-world applications, instant remittances for migrant workers, IoT device payments for energy usage, decentralized finance platforms settling billions in real time, and retail checkout processes without banks involved at all. It's the decentralization of financial infrastructure, but with institution-grade governance and security. We also analyze how this tech integrates into broader trends. Embedded finance, decentralized identity, privacy-preserving analytics, these all need fast, secure, and intelligent payment rails. Ripple is offering that. The ripple effect, no pun intended, is massive. Supply chains can be tokenized. Carbon credits can be settled instantly. Governments can distribute aid without intermediaries. As we near the conclusion of this journey, we raise a pivotal question. Is this the beginning of the end for Swift? Or can the legacy giant adapt and reinvent itself for the digital age? For decades, Swift has been the backbone of international payments, but the landscape is shifting rapidly. New technologies and innovative players are challenging the status quo, forcing even the most established institutions to evolve or risk becoming obsolete. Will Ripple's advanced AI-driven solutions become the de facto standard for digital liquidity, setting new benchmarks for speed, transparency, and efficiency in global finance? The integration of artificial intelligence is transforming how banks and businesses move money across borders, making processes smarter and more secure. And what's the evolving role of XRP in this brave new financial world? As digital assets gain mainstream acceptance, XRP stands at the forefront, offering unique advantages for instant value transfer and bridging different currencies seamlessly. As it stands, XRP may serve as the default liquidity token across these high-speed corridors, enabling final settlement in under 3 seconds with costs that are nearly zero. This could fundamentally reshape how value moves globally, making transactions faster, cheaper, and more accessible than ever before. To wrap things up, Ripple's quantum-secured AI platform represents a tectonic shift in how money moves. It's not just a faster payment network, it's a self-optimizing, regulation-aware, quantum-secure, AI-powered financial infrastructure. The kind that doesn't just improve banking, it redefines it. If Ripple executes this vision, Swift will be remembered not as the backbone of modern finance, but as the relic that couldn't evolve fast enough. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the future of finance. If you found this exploration valuable, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The quantum revolution is already here. Are you ready?
Stop. Stop.
Buckle up, because what's brewing behind the scenes.
I can.
Data science and AI skills are in high.
The financial
Okay, at 6:06 this Monday morning, the death toll rising in Texas as families, volunteers, and more than 400 first responders are still searching through debris that was left behind by catastrophic flooding that ripped through that region. The Guadalupe River surging at least 26 feet near Kerrville in just about 2 hours. This happened early Friday morning, and according to the Associated Press, at least 82 people were killed across 6 counties, including 28 children, and at least 41 people are still missing.
The victims of this tragedy range from young to old and include a family of 6 spanning multiple generations. We're learning more about the victims of the flood disaster and the survivors trying to come to terms with what they witnessed.
I had to swim through a window and then hold on to the meter box outside of the house.
28-year-old Christian Fell says he stood on the electric meter box outside his home for nearly 3 hours to stay alive. 27-year-old Julian Ryan died heroically, saving his kids by placing them on a floating mattress. Beloved high school teacher Jeff Wilson, who taught auto body repair, also lost his life in the flood. His wife and son are missing.
He was able to build relationships with kids, maybe kids that didn't fit the traditional classroom model.
And at Camp Mystic, where more than 24 campers were swept away in the night, at least 11 are confirmed dead. Among them, Janie Hunt, the 9-year-old cousin of Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt, his wife announcing Janie's death, saying, "If your heart is broken, I assure you God is near." 18-year-old camp counselor Chloe Childress is being remembered for her work with senior citizens. The head of her high school saying, "Chloe made space for others to feel safe, valued, and brave." Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, "If he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for."
He was, a man that made everyone feel safe and seen. He was just an extremely selfless person, and he showed that until the very end.
Once was lost, but now I'm found.
On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation. The NFL and singer Shakira are among those already donating to the flood relief effort. If you want to help, donations can be made to the Kirk County Flood Relief Fund or to the World Central Kitchen.
Today begins day 4 of flooding danger and recovery efforts across Central Texas. Here's what we know right now about the devastating flooding in Central Texas and in the Hill Country over the last few days.
At least 82 people are dead. 68 are in Kerr County alone. 28 of them children. 11 people are dead among Travis, Williamson, and Burnett counties. State leaders say at least 40 others are still missing, 10 of them from Camp Mystic in Hunt, Texas. Search and rescue teams will be back at work this morning using helicopters, boats, and drones.
Today begins day 4.
America, and they don't like most of the Trump voters because they are Americans. And De Niro, how stupid is he without a script? Isn't that amazing? I used to think, wow, that guy's brilliant. But once you take the words away from him, he is so stupid. That then when he says, impeachment will make America great again, and everybody's, how intellectually deprived he is. He's a coke-addled simpleton, without a script. It is hysterical.
Robert De Niro just found out the hard way. Greg Gutfeld doesn't need a script to deliver a knockout. 1 minute De Niro's ranting like he's still auditioning for Taxi Driver 2, Woke and Furious, and the next, boom, Gutfeld lights him up like a birthday cake at a vegan protest. What happened? Why is Hollywood's angriest grandpa suddenly dodging more than questions? Buckle up. This meltdown is Oscar-worthy, but not in the way Bob was hoping. Let's dive in.
The idea to be bullied at my age by someone like this is not happening. And I think other people are going to have to stand up and just, because it's either that or you're going to find yourself in a situation that's so terrifying.
Before we move on, smash that like button and subscribe, because you don't want to miss out on this one. Robert De Niro woke up one morning thinking it was still 1976. The man probably looked in the mirror, rehearsed his classic tough guy squint, and thought, yeah, I still got it. Except he didn't. Not when Greg Gutfeld entered the scene like a caffeinated wrecking ball with receipts, punchlines, and zero tolerance for Oscar-winning tantrums. This wasn't a movie set, this was a pop culture war zone, and poor Bobby walked into it like he was filming a sequel to Meet the Fockers Apocalypse Edition.
Last night, an elderly, confused man went missing in New York. Luckily, a band of self-satisfied elitists found him babbling on the street, threw some pants on him, gave him a stage.
Oh my God.
I'm going to say one thing. Trump.
De Niro's latest attempt at staying relevant involved yelling at clouds, microphones, and sometimes just the air. It's like his publicist dared him to play Angry Grandpa on difficult mode. Of course, De Niro thought he was delivering the raw truth. What he delivered instead was the kind of performance that makes people silently close their browsers out of secondhand embarrassment.
Nothing I like more on a Sunday than some old guy spewing F-bombs.
This guy should not be president, period.
And when you say that, folks on Fox come after you. I remember the Tonys when he got up there and cursed. A lot of of you. Okay, well, you know, this is cable, so it's not an FCC violation, but it is still a Sunday morning.
Ah, that was Bobby De Niro promoting his new movie, Grumpy Old Man 7, More Strained Peas. Actually, he was triggered by our nation's hall monitor, Brian Stelter, asking him about Fox News for some reason. The host acts dumb, not a stretch, as if he didn't see this coming from a guy who talks like a one-man Navy.
And while he was busy doing that, Greg Gutfeld was backstage sipping espresso and sharpening one-liners like they were medieval weapons. Now, Gutfeld is no stranger to chaos. He's like the guy who shows up to a dinner party, flips the table, and then critiques the menu. But when he sets his sights on someone, oh boy, it's like watching a raccoon with a PhD disassemble a luxury car.
De Niro clearly has thought about this, more so than his career. His choice of roles is now down to cinnamon and lobster. He was then asked about the Trump kids. At least he doesn't want my kids to take this the wrong way.
I don't want my kids to take this the wrong way, but if my kids did what these kids did, I wouldn't want to be related to them. I would disown them.
Ooh, this is sad. Here you have someone pretending to be a tough guy turn out to be just a second banana for Joy Behar, the poster child for Trump derangement. Sadly, Bob is now just another gibbering, enfeebled ninny, surrounded by inept relatives as he frets about how Trump's in power, and he's not.
De Niro didn't stand a chance. He went in with righteous fury and came out looking like someone who lost a debate to a houseplant. What makes this even more tragic, scratch that, hilarious, is that De Niro genuinely thought he was the main character. He marched out with the passion of a Shakespearean actor and the talking points of someone who got their news from the back of a cereal box.
It kills me. Talk about persuasive. Really, I was on the fence about Trump, but then I decided to really listen to one of the great generational leaders of American pop culture, and the clenched fists at the end, that really drove it home. It looked like he was pressing a 2-pound weight in a Jenny Craig commercial.
Oh my God.
Look at it again. It's so cute. It's like he found out the restaurant serves Jell-O, or that he won a $10 scratch off, or he scored a cameo in Jersey Shore, or he had his first number 2 in a week. Thank you, Fibercon.
Meanwhile, Gutfeld didn't even flinch. He just pulled out metaphorical popcorn, leaned into the mic, and dismantled De Niro like he was uninstalling expired software. And, let's be clear, this wasn't a roast. It was an obliteration. While De Niro flailed through his emotional monologue like he was auditioning for Raging Bull 2 Boomer Breakdown, Gutfeld stood there, clinically, comedically, and ruthlessly tearing apart every ounce of self-importance. It was less debate, more demolition. De Niro brought a script, Gutfeld brought a sledgehammer, and the box office wasn't ready. The panic began not with a roar, but with a whimper. Well, a slightly hoarse, gravelly whimper in De Niro's case. The man who once made wise guys tremble now looked like he needed a nap and some electrolytes. It was less Raging Bull and more confused calf. Gutfeld, meanwhile, was gleefully poking every rhetorical bruise, tossing zingers like ninja stars, while De Niro stumbled through talking points like they were IKEA instructions written in Sanskrit.
Idiot is the president. The guy is a fool. Our government today, with the prompting of our baby in chief, has in chief, I call him.
That's some reliable source you got there. This is what moms call bad language, or what producers call great TV. The plan: get an irrational figure at peak derangement and goad him into snapping. It's like Cabaret for the chronically obsessed. It's like when you were a kid and would pull wheelies on Old Man Johnson's front yard. Finally, he just cracks. He's holding a spatula, chasing you around in his open robe. That's the De Niro CNN business model in a nutshell. Money for nothing and clicks for free. Of course, the real story is how accusations of Trump's nutty behavior always ends up with the accusers acting nuttier.
Here's the thing about Greg. He doesn't go for the jugular. He goes for the spleen, the ego, and the part of your brain where your self-respect lives. And he does it with a smirk that says, I've already won. I'm just here for the show. So when De Niro fired up another emotionally charged monologue that sounded like it was written by a Roomba with daddy issues, Gutfeld responded by calmly dissecting it, like he was explaining why the emperor had no clothes, and also why the emperor's career peaked during the Clinton administration. And let's be honest, while watching De Niro spiral was like watching a Shakespearean actor deliver Hamlet after accidentally taking NyQuil instead of espresso, he wasn't so much speaking truth to power as aggressively yelling into a decorative pillow. Meanwhile, Gutfeld stood by like a roast master at a retirement party for relevance, casually peeling away De Niro's layers of performative rage until all that was left was a crusty shell of indignation wrapped in vintage Hollywood delusion. De Niro tried to punch back. He really did, but it was like watching a grandpa yell at Alexa for spying on him. There was effort. There was passion.
What a sad end for a great actor. He went from Raging Bull to this.
Look at this guy! Am I on drugs? Of course I am! Yeah! This is still incredible! Flex Off history is being made! What's up now, bro? Yeah, what's up now, bro?
Oh, yeah. Poor Bob. You know, he's like a star whose girlfriend dumps him for a bigger star who's in the White House while you're in Dirty Grandpa. Oh, man.
But there was also confusion and a stunning lack of awareness that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't his arena anymore. He was fighting a meme war with Shakespearean drama. And spoiler alert, the meme war won. Gutfeld, meanwhile, turned the entire episode into a comedy roast wrapped in a TED Talk. He laid out De Niro's descent from cinematic legend to part-time political flamethrower, like a Netflix true crime documentary. The tone? Half concerned citizen, half amused bouncer watching a drunk guy try to fight a jukebox. There was no yelling, no name-calling. Each hot take, each podium rant, each squinty-eyed, fury-filled monologue about truth and decency just made the case worse. It was like De Niro took method acting into his political life and picked the role of confused curmudgeon no one asked for.
Acting nuttier. De Niro calls Trump crazy as he goes crazier. Adam Schiff calls Trump a liar as he makes up quotes. Dems talk about undermining institutions as they try to undermine an election. But when asked for reasons why Trump shouldn't be president, all Bobby had were sputtering F-bombs. His resistance had run out of script. It was just another role without dialogue, so he had to improvise.
The worst part? He still thought he was winning, still pacing around like he's in a Scorsese flick, but this isn't Casino, this is Boomer in the echo chamber, and the ratings aren't good. Meanwhile, Gutfeld sat back like a cat watching a laser pointer, calm, smirking, and in total control. He didn't just dismantle De Niro's arguments, he rearranged them into a comedy sketch and invited everyone to laugh. And laugh they did, because when one man thinks he's giving a standing ovation speech, and everyone else hears a voicemail from your weird uncle at 2 a.m., it's game over. The beauty of Gutfeld's takedown was its elegance. He didn't need volume. He didn't need dramatics. He needed facts, timing, and the ability to weaponize common sense like a Swiss Army chainsaw. And while De Niro flailed through press conferences and sputtering sound bites, Gutfeld built a comedic dossier so airtight, you could seal wine bottles with it. At some point, you could almost feel De Niro's panic reach through the screen. There's a unique kind of desperation that happens when someone realizes their legacy is being redefined in real time by a man who uses sarcasm the way chefs use truffle oil. Often, unapologetically, and to ruin someone's night. This wasn't just a clash of personalities, it was an autopsy on outdated arrogance, performed live with jokes sharp enough to slice through Botox.
to opening a restaurant or doing something. And this is what he had to say.
And I just want to make a note of apology for the idiotic behavior of my president. It's a disgrace. And I apologize to Justin Trudeau, and the other people at the G7. It's disgusting.
You know, I actually feel bad for him because I think he's one of those people that has never been emotionally recovered from 2016. This is a guy who's got serious Trump disorder.
Well, and where he was last night and where he was today, he certainly knows his audience. Right?
Yeah,
so he's like talented in that way. But what he doesn't know are the cast and crew that work on his own show.
And the audience? Oh, they ate it up. Gutfeld's viewers love nothing more than a roast that doubles as social commentary. De Niro went viral, but not in the powerful speech kind of way. More like the "why is he yelling again" kind of way. It was cinematic in the worst possible sense. Lots of drama, no plot. And a lead actor slowly realizing he's not the hero anymore, he's comic relief. Even Hollywood started shifting in its chair. That collective silence from his peers? Not respect. That was the sound of group chats lighting up with "someone take his phone away" messages. When even aging award winners start backing into hedges like Homer Simpson memes, you know the tide has turned. Gutfeld didn't cancel De Niro. He just spotlighted the free fall, then pulled up a folding chair. And let's not forget the merch wars, because in the age of digital humiliation, there's always merch. Gutfeld fans wasted no time turning De Niro's meltdown into t-shirts, mugs, and bumper stickers. Still, De Niro pressed on, determined to salvage whatever gravitas he had left. Unfortunately, every new attempt to double down only gave Gutfeld more material. It was a loop of self-destruction, powered by ego and espresso.
So, Dana, shall I quote Scott Adams?
Oh, yeah, I was thirsty.
Okay.
Right.
He claims that because we've entered a new phase where not liking Trump is just a lifestyle. So you're a lifestyle resistor because when you
don't even have to have a reason.
Yeah. So when he kept saying why, he's just going F him.
It's like when you run out of words and you can't
Yes.
explain anything anymore, and it's just because they think you're too dumb to understand. Like if you have to ask the question, then clearly you're just not smart enough to understand why he shouldn't be president.
Yeah.
Like that's like in his mind. The weird thing about the F-bomb stuff is that he's clearly doing it on purpose. I mean, he has enough self-control, I would imagine, to not drop F-bombs, but they're doing it for effect. As if it works. So who else did that recently? Beto O'Rourke.
Yes.
Remember, he's out there, he's dropping the F-bomb everywhere to the point that ABC had to say, by the way, not going to be allowed on our debate stage, not going to allow that. And they're like, well, we just might do it anyway.
The harder De Niro tried to reassert dominance, the more it looked like a toddler trying to lecture a tax accountant. Meanwhile, Gutfeld kept it light, breezy, and relentless. Every new episode was a masterclass in dismantling celebrity pomposity with surgical sarcasm. The panic grew louder, not just in tone, but in vibe. De Niro's once commanding presence now radiated uncle at Thanksgiving who won't stop talking about the government. And every time he tried to go viral with a passionate rant, Gutfeld showed up like a sarcastic ghost of Christmas present, gently reminding everyone that performance isn't policy and rage isn't relevance. By week 3, even the tabloids were out of metaphors. One headline just read, "De Niro versus Gutfeld, make it stop." But Gutfeld was just getting warmed up. He brought out pie charts, he introduced guest comedians to act out dramatic readings of De Niro's outbursts using sock puppets. And nothing accelerates that process like a late-night satirist who understands your weaknesses better than you do.
Dirty Grandpa Robert De Niro getting censored by The View after raging like a bull who saw a red MAGA hat.
And they might think that it's going to make their life better, or they just want to, excuse my French, literally, it's almost like he wants to do the worst that he could possibly do to show this country.
And when De Niro's team tried damage control, it backfired gloriously. They released a statement that sounded like it had been written during a power outage. It referenced nuance and emotional complexity, but forgot to include anything resembling clarity or logic. Gutfeld pounced like a cat on a Roomba. He read the statement aloud using a dramatic opera voice, then asked if it had been run through Google Translate 4 times before release. By the time the dust settled, De Niro wasn't destroyed. He was rebranded, not as the voice of reason. And in 2025, being loud doesn't mean being right. Having an Oscar doesn't mean having insight. And trying to win a meme war with dramatic monologues is like bringing a Shakespeare soliloquy to a TikTok fight. So now, when De Niro speaks, it's with a little more hesitation, a little less flair. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, he knows Gutfeld is out there, listening, waiting.
Jesse, I find that he's smartest when they drop his audio. But, you know, it's kind of sad because you can see, like, people who are stuck in some kind of, I don't know, derangement, they can't see it themselves. And they're not surrounded by people telling them that they have a problem. And they lack self-awareness because everybody either tells them they're wonderful or wants to tell them. So he has no clue what he's doing, and he's upset over the emotional nature. His anger is emotional about Trump. It's nothing practical.
Right. And remember, he is the most boring interview. He used to sell his movies on Leno and Letterman, and it was like watching a WNBA game.
Possibly already scripting the next roast while sipping coffee and watching reruns of Goodfellas, pausing only to laugh and whisper, "Oh, Bobby, not again." It's poetic, really. The legendary actor versus the sarcastic talk show host. A tale as old as time, or at least as old as Twitter. But in the end, it wasn't about who yelled the loudest. It was about who understood the room. And when that room is the internet, Gutfeld owns the lighting, the mic, and the last laugh. De Niro might still think he's center stage, but the spotlight, it's moved. And somewhere backstage, Greg Gutfeld's just warming up for Act 2. Cue the sock puppets. Gutfeld didn't need to yell. He just pressed play on a montage of every recent time De Niro tried to sound profound and ended up sounding like he'd lost an argument with Siri. The internet clapped like it was opening night at the theater of self-implosion, you trending hashtags. Even legacy publications couldn't help but chime in. Some pretending to analyze the clash, others just thrilled they didn't have to cover another avocado toast scandal. De Niro tried to pivot, insisting it was performance art. Gutfeld responded with interpretive dance.
Robert De Niro's 29-year-old child, Aaron, has come out as transgender. When the press asked her for comment, she said, "You talking to they, them?"
Well, a sock puppet interpretive dance. One sock had a mole and a tiny wig. Guess who? Suddenly, De Niro's friends began vanishing faster than a Hollywood budget after a third rewrite. Invitations dry up, no more front row seats at galas, no more honorary degrees in unintentional comedy. He was like a ghost at his own career's wake. Meanwhile, Gutfeld was dancing on the grave of overblown self-importance, and the crowd loved it. Then came the documentary, not by Netflix, by YouTubers with too much time and way too many editing skills. They only knew him as the guy Gutfeld humiliated with jokes and sock puppets. It wasn't just a generational shift. It was a torch passed to someone who lit it and used it to roast the old guard over a fire made entirely of irony. Legacy? Rewritten. Not with drama, with laughter.
Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Y'all, it is about to go down. Ramir, Jay-Z's alleged son, is not just suing Jay-Z, y'all. He's suing a whole bunch of people. Everybody that played a part in him and his injustice that took place, because this was an injustice, y'all. He was supposed to be able to get a DNA test, and he wasn't allowed to get one. His rights was violated, y'all. Okay? Stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned, because everybody want me to show them some proof. So I have to come with some proof with y'all today. Okay? Welcome to my channel. Please like, share, and subscribe if you like this video. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's not about fame or anything like that, because he just want to be, known as Jay-Z's son, because who really wants to be Jay-Z's kid right now? I'm just asking y'all. Seriously. Who really wants to be the son of somebody that snake all their friends and do all the things that he has done, allegedly? Okay, y'all? Steal their music, bullying, all kind of stuff, ban awards. This is what they say. This is what they're about. Blackballing people in the industry that's not kissing their back doors. This is what has been going on allegedly in the industry. This is the rumors that's out here, y'all. Okay, that this is who they really are. Okay, got a child, just don't claim it. He said it is not about the fame, the money, the nothing. Ramirez says it's about his rights were violated, and if they can do this to him, it's just like Whitney Williams said. Wendy Williams said if they can do this stuff to her and take her money, just take it, okay? Take her over her bank account, whatever. If they can do it to her, they could do it to you. He's saying the same thing. He's saying if people got money, they can do whatever they want and get away with this. This is such bigger thing that he's doing right now that people is really not giving him his props for. And I have to give him his kudos, okay? Salute to him, okay? Just don't throw up no more Baphomets, okay, baby? Because I know you did that for attention, I'm hoping, okay? And let that part of you, I'm just saying, go somewhere else. Don't even do that. It's not that serious to fit in with demons. So I'm so happy that this guy is right now coming forward, okay, y'all? He is coming for his right now, and he is calling people out about injustice and the system. If this was anybody else, they would have made him take a DNA. He got away with it, okay, and they let him get away with it. Now, this was a couple months ago. This was put out. Jay-Z faces new lawsuit in paternity drama from Ramirez. Okay, accused of using shady practices to avoid DNA testing. This is what they had put out some months ago. Okay, Jay-Z's legal woes continue to mount with a new paternity suit. Now, this ain't just something that just started. This has been going on for years. I got people coming in my comment section. When do they do that? When do the feds jump in a paternity test and DNA test and But when do this happen? I can't stand when somebody just, you know what I'm saying? You come in here already thinking you know everything, but you ain't even really been keeping up. That's the part that trips me out. I see why so many bloggers be cussing folks out. I'm just saying, y'all. Okay, I be understanding. I really, really do. Okay. Let's get back to this stuff. Ramirez, a 31-year-old, claiming him to be the rapper's illegitimate son, has filed I hope I said it right. Son has filed another lawsuit accusing the Roc Nation founder of fraudulent actions during previous paternity cases. This new legal action revives a long-standing dispute involving Satterwhite, his late mother, Wanda, and his legal guardian, Dr. Lily Coley. Okay, y'all? In 2010, Wanda petitioned a Pennsylvania court to require both Jay-Z and another man, Bobby Graves, to take paternity tests to determine her son's biological father. While Graves complied and was proven not to be the father. Okay, because somebody just came in my comment section saying, oh, she lied on another man and said that he was the father. No, she didn't lie. She said that she had been with Jay-Z, who she used some protection with, and it broke. Okay, and she had been with this other guy. The other guy did a test. They found out he was not the father. So who else was left, y'all? She said it was two, Jay-Z and him. This is what she said. She didn't hide that or anything. They did the test and was proven not to be the father. The Change Clothes star refused. Okay? Jay-Z said, I ain't doing it. The other guy did it. He didn't. This led to a new case in Camden County, New Jersey, with a pretrial beginning in August 2012, August 13th. This is what I'm telling y'all. This been going on for a long time. This didn't just start. Some people jumping in here, have grown men finna get a paternity test. He been trying to get this paternity test for a long time. He found out about Jay-Z when he was 8. Okay? He lost his mother on her passing away bed. She went to her grave saying, Jay-Z is your father. Jay-Z's attorney argued at the time that Dr. Coley, who had become, his son's legal guardian in 2011, lacked the jurisdiction to pursue the case in New Jersey. You see what I'm saying, y'all? That here goes some little. This is what they're good at. This is what Jay-Z and P. Diddy's lawyers are good at. Finding any kind of way around something. Okay? So it doesn't matter if they did it or not. Okay? But it seems like they did it when they do stuff like this. But they still, people still act like it didn't happen. This is how they play it to be. I'm just saying, y'all. It's crazy. Okay? They claim the case should be heard in Pennsylvania. So now it's a different state's situation that they got to go through. So much red tape was in their way. Especially in Jay-Z got houses everywhere. Okay, y'all? Where Wanda had officially filed she filed the paperwork in Pennsylvania. Ultimately, the court dismissed the case outright, citing Pennsylvania law, which requires paternity to be established before a child turns 18. Since his son was already an adult at the time of the pre-trial. Okay, y'all? So, this is crazy, y'all. The court ruled the matter invalid. This is what they did. They ruled it invalid. The latest lawsuit argues that Jay-Z used fraudulent court actions, such as seal records and wrongful sanctions, to obstruct previous attempts to resolve the paternity question. His son also and his team believe their rights were violated and are seeking justice through the new filing. Okay? And they also went on to talk about the timing of this lawsuit adds another layer of legal drama to Jay-Z's life, as Roc Nation team is already locked in a high-profile battle with Tony Busby. And they are. And this is why they're going tit for tat. Long as, they keep throwing out stuff that Jay-Z is throwing at Busby, you know what I'm saying? And then Jay-Z turn around and appeal it and all of that stuff. It just keeps this stuff lingering. This is the game that they do when they got money. To keep stuff just lingering. This is what he does. Now, I want y'all to remember this. When they put this out about this situation right here that was going on with him and his son, and everybody's still talking about it, this is also what was going on about 6 to 7 months ago. Okay, do y'all remember when this report came out? FBI reportedly involved in Jay-Z's paternity case as legal battles escalate. Okay, Jay-Z faces ongoing legal challenges as what? Who, y'all? The FBI reportedly investigated claims in his decade-long paternity case. I told y'all when them feds got involved that he was going to get somewhere. I told y'all when the feds got involved, and then Patel jumped on him too. The Patels have jumped on Jay-Z as well. Okay, y'all? I want you to think about that. The Patel, who is the leader of the FBI right now, y'all? I'm just saying, the Patel that's running the FBI. Okay? Then you got these lawsuits. Somebody that jumped into Jay-Z's organization. He didn't jump into his organization now. He is, somebody that invested in it now. So that opens him up to see some of these books. Where's money going to, I guess. This is how I'm hearing it. And this opened him up to somebody pretty much spying on him in his company. Y'all, It's a mess going on right now. It's a mess. And in a minute, like I told y'all, snakes gonna be snaking snakes like crazy. It's going on everywhere. Okay, y'all. The blocks is hot right now. Fizz is all up in Jay-Z's tail right now, y'all. He really is. I told y'all this. There are rumors going around about a whole family of bodies that the feds is investigating, y'all, over a jacket. This is what they're saying. This is what I am hearing. A whole family. Y'all, what the heck is going on? They are coming at him in every angle. I keep telling y'all. He gotta be scared. I see why him and Beyonce is running right now. He have a snitch in his inner circle. That's what she is known for, the Lopez lady, allegedly. They say that she was this big time, just bringing in them street pharmacy stuff. They said that this was the CEO of his company right now. She's partner owner of Rock Nation now, according to her daughter. Y'all, everything. I think people is rushing because they trying to, and I think the dots is connecting here and there and there and there. There could be some deals taking place. Yes, I do believe so. There are some deals taking place. But there's a lot of information that is being put out there right now. There is. And I think it's to save other people that played a part in a lot of this stuff that was going on. Okay, y'all? This is crazy. Jay-Z's decade-long paternity case involving Ramir has taken a new turn, which claims that the FBI was called in to investigate allegations. Who y'all? Because I had people in my comment section saying FBI getting involved in a fraternity suit of a grown person. Yes, this is the report that came out. Just because you didn't know about it, don't just always think somebody lying. I'm just saying, okay? Boy, oh boy. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy, which claims that the FBI was called in to investigate allegations of corruption in the legal proceedings. So it's a bunch of corruption going on. This is why there's a bunch of investigating behind closed doors is going on. Because a whole bunch of judges and yes men around Jay-Z and P. Diddy, y'all, have done wrong. This is what I've been hearing for a while. It goes on to say the rapper, whose real name is Sean Corey Carter, has been accused of dodging a paternity test that could establish whether he fathered, his son during an alleged relationship with Wanda when she was 1 to 6 years old. Now, I'm going to say this. I heard that she was 1 to 5 years old. That's the story that I've been hearing for years, that she was 1 to 5. And then this ad pop up and it said 1 to 6. So I think they're already working on trying to help him clear himself by raising her age up so it don't look so bad, I guess. I don't know, y'all. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're saying that his son is now 31 years old, has been fighting for recognition since filing his first claim against Jay-Z over 10 years ago. Despite multiple legal setbacks, he continued to push for a resolution. Court documents allege that Jay-Z's attorney colluded with New Jersey court employees, to withhold critical documents, leading to an FBI probe into potential fraud and rocket to the what? To the tearing, y'all. Ain't that's one of the same thing that Diddy was some rocket to the tearing? I'm just asking, y'all. These gonna be some serious charges on Jay-Z. This is why the FBI got involved in this. For the people that was coming in my comment section saying, well, what is she talking about? This is what I'm talking about, okay? These are some of the same charges that they're charging P. Diddy with right now, or was. Same thing that's popping up in Jay-Z's post, and I'm just saying newspaper reports and all kind of stuff, okay? Wanda, who passed away in 2019, publicly supported her son's paternity case in a 2016 video, insisting on the validity of her claims that Ramir's grandmother, Lily Colley, has also been vocal, asserting that the truth will come out. So the grandmama been pushing, other people been pushing like he is the father. The ongoing legal battles have left Ramir and Colley facing financial strain. This is what I was telling y'all about. I would sue the pants off of Jay-Z right now for all of just this trouble, just going through all of this, including a $15,000 legal fee judgment in 2025. So Jay-Z ended up getting $15,000 legal judgment fee from them. He the rich one, but he ended up making them pay him. And he's suing for this stuff. This is what he's suing. This is so important. This is so important. This is one of them Wendy Williams things. I'm telling you. The things that's going on with Wendy Williams should not be happening. No way, no how. They done took majority of Wendy Williams' money and spent it on whatever they wanted to spend it on. And a person has already quit. Now that she got a new lawyer. And they doing some digging. Okay, y'all? There's some digging going on here too. This is why this case is moving forward. They're finding, some things that somebody did that was not legal. And Jay-Z gonna be facing charges, from my personal opinion, real soon. He really is. They're saying that which they claim resulted in illegal liens on their property. Remember, I was telling y'all that he tried to make him homeless. He put a lien on their property, y'all. This is the dirty shitika that he came up with, him and his lawyers, that they can do to them legally. I don't know if it was legal or not, but from my understanding, this is why he's suing them. He's suing all of them, yeah. How they violated him. Their latest lawsuits alleges violations of constitutional rights and emotional distress from years of litigation, y'all. Just imagine you over 10 years going back and forth the court, back and forth the court, back and forth the court. He is very persistent, y'all. I gotta say that, okay? That's the real can't stop, won't stop, all right? Adding to Jay-Z's legal woes, he faces separate allegations of mingle-tingle assault involving a little one at an MTV after party in 2000. Let's not forget about this. That everybody thinks that this really happened in 2003 instead of 2000. Okay, y'all? A lot of people feel that that could be true. She just had the date wrong or the year wrong. But she's disabled, okay? While he denies the claims, the controversy continues to impact his reputation. The only thing that continued to impact Jay-Z's reputation is Jay-Z kept making himself look like he actually did this over and over and over again with his actions, continuous actions of bullying this poor child, y'all. This is what we saw. Bullying. A lot of people saw bullying. And that's just, my personal opinion. But y'all, Shitika about to hit the fan. Despite the mountain challenges, Jay-Z has remained publicly active, appearing at events alongside with his wife Beyonce and their hiding behind their children. Got the kids at work right now, y'all. Kids on tour, ready to be on the run, all together. Even the mama, grandma on tour with her too. In case we got to leave this country, we're going to all be on tour and ready to go. They got the jet ready to go. My personal opinion, y'all. This is what everybody's posting now. I'm not the only one that posted this. People, oh, just cap. This is hitting the internet like crazy. Everybody's talking about this. For the people that didn't know, everybody is talking about this. Jay-Z is trending because the judge has granted Ramir requests to move forward with his case. And the judge has demanded Jay-Z to respond to Ramir paternity lawsuit by July the 18th. Okay, y'all? Everybody's starting to report this. Okay? Everybody's starting to report it. Y'all. Should have about to hit the fan. And word on the street is Ramir is not just coming for Jay-Z and suing him. He's suing a bunch of people that deserve to be sued. And they need to change those laws. That's what they need to be working on, some of them laws, y'all. For real. So that this will not happen to somebody else. You should not be able to have behind your fame, your fortune. Oh, you married to Beyonce. Oh, your kids is dancing on the stage and smiling and waving. Trying to get them next, in line to be making the big money, and everything is a gimmick, but you're going to have so many connections that you're going to have people just signing your child up for whatever, just because of your name. And forget about all of the other stuff. Like it just didn't happen. Poof. I told y'all the fans is all in the Jay-Z's tail right now. But, they're going to have to turn it around because this Diddy stuff didn't go too well. Okay, a lot of people is not happy with this Diddy stuff. Not at all. Because the world see a monster. And the court just basically let somebody get to a jurors or whatever, finesse him into a lesser charges. We got to do better than this, y'all. We do. We have to. This is crazy. He almost had his son locked away over a weapon that wasn't his. This is the dirty stuff that came out of this. You already got the court system in your back pocket, and they're doing whatever you want them to do, putting liens on your son's house, your possibly son. You're putting liens on his house, about to get him kicked out, making them pay fines, all this stuff. This is what Jay-Z was doing to his own flesh and blood, allegedly. Okay? Well, not alleged. That's what the paperwork say. Okay? This is what he was doing to him. He turns around and put a weapon, allegedly. There's another story out there. He put a weapon in a car, in his son's car, planted it, allegedly, y'all. This is the story that's out there. His son almost went to jail for a weapon that was not even his. His pawpaw planted it, y'all. Y'all. Ooh, child. Some pawpaw, y'all. And he get on there and he got his daughters. And, when I don't ever see him with his son because everybody say he's, embarrassed of his son. I don't know. I don't know these people, but that's what people say. Okay? Ooh, child. Ooh, child, y'all. This is going to be a mess right here. And I'm here to see this one. I'm going to sit back with my popcorn and watch this play itself out because I do believe this man's mama was telling him the truth. I think Ramir's mother was spot on when she said it was Jay-Z or the other guy, and it wasn't him, so it had to be this one. The pictures, y'all, look at the pictures. Look at them. Ain't no way. Ain't no way it ain't. Ain't no way it ain't. Whew, y'all. Anyway, I'm about to get up out of here. Y'all. It is about to go down. And they are getting somewhere, y'all. Now, Are they gonna come at him like they did P. Diddy and just drain his pockets too? I don't know what the government's plans are right now. But I think the game is not fair at all if you're going to let one monster out for another monster when both monsters did dirt and they should be in there together. Okay, y'all? I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think, because they're saying there's a snitch, some snitching is going on. Some snitching is going on. They are coming at Jay-Z in every angle. And he done surrounded himself around with some snitches. I'm just saying, the Lopez lady could be snitching on him too, y'all. She don't like blacks. Her daughter came out and told the world that she don't like blacks. And this is who Jay-Z has working for him or with him as a business partner. Now, some people in my comment section, I love my people in my comment section because they bring out some really good points. And someone said this, and thank you to the person that put it in the comment section, but somebody said, they said, Jay-Z is going to lose Roc Nation to the Lopez woman, and she going to end up with Roc Nation. But I don't know if she really want Roc Nation. I'm just be completely honest with you. Because they said Roc Nation is going bankrupt, y'all. Word on street. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That company is on its last leg. Roc Nation. Word on street. Okay? So, I don't know if she want to just take Roc Nation from them unless they finna do an overall haul, but who would care? I'm just saying, who would care about Roc Nation going under? But somebody's ship is definitely sinking right now, y'all. It is sinking. And it's doing a nosedive right now, y'all. Okay? When I told y'all them feds is all in their tail right there, they are. Now, like I said, I don't know if this is about money. You took Puffy, who was worth $1 billion, or now 100 million, to now being worth 90 million. And I know people was probably thinking, oh, they took all Puffy's money, so that's going to hurt him even more. No, him going and justice being served is what the people wanted, not this game that's being played. But we do understand that you got to, that's how you get big dogs. You got to use a big dog to get big dogs, okay? But everybody that's helping should not just get immunity when they play a certain part in a lot of stuff that was going on too. They need to, you know what I'm saying, get their fair share too. Because when you let somebody continue to get away with stuff like P. Diddy, you are creating a beast monster, a monster beast. Okay, y'all? He's already bad as it is. And he's surrounded by yes people that let him do whatever he wants. They clean up people. They clean up stuff for him. Okay? He got clean up people. That's crazy. That is crazy. So I don't mind having, it ain't about me hating on my own people. It ain't that. Okay, y'all? I don't mind having, I'm just saying, a brother or a sister of substance, leading the pack. But when they are about the things that they are about, I just can't roll with that, y'all. I cannot. It's hard to just continue to roll with that. This is why we're at where we're at. The disrespect nowadays is through the roof. We got to start going back to them days when we taught our kids some sense instead of all the bull crap that's being taught to them now. It's just sad. It's sad. And This whole situation is crazy. It is. You can go just bounce back and forth if you just talk about the stories that's taking place right now on the internet, all over. Everybody's talking. I remember back here when they were telling people that worked for Rock Nation, I guess, or for their company that was on the board, they was having board meetings, telling people not to discuss or, just talk about Jay-Z, period. How do you have a meeting? Just think about you working at a company and your boss call everybody to the office and tell grown folks, I don't want y'all talking about one of the coworkers, okay? Just don't even talk about that person. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. When they left that meeting, do you think they still talked about them? Because I do believe they did, okay? They just didn't do it at work. It's just in case somebody was listening. And they still probably did that too. Boy, oh boy. Tell people don't talk about him. How do you think you have that much control over people? That you have a board meeting and tell them don't even discuss this person. To a bunch of grown folks, y'all. Y'all, ever since this stuff started with Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kathy White, this Kathy White stuff is so crazy. When is they're going to open an investigation on her? Because something is not right. There's a lot of bragging going on. From the people they claim did it, they're bragging. Just like these rappers be on social media telling the world that they did it, claiming when they do something. Yes, word on the street is Beyonce and them is claiming it too, y'all. She's doing it through her videos and her music. And she's been doing it for years. Taunting, allegedly, Kathy White's passing, y'all. Allegedly. That's what it looks like to me, okay? But that's my personal opinion. Y'all, think I'm lying. Go check. Go and check out the stories about Kathy White. Go and look at Beyonce's videos. And you tell me that she's not taunting this woman. As if it's driving her crazy, so she don't mind putting a little bit of it in her music. So I don't know what she's doing. I don't know. You cannot even get in the head of these people. This whole thing didn't make sense. And this is why we're here. And we're here over and over and over again. Like I said, it's bouncing back from him to Diddy. Diddy back to him. Him to Diddy. And I hope and pray that when it does bounce to Jay-Z and it hits the fan, because it's already hitting the fan, okay? I hope they don't leave I'm just saying, Beyonce out. Because she knows, y'all. She knows. Yes, she knows. And I don't think if you're going to come at the main ones, come at the main ones. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. Every single time she go on tour, she had her outfits ready, yo, for the next big artist was going to pass away. Yes, was gone. She already had all her red and white and black, all that stuff of Michael Jackson, glittery stuff. She had all that stuff, the glove. She had all that stuff on tour, performing before he even passed. Days before he passed. You cannot tell me they don't know or didn't know. You cannot tell me they ain't know about Prince. She was ready for Prince too. She had lots of purple. let's and let's. As if they were prepared already. Y'all, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's been a lot of suspect stuff going on with the Diddies and all of that stuff. And it is time for, to put this to rest. Get some justice for some people or something. Okay? Don't just release them right back out to the streets and just say, go on and pat them on the back. And you already know that you done let loose a crash dummy. And not to mention you had one of the crash dummies on the outside while he was in the inside. Because you really never know. Jay-Z, they were using the same private detectives. Some of the same private detectives that Jay-Z were using were the same ones that was running around here for the P. Diddy stuff. Going to the blogger's house. Yeah. So how are they not one? I'm just saying, y'all. I'm about to get off because I'll be talking for hours. But yeah, y'all, this is a mess right here. When I tell y'all the feds is into it, y'all won't believe it. You won't believe it.
You won't believe how amazing this video is. It has come to light that Ripple won in court against the SEC. In just a few days, this information will be official. That's quite cool. Isn't that true? Experts estimate that XRP might go up to $10,000 in just a few hours. You can't afford to miss this. Let's get right to the point without any further talk. Warning: the long-running legal fight between Ripple and the SEC is coming to a close, but not with a bang. Instead, it's ending with a procedural fizzle that has many people in the XRP ecosystem confused. Mark Fogel, a former SEC lawyer, has recently stepped in to explain what is and isn't going on. There has been a lot of talk on crypto Twitter about what Judge Annalisa Torres will do next in the case, but she won't be doing anything else. Her earlier decision, which divided XRP's legal position between programmatic sales as non-securities and institutional sales as securities, still stands. Fogel made it clear that Torres' decision will be in force as soon as both parties properly drop their challenges. The court will no longer be involved. Neither side has asked to have their appeals thrown out, but as soon as they do, the district court's decision against Ripple will take effect. Fogel said that there is nothing else for Judge Torres to sign. XRP Radels agreed with this assessment and said that the judge's role is done once appeals are dropped. Ripple CEO Dabrandhgm recently said that the company wants to drop its appeal. This has led to murmurs and early celebrations among XRP holders, but Fogel said that even though people have said things in public, there is still no official dismissal in court. He stated the delay isn't unusual. The SEC and Ripple may be working together, but it takes time for official filings to be made. There was a lot of enthusiasm after a closed-door SEC meeting on July 3rd, even if things were moving slowly in the courts. Some people in the XRP community, including the XRP man, thought that the meeting might be about plans for a collaboration using XRP. This might mean that Ripple's technology will be more deeply integrated into the US financial system. Fogel dismissed these hypotheses as interesting but not true, saying that these kinds of meetings happen all the time and are frequently planned weeks in advance. He wrote that it was extremely unlikely that the SEC would suddenly change its mind or settle at this meeting. It would be highly strange for the district court to determine the meeting agenda thus far in advance, but that hasn't prevented people from talking about it. One tweet from Steph implied that Ripple's appeal would be eliminated soon, which made people even more excited. That's where the XRP community is right now. Everyone seems to agree on the end result, even though there is a lot of uncertainty about the law and delays in the process. There won't be any more appeals. Ripple will finally be able to move on from its court battle because the judge's decision will hold, but no one knows when it will happen. It's not just the case itself that makes this moment so important. It's what comes next. XRP would be one of the few big digital assets in the US that had clear legal status. It's not a hidden settlement. The record shows that it is a federal decision. That clarity might have huge effects on how institutions use XRP, and could make it the go-to asset for compliance crypto services in the US and around the world. The XRP guy's tweet also hints at a wider, more speculative question. Is there something more going on behind the scenes? A cooperation, a change in the rules, or perhaps a national use case for XRP? There is no proof in the current court filings that Ripple is poised to grow quickly once the legal cloud lifts. But the company's long-standing connections with banks and other financial institutions throughout the world imply that it is, for now though, the end of one of crypto's most important disputes is being written in plodding court filings and silent movements through the legal system. This isn't the end that many people thought it would be, but it could be the start Ripple has been waiting for. And of course, we can't end this without talking about what's next, because crypto experts are making some big claims about XRP's future. Believe me, you aren't ready for this. If what they're suggesting is true, it might radically revolutionize how we think about Ripple, XRP, and potentially the US crypto industry. Stay here. This could really surprise you. Zach Richter stated that XRP 10 times momentum, and XRP 2020 said flat out that XRP is poised to burst. Some people, like Amonix, went even further and said that time is running out. In a short time, all of Bitcoin's money will start going into XRP. Listen to what I say. If you've been following XRP for even a week, you've definitely seen price predictions that range from reasonable to completely crazy. But one forecast got people excited and started a serious debate. The thought that XRP could be worth $10,000. Each coin. It's an exciting idea on paper. The kind of moonshot that makes portfolios into wealth that lasts for generations. But what would it truly imply for XRP's future? Would that pricing be a big step forward or a big step back for XRP? A crypto expert named Stellar Expert says that a $10,000 XRP will fundamentally weaken the XRP ledger itself. Which is exactly what you're worried about. His argument has to do with the construction of the XRP ledger, which has built-in reserve requirements to stop spam and misuse. These reserves are tiny quantities of XRP that users must save in order to open wallets or issue tokens. It cost 10 XRP to open a wallet until late 2024. After a vote in the community, that number went down to 1 XRP trust lines, which enable people keep other things on the network. Now only cost 0.2 XRP. At today's prices, a wallet costs about $2 and a trust line costs about 40 cents. Affordable, easy to get to, and in line with the XRP ledger's goal of making payments quick and cheap all around the world. But let's imagine the $10,000 situation. 1. XRP isn't worth $2 anymore all of a sudden. It's $10,000. That implies it now costs $10,000 to open a wallet. That costs $2,000 for one trust line. The XRP ledger, which used to be a way for everyone to be included in the financial system, is now an elite club. The warning from Stellar specialists is plain. This effectively keeps regular consumers and tiny developers out. And he is correct. The chain that was supposed to make it easier for people all around the world to access would cost too much for the people. It was meant to help. Some others say that if the price of XRP actually did go that high, the community could just vote to cut reserve requirements. You won't believe how amazing this video
to raise money for charity. It's never been done like this before because everybody wants something for something. I don't want anything from anyone to do anything. I will do all the work and all the money will go directly to the charity. So what am I talking about? On this channel where you're watching right now, it's got nearly 100,000 subscribers. I can do it here, but it's the wrong audience. It's the right audience. They've all got money, but it's the wrong channel. You'd unsubscribe and wouldn't follow me. So what I've done is I'm dedicating my music channel, which is my event channel, to doing this. For those of you who don't know, I am the world piano man. I've toured all over the world. I've had my own Vegas show. I've recorded songs like the XRP song. I was just showing it in the live stream earlier. This is the XRP song. You can see here, little glimmers. You've got the strength that we know. I like to promote my favorite things and to help support the things I like, but also raise money for charity. You can see here me, I've done songs, raise money for charity. You can see here me, I've done songs, I did Jimmy Buffett's memorial when he died. I had my own Vegas show with, he's playing these flipping ads. Can't even show it. Really annoying. I did the Vegas show with big orchestra and showgirls and so on. There's Jimmy Buffett's event. You can see all these things here. So I want to do it on this channel, right? But wait for it. You're going to love this. Please, please.
We are live. Uda On Go is live. Sean G called out for being fake gangster, or acting fake gangster with the lawyer, Calvin Johnson, that's on Watching the World 777. Shout out to Watching the World 777. Shout out to all your growth, brother. You're doing your thing, Mel. You deserve it. You're a good guy. You're a good king. Calvin. Shout out to Calvin. I don't know Calvin from Paint. Calvin from Texas sides of things. But Calvin is nothing but respectable, an older guy than me. I respect all of my older brothers, all of the older men that's around me, that's older black men, that raising young kings like I'm raising a young black king. How do you show these young black kings what you are showing them? This is ignorance that you are showing them, Sean G. You are showing them, okay? I already understood to you that I feel that you are a user, sir. You want to use everyone and everything for your own gain. You're not helping no one for free, so obviously you're not. You try to charge me $500 and every young black man $500 when you have 100,000 something subscribers, bro. How much do you want? 100 million? Do you want Michael Jackson money? Or the money that the prosecution about to take from Diddy? Do you want that money, sir? I'm just asking you what money you want, bro. What money do you want, Sean G? What money do you want, man? Recorded that conversation. So don't think you got no thuggy nothing. I told myself before I got on the phone with you, and anytime I deal with you, I'm gonna deal with you very cordially, sir. Because I like niggas to jump out the window a little bit more with me. You see what I'm saying, son? So I just said, God, I'm just gonna let him just talk because he's obviously angry and he's obviously mad about something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I told you what I told you, and I told you I apologize for what I said. That's on my own channel. I didn't have to speak to you. I did that on my own. I told you that, and I told you that.
Someone woke up and chose violence, the good violence. There was a spike, a pop, a nice XRP green candle. Now, there's a better way to see it here. Not bad. There's a better way to see it here on Robinhood. XRP guys, XRP fam, what happened? Well, by the end of this, when I'll tell you, I'll find there's not much going on. I'm looking, people are like, like, saying they called it. Brad Garland has not much saying. There's no news right now per se on Ripple as well. So I think it could be that some whales, like I said here, just came in. A whale came in not that long ago. People are posting, people are reacting, and I like it. Here, there's another one. Saw that? Look at that volume. Look at that volume. Not bad. We go to CoinMarketCap here, the last 1 hour. There it is. XRP number one with 2%. So Stellar, Cardano. When you see Stellar and XRP, that's good news for ISO 222. If you know, you know. Let's go ahead and have a chat, fam. Today, the president doesn't have any appearances per se, just close press, so nothing to see. Just wanted to tell you, of course, like guys, consider subscribing to the channel. Turn on those notification bells. Yesterday in the live, I told you that we're seeing this nice uptrend, and that's good news. Guess what happened? Today at around 8 a.m. or so, we saw a nice uptick. That's nice. I like it, man. I mean, why do we buy XRP when it's flat, when it's boring, when nobody wants it? Because days like this happen. Days like this happen. And you just got to be prepared. Look, it's not like, oh man, it's the best pump ever, right? Some people watching wouldn't say it's a pump. Some people watching are going to tell me, Oscar, really? Just 2%? Come on. But wait, like we are passing previous pumps. We are decently getting out of a nice consolidation phase. Just watch this. Look at that. From the attacks I ran, you remember? Look at that. So far, what is it? 30%? 23%. I like it. And on BTCC, let me show you. Yesterday, I opened a position. It's just a nice, simple position. Look, so we got a 37% on BTCC. XRP, it's a very small, margin, but still, I'm happy that I did. So I can just hold on and see how much we can go. But look at that one on BTCC. I love it, man. If you want to start, if you don't have a place, or if you have followed and watched for a while, but you haven't decided yet, just click the first link down below and you will see this one. All you have to do is click here and put create your, with your email, set a password, and you will have a bunch of bonuses, lower trading fees, and up to 10,000 welcome bonus. I want that for you guys. Check it out. So let's try. I got a bunch of notifications here. You saw this spike. Oh, yeah. I warned Bale 7 hours ago. I'm ready for this week. Potential XRP Black Swan event. I hope you didn't short. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's healthy to see XRP pumping without any news. Exactly. I'm like, what's going on, right? Like, tell me. Because me and many of us were like, should we prepare for something? Like, could this be just, it's just a normal spike. Who cares? You're making too much of it. Or someone knows something. And throughout the day, after this video, something will happen. Big breaking news. And that is how insiders got in. And then once it breaks, boom, that could be a possibility. Let's go to the 1 hour right now. It's good because, when was the last time we had something like this? Last day of June and July a little bit, and that's it. Last day of June and early July. But now is July 7th, and it's really nice to see a good candle because it helps. But, we just want it to continue, right? Not only just one, but we really want this to continue. And it comes to show that people are so ready to sell, man. Let me delete this, do this. People are so ready to sell at a bare minimum 2% pump. You crazy? No way, man. That's why we kept accumulating XRP. And I want to tell you guys, like, if you want to start, well, that's why I have my links down below so you can get positions, start position. I just got the winners for the previous giveaway, XRP giveaway. So there's always something happening with my link that we're giving you guys free XRP, those traders that are doing a bunch. So if you're one of those who won, let me know in the comments down below so people can see you and, hear your story, because that's what we like, right? Now, look at that one. Pretty good. XRP is definitely, could you imagine, guys? You wake up tomorrow and XRP is $2,000. What would you do? Well, I would sell, and that's it. I would sell everything, and that's it. not close my channel, but I will probably not post for about a week and just kind of relax. That's what I'll do. Okay. What would you do? Tell me in the comments. I mean, that'll be pretty cool because that's what we're accumulating. Now, this is not going to happen, right? But just classic number that I think people are looking always. The U.S. House has just announced a hearing for Wednesday on establishing a tax framework for cryptocurrencies. Nice, for sure. That was July 2nd. As you know, we're waiting on Crypto Week. July 14 to July 18. So check it out. Cobb was supposed to stream today, and first layer said, "Don't stream." Let me show you. Look. Please don't stream today, Cobb, from the XRP community. It's like me, right? We stream, the price goes down. But I'm very happy that, a lot of people are kind of like paying attention to this for sure. Comes to show like who come in. Like we want to try to see which whale came in. And when you are like this guy, Crypto, look at this. He has some big, massive positions. Look at this one. Entry price of 227, mark price 234. So he added a very quick position at 227, and he's up with an 11x, but his position size is 1 million. So obviously that's a lot. Yeah. Nice. That's what we like to see, man. People making money. And if you want to make money, you got to start trading. You're going to start swing trading if you want. If not, like me, also, we buy and hold till long term. And that's when you still make some pretty nice cash. Let's see what happens. Keep an eye on it. I just wanted to give you the update as far as what the community is saying and what the price just did. I'll see you next time, everybody. Like and subscribe. Peace.
About the internet of value at Ripple, we're thinking much bigger than just cross-border payments. It's kind of like Amazon with rare books in the early days, just this market happens to be a $10 trillion market.
We are at a historic turning point.
Said in the past that you are doing for money what email did for communication.
Moving the whole revolution forward. There's trillions of dollars parked around the world. RP.
Is there a possibility that Ripple could take over Swift one day?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of 24 Hours Script. Let's get right into today's video. I know you guys can feel it because I definitely do. We are on the cusp. We are on the cusp of a major storm headed towards the altcoins. And I know if you're one of those individuals saying you've been saying this for a while now, listen, it's been a couple weeks since I've been mega bullish. But listen, time will settle everything. There's no rush. At the end of the day, if you understand what you hold, there's no rush. You should be praying that these prices don't spike now so you could accumulate as much as you can, because $22,000 worth of XRP right now, $22,000 worth of XRP right now, the possibilities of you walking away with $1 million is very high if you have $22,000 invested into XRP right now. And why is that? What does the price for XRP have to be? $100. Will $100 happen 100%? 100%, it will. You're talking about just less than $10 trillion for market capitalization, but a lot of people don't understand that market capitalization means absolutely nothing, and we are slowly seeing everything be rolled out. I mean, if you just take a look at this article back from 2019, Ripple partners with RIA Money Transfer to power instant global payments. Ripple could be working directly with the company or indirectly with the company. And here we can confirm that Ripple is working indirectly with Walmart. RIA, Ripple partner, working with Walmart to send more. Well, not send more, but send more for your dollar with RIA Money Transfer at Walmart. Remember, it's that layer underneath that people aren't going to see. It is the value that we are unlocking, something that we have never, ever done before. And even when you listen to Mr. Paul Brody, I was watching this again yesterday. It's just so important. People aren't ready for what's coming. And a lot of coins are going to go to zero with no utility. And the tokens with a real use case are going to go astronomical. It is insane. They're telling you this. Remember, this is an educational phase. Every single individual that you see that is sitting, looking at this presentation, you don't see any 20-year-olds or 21-year-olds or 22-year-olds, right? These are all older individuals. Everybody is learning. We are all learning in the same way. It is just remarkable that if you understand that part about how we're all learning in real time, and that is why we're all going to become wealthy, because we understand what XRP does. It is just monumental. It is absolutely monumental. But just take a listen.
The first is that not everybody is ready for this kind of market transformation. Secondly, not everybody is going to benefit. Same kind of principle is at work here, right? Yes, the floodgates have opened, liquidity is flowing in. This is not the kind of tide, however, that lifts all boats. I think it's actually going to be somewhat selective in how it works.
Not a lot of people are ready for this market transformation at all. And even with Ripple coming out and getting their license, well, applying for a bank license, never forget, this has been long in the making, right? Just Chang, the IMF, the big meeting back in 2018, 2017. You guys remember that? You guys remember this group picture? And you guys remember Jess Chang's LinkedIn profile, Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Federal Reserve, and then went to Deputy General at Ripple for 2 years and 6 months, and then to the IMF. And remember what I've always said, these individuals gain experience. They understand everything from top to bottom, and then they go on to the IMF and they advise, look, just listen to this. Jess Chang advised on the strategic direction of the fund's fintech work agenda, led the IMF's agenda, previously working at Ripple, and then the senior counsel at the Federal Reserve. And guess what they did? Led the FedNow legal framework for payments and regulation, modernization of policy, aspects of crypto, and stablecoins. Are you seeing this? Long
woman that would go to Puff Daddy's house while Kim Porter was alive and watch Puffy beat on Kim, cuss Kim out, abuse Kim, and laugh at Kim. Kim's friends have came out and it's documented that they say Cassie used to be torturing Kim with Puff. She is not this victim broad that everybody is making her out to be. This is a treacherous. Anytime a woman that is that beautiful is dating a that is that regular looking, she's hustling her. This is a woman that hustles vagina, and we treating her like she a Claire Huxtable or a respectable everyday woman. This is a libido. She's libido hungry, and she's money hungry, and she's eating, sucking, and on anybody that got the paper.
I think there's an excerpt in the book of one of Kim Porter's friends that said that she used to be with Diddy, antagonizing Kim Porter when Diddy used to kick Kim in her ass. And the chopper that was in the Making the Band group or the rap group, he even said she was toxic. Diddy is an innocent man. It's the line on, and she got to come and get some money.
Yeah.
You can't, man, she wasn't surviving. She was having fun. She cheated.
So do you think Cassie enjoyed doing freak off, or she just was just doing it to survive?
That $30 million settlement she got, a portion of that should go to Kim's kids. Because you tortured Kim with a married man to get to that paper. She used to be at Puff House while Kim was there on some super disrespectful stuff. Sometimes when you see a woman getting whooped, that's because she just robbed or she set it to get murdered, or all women ain't victims. So I'm not about to run around here on this tape and act like all you is good.
We're not talking about all bitches.
Cassie
says
I'm getting $10 million from the hotel where Diddy beat me. Go what? How, please? My extortionist lawyers also sued the hotel, and they gonna get 10 milli. At this point, y'all, she just flexing. Cassie threatened a man in 2014 over fears of leaked freak-off video.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
no, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that? Pull that up. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me. You're with me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some. Now you're saying you didn't see some. You're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw.
So we just gonna overlook that. So P. Diddy is they talking about a RICO, racketeering, gangsterism. So Diddy the only gangster? This was an audio recording, people. This is not somebody talking about, well, you know, I heard that say something. No, they played their own audio, yelling at somebody, kill you! And then say, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna bury you. I ain't gonna do it. Somebody else gonna do it. So she's all the way gangstered up. And there's some jackass on the internet who's gonna tell you that she didn't want to be a part of this life. That's what they're gonna tell you. She didn't want to be a part of this life. Telling people, dude, I'll have your ass murked. So you still riding for her and it's all Diddy, right? Oh, she's a prisoner. She's held hostage. She don't want to be here. She's scared for her life. She's not like that. She was just sitting the whole time terrified. This was Diddy, but this isn't who she is.
Let me explain something to you, man. That movie Sinners, you had to invite them in your house for them to begin destroying your. We know that, right? You have to, that's just a movie. You have to invite the devil in. I'm talking about with most situations. Sometimes bad shit happens. If you out there living the nightclub life, nightclubs gonna happen to you. And what you gonna say? You out there in the club. Right. You have to, most of the time, you invite the devil in with the shit you do. You don't just, oh, the devil got me. Do after Shannon Sharp, that's a fake ass. But I would tell Shannon Sharp, what do you think gonna happen if you paying young for? Oh, you inviting the devil in. I could stand in front of the mother devil. And if he got enough power to take something from me, we gonna see. We gonna see if he could take something from me, whoever this devil may be. Devil out there, them people invited the devil in. They invited all this. Them up, that, and I'm gonna say his name, Puffy on trial. They invited Puffy in their life.
After that Will Smith movie, Any Minute Stay, I stopped trusting everybody. I was like, no, because they literally show you how they take a man down. They discredit him. They make him into a criminal. They freeze all his assets. They turn the women against him. They do all this shit. And all he was doing with every other man, that be my issue. A woman can up in society, mess with the wrong man for 10 years, let men piss in her mouth, let men run trains on her, let men, like all this these women do. They did all of that for the sake of love, But because of it's a woman's perspective on love, they're allowed to be the victim. I don't even know. I'm saying how the world sees it. Okay. Whether it's for love or she was there for the money, it doesn't matter. Yeah. When it's a woman, she's allowed to be the victim.
We need to keep two thoughts in our head at once. One, Diddy is a bad dude, really bad. And we should lock him up and throw away the baby oil. And two, that moving forward, the rule should be, if you're being abused, you got to leave right away. It's not victim shaming to expect women to have the agency to leave toxic relationships. Quite the contrary. To not expect that is infantilizing them.
I ain't heard nothing about Puffy walking around, grabbing motherfuckers off the street, put him in the van, and let's kidnap him and bring him here. Them people coming to Puffy, especially this Cassie, that's a sinner. She's a sinner. Stop acting like these people are victims. These are sinners who was at the club, and the devil was like, ain't you gonna invite me in? And them motherfuckers was like, yeah, because Puffy got that paper. And if you got paper, goddammit, them motherfuckers want to come in. Somebody said they wanted to get ate by the monster. That's right. That's right. Dancing with the devil. Your grandmama them used to tell you, but now your grandmama out there in the streets. It's the new world.
Great grandstud.
Great grandstud. Boy, you stupid to the mother.
Polite savages.
This country, you gotta make the money first. Then when you get the money, you get the power. Then when you get the power, then you get the woman.
So there's nothing else left to do but get on into it. Are you ready? Let's go. Well, you polite savages, it's time to come to the realization that Cassie Ventura, Bonnie to his Clyde, is the reason why Puffy was able to escape life in prison.
I live an extravagant life, and I make no apologies for it. I'm free as
100% apparent that Cassie was and should have been an indicted co-conspirator. Women's DNA on Kid Cudi's car, not a man's. Text messages to somebody threatening to unalive them. Not Puff's.
Kid Cudi didn't want to come over in front of you, so now he got to burn his motherfucker's car up, run his house, steal all his kids' Christmas presents and shit. What kind of shit is this, Diddy? He recounted the break-in at his homes by calling subsequent firebombing of his car, and he didn't put no gasoline on that car. Just trust and believe that it was baby oil. He baby oiled the shit with that car, threw some mattress at it, poof, it went up in flames and shit. Anyway, so you know that's some sick kind of jealousy. You can watch it get, but you don't want to get what you out to watch it.
That man, Sean Diddy Combs, is a total monster, a real life supervillain. All I did was have sex with his girlfriend, and he issued a vendetta against me. He could not and would not stop terrorizing me. He torched my porch with a Molotov cocktail, poisoned my English bulldog Freshie. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sean Diddy Combs did unspeakable things to my poor puppy. He lubed up Freshie's sphincter with baby oil and inserted orange Obama X inside him.
Cassie FaceTiming her fiance while in the bed with Diddy directly after a freak off. My goodness.
He's realizing he got played for a fool as well, because she cheated on Alex with Diddy, but also cheated on Diddy with Alex. Oh yeah. Yeah, she cheated on Ryan Leslie to get with Diddy. She cheated on Diddy to get with Kid Cudi. She cheated on Kid Cudi to get with Diddy. She cheated on Diddy to get with Alex Fine. And then she cheated on Alex Fine to get with Diddy. Let me tell you something. The men are the victims. The men are the victims. She was getting by Diddy and FaceTime her now husband, Alex.
Oh, Puff is the first person that we've seen. He's the first addict we've seen get used, them being an addict weaponized against him. Yeah. Like, think about that. Like, addicts in our society have always gotten a pass. He's an addict. He can't help himself. The last 10 years of Whitney Houston life, it was the most grace for this woman. Like, she lost weight. She's an addict. She's doing this. She's an addict. Oh my gosh, she died. Well, finally she got a piece because she was an addict. Right? Puff's an addict. He's a sex addict. He's a drug addict. But he's a monster. Since when do addicts become monsters?
You know, they say, yeah, he got consumed with the drugs. And so when you hear certain things like that from a guy that's incarcerated, that means he's really, really in touch to the situation.
Right.
You feel me? And so at the end of the day, you know, and a lot of other things that Suge said, I mean, the industry don't change. If you don't control the industry will control you. If you don't humble yourself, if you don't let it go to your head, then it will get you. It will eat you up. It will consume you. When you think you're too big, well, you can go and file a lawsuit against Diageo.
Own Ciroc. Own Ciroc.
Exactly. When you feel like you can go after these type of conglomerates, something got to your head, Steve. Something really got to your head when you think you that big, where you could take on that giant.
If we were looking at this from a fair and equal stance, we would call her a queen pin and him the kingpin. And there's a whole lot of people with a corrupted mindset who can't be impartial, who just want to see a man go to jail because they seen that Cassie videotape, but he wasn't charged with DV. A matter of fact, the prosecution didn't even bring up the DV. They brought up sexual deviancy, but sexual deviancy is not illegal any place in the United States. You can be as freaky as you want to be as long as everybody's a willing participant. And they were not able to prove, especially Ventura, who was orchestrating the freak-offs without Puff when he wasn't there, who was doing it many times when he wasn't there, who all of the paid entertainment said, Puff never contacted us. She did. She arranged it. She paid for it. She was the catalyst for it. I didn't even know that dude was in the corner doing that freaky-deaky stuff, cucking himself. It's kind of hard to play victim when your hand is pulling the lever, you dig?
We also have to have an honest conversation about what people are willing to do for stardom. If you want a #1 record on the chart so bad you'll take a #1 in the face, some of that is on you. If you're literally being held captive, that's one thing. But if you're putting up with whatever for love or for your career, then you need to have a little more honesty and accountability about that.
I believe that she got complete immunity because he the target, and HSI, the feds, they get funding based off of the big things that they take down. And so they have to get the conviction rate, and she is needed as a star witness. And so, as usual, the woman is going to be absolved from the things that she participated in and she benefited from.
Didn't you hear the testimony today? They hadn't seen each other in 6 years, and they got back to that was hard in court. They got a picture, man. That's it, and that's you can't tell. It's all about them. This that loving couple. This that toxic relationship that Glorilla rap about, that them whole love. This the ideal relationship for the love and hip hop. A billionaire, like a freak, or let you play in it, but he go kick your ass, fight in public, y'all stab one another, bust up each other's tires. This that relationship. They just so happen to catch him on camera. They don't catch her hitting him in the head. They'll never catch doing it. It's always the nigga. So we gonna play like she all innocent. This Bobby and Whitney again.
Yeah. If you're Me Tooing someone, it doesn't help your case if you texted him, me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable. If you want us to think you weren't always ready to freak off, don't write, I'm always ready to freak off. Or wish we could have FO'd before you left.
This is why I hate politics, because he has to drive home that his client is innocent, she's strong, she's all that. But she was also Puff's main accomplice. You understand what I'm trying to say? Who basically snitched on him, who turned on him to get exempt, like basically get immunity. Your client is a snitch. If it was a guy, that's all we talking. Because it's a girl, it's like we don't say that. But because it's a guy, it's a girl. It's like she was a victim. She was strong. Bottom line was this: she was broke. Y'all had a plan that did it, and good for y'all.
And she freaky too. Spinning the narrative by painting herself as a tragic witness to firsthand POV debauchery. Just like a magician, she's pulling the misdirections, casting off those magic illusions on all of us, slowly with a sleight of hand gaining our trust. Here she is planning, coordinating, executing, and filming movies with well-hung dudes. Pause. As Diddy feverishly in a full costume from head to toe until he's comfortable, revealing himself to these dudes, with his hand on his junk, pleasuring himself while Cassie gets served up by the people she chooses herself. Diddy fell right in the role of being in one cuckold. While the news cycle on social media got Diddy in their sights, Cassie wasn't having any of it, so she threw a fit instead of proving herself worthy and up for the challenge. When it didn't go her way, well, what did she do? She opted instead for the opportunity of revenge and that settlement bread.
They're only upset because the ride is over. Yeah, what they doing there, the money, the drugs, the cars, the fame, she like, yeah, that's me. You telling yourself, she didn't really want that. Y'all lying. She was just brainwashed. She didn't really want that. Meanwhile, you're hearing that she smiled when they talked about the old days. She was sitting there smiling when she was confronted about it in court. That was for Diddy and the rest of them. Let them know, yeah, this is why I'm doing it, because you brought the good times to an end.
So don't these two cases put Cassie and our Jane Doe finding themselves in the same situation, being in the same predicament? They weren't upset with getting off, having fun and having them freak-offs, getting freaking deek until they felt threatened when Diddy's full attention came down on Young Miami.
Women always get to escape calamity, play the victim. When the get tired of prostitution, she get mad at the pimp, she holler, I've been in traffic. Yeah. You done had plenty of time to get away, to say, I don't want to freak no more, Diddy. Especially when your mouth was full of them souls, you say you would get. You could eat it, tap. Hey, time out. I don't want to do this no more. My throat is full of sore. My is itching. You know what I'm saying? She could have been blew the whistle. Flag on the plate. I done caught my 5th UTI. Yeah. Nah, man. So she could have been blew the whistle, man. Yeah, free Diddy. They're trying to bring down a perverted black man with money. He ain't done nothing wrong. And ain't nobody said he done took some. Nobody. Ain't nobody came out and said I was forced to do this. And if I fly somebody in and I pay them, how that's against the federal law? How?
That's all I got for you, you polite side. Just like and subscribe, hit us up.
Your shortcut to great barbecue.
Diddy is not out of the hot seat yet, y'all. They're talking about more charges are brewing on P. Diddy. I told y'all more lawsuits piling up on him as far as sues for him and Cassie. Okay, y'all. Consecutive sentence. Oh my goodness, y'all. People are coming out the woodwork now. Everybody that didn't come to court, they're sending letters to the judge, all kind of stuff. Okay, y'all. It is going down as we speak, y'all. Okay, and unprofessional bloggers are getting called out as well. It's going out. It's going down. Y'all, welcome to the channel. Please like, share, and subscribe if you like the video. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to my day ones, twos, and threes. Thank you to all my new subscribers that's coming in. That means well. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you all. And welcome. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. So everything is alleged. Some is not. And the Fair Act use is in my description box, y'all. So let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. First, I want to say happy Friday. I hope everyone have a wonderful day. Please stay safe and all that good stuff. Please stay aware of your surroundings. And please, y'all, watch the company that you keep because it just may save your life or keep you out of trouble. Okay, y'all? So let's get to it. I miss y'all so very much. Thank you for the cash apps. People been sending me cash apps. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate you all because you were coming to my email saying, did you get it? Yes, I got it. Thank you so very much. Boy, y'all, it is going down. And people are celebrating a little too fast. People are celebrating, acting as if Diddy has really won something when he really lost. Okay, y'all. More charges coming his way. Are they just gonna hold him and give him just enough time for them to meet him outside? I don't know why, but I keep on thinking about it was another rapper that got out of jail and then the feds was waiting on him outside to rearrest him again. Do y'all remember that? I forgot which rapper it was because they all stay in so much trouble, so I can't even remember. But I don't know. I keep seeing Diddy is this or them coming to the court, giving them some more paper saying, you ain't going nowhere. Okay, y'all. Because it's not clear he's going anywhere now. They're saying Diddy is facing up to 20 years. Now, some people are saying, no, he ain't facing 20 years. But yes, he is. Both of those charges that he got charged with is 10 years. And it's up to the judge, y'all. It's up to the judge to decide how long he's going to get. And he can give him what he wants. He can give him that maximum of 20 years. And even if he do get, good time, whatever the programs are, and this and that and this, and he's a first offender, which he's really not a first time offender. I'm just saying, y'all, because he's been doing this stuff for 30 years, okay? But they are saying that he's facing 20 years, y'all. Word on the street. This is what they're saying. And everybody's sending letters and all kind of stuff, y'all. It is crazy, okay? Cassie's lawyer just came out, did an interview on CNN, and he said that they all are pushing for consecutive sentence. Okay? Consecutive sentence. And y'all know me, I have to go look it up because I'm like, what is he talking about? A consecutive sentence means that a person convicted of multiple crimes will serve the sentence for each crime, one after the other, rather than at the same time. Okay, y'all? Oh boy. This results in a longer total sentence than if the sentences were served concurrently. Okay. Essentially, the sentences are stacked or served in sequence. Okay. So he's facing that right now, y'all. Okay. And the fact that the judge is receiving so many letters from people that's petrified, y'all, they're scared out of their mind right now. Okay. It doesn't help that his defense was saying that, he may be a little bit, wild and get a little, a little violent, y'all. Just little taste. That don't help him, y'all, in his sentencing right now. His own lawyers said that, he get down like that. He got a temper and he goes off and he do things to people and this and that and this. So, y'all, this is not good when it comes to his sentencing. Okay, y'all. Even if the defendant was solely required to show that he is not a danger to the community, he could not meet that burden. Prior to trial, the court denied bail and sees no reason to reverse that now. The defense conceded the defendant's violence. Okay, y'all. They admitted that he's violent. His own defense team. Okay, y'all. You can see violence in your closing. Whether that's relevant to sentencing, it's not for today, but it can be considered on a bail application. So when they the defense team put in that he should be released because he's not a danger to nobody and this and that and this, they're going to show this is what y'all said in y'all own words, that he might be a little bit violent, but he ain't this and he ain't that. So they proved that his own defense team admitted that he is a menace to society. Okay, y'all? So, y'all, this is going to get really, really interesting. Okay? They say he's supposed to be going back to court. I think it's October the 3rd, which is a couple months away. But he's supposed to be going to court October the 3rd. Okay, y'all. And I'm not surprised that he going to court in October. I'm just saying Halloween. Didn't they let Young Thug out on Halloween? They let that demon out on Halloween too. Y'all remember, right? So don't be surprised. But it's still not over if he do get out. But I doubt it, y'all. All the letters that's pouring into the judge, I don't know. Okay. These are people that's scared for their lives. It says, this is New York Times. Sean Combs' winning defense admitted that he is abusive, y'all, but he's not a rocket to the tear. This is what they saying, but they admitted to him being a loose cannon, y'all. And now they got to go and try to reverse what they said about their own client just to try to get him out. Y'all, tell me if this is not crazy, okay? Tell me this not crazy. Now, word on the street is everybody is suing Cassie now. Not only is Diddy suing Cassie, yes, y'all, Diddy legal team is considering suing Cassie. Now he wants his money back from Cassie. He don't feel like he did anything wrong. See, this is what happens when you do not be held accountable for stuff, okay? He knew he was wrong, and the jury didn't know he was wrong, okay? If he wasn't in the wrong, he wouldn't have gave Cassie $20 million in less than 24 hours. He wouldn't have done that, y'all, if he thought that the things that he was doing was not foul. He paid her off quick to shut her up, y'all. And when you pay somebody $20 million to shut somebody up, you're not innocent. You're not innocent. Okay? But due to the fact that he think he won, because it's a mind game thing that's taking place right now, y'all. He think that he won. So now he's feeling himself, y'all. Word on the street. He is feeling himself. I guess he's trying to do the Jay-Z thing. If somebody sue you, you counter sue them. If you keep on counter suing them, it just keep pushing everything back. So you just keep, getting away with stuff. This is how him and his partner roll. So now he time to take a little, I'm just saying, a page from Jay-Z's book. Now he wants to sue Cassie, and now he wants his money back. This is the stupidest thing ever. You paid the money. Now you want to take it back from her? Because you won on those other 3 counts, but not the other 2. And the other 2 don't make sense to not win the Mingle Tingle traffic to the king charge. I don't understand how he got past that and still got charged with the other last 2. Don't they go hand in hand? I'm just asking, y'all. I'm just asking. It made no sense. Not only is Diddy suing Cassie, but the adult entertainers that Diddy was paying to come mingle tingle with her, okay? They're suing him and Cassie right now because they said that she deliberately, knowing that she had packages, y'all. She had packages. She knew she had it, and she still gave it to them. Word on the street. Now, they can't, unless a doctor proved that they had this stuff before he even started dealing with Cassie, they all can put this on Cassie and him. I told y'all this before. When I was talking to y'all about Usher. Usher got sued by men and women. He got sued for giving them packages. And he settled out of court quietly. Okay? Because he did that. He did that. If he wouldn't have did that, he would not have settled. He settled so they could go away. Okay, y'all? He gave them something they can't get rid of. They're going to have the rest of their lives. And it was a slam dunk situation. Usher didn't have nothing to do but go in that pocketbook. He couldn't even fight the charges. Okay? When it comes down to this, they can't. Now, Cassie just got on. She just got on the stand and admitted that she had all kind of packages. Did she or did she not? She just admitted that she wanted to use things, but Diddy didn't want her to. So, in all actual reality, they're going to go after Diddy more than her because they're going to say Diddy is the one that was pressuring her to, mingle tingle with them, knowing she had something, and gave it to her anyway. Gave it to them anyway. Made them use stuff and everything. Okay? This is what was his, what he wanted done. He didn't want to see nothing wrapped up or nothing like that. He wanted to see the extra thing. Okay? He didn't want to have to go inside of, the balloons to get out. I'm just saying, y'all. The juices. He wanted the juices to be put on Cassie so he could play in it, y'all. Okay? This is so crazy, it doesn't make sense. But lawsuits after lawsuits after lawsuits. I kid y'all not. This guy, they're saying he got so many lawsuits against him. There's no way for him to come from up under this, y'all. Ever. Okay? They're saying now he don't even have enough money for all the lawsuits that's coming his way. He's at $90 million. Even if he gave all of the people that's suing him $1 million, he don't have it. He like Tasha K right now, and he ain't got it, y'all. He ain't got it, y'all. 90 million they're saying he's worth right now. All those lawyers ate that pocketbook up, y'all. They really did. Okay. In my understanding, they haven't really started paying out to all of these other people that's coming forth yet. Now, some has been getting paid behind closed doors, but there are a lot of them that are over 400, y'all, that have not been paid yet. Now, think about 400 people. If you got to pay all these people out, if he gave them 500,000, he don't have it, y'all. He do not have enough to pay all of the lawsuits that's coming in. So people saying that, oh, he finna come back better than ever before. I don't think so, y'all. I don't think so. They got so many lawsuits against Diddy. Now they trying to, make Cassie share in with these lawsuits. And she could possibly lose the money that she's been given. Because we're talking about years. I think they say she's been with him for 10 years or something like that. We're talking about 10 years of these type of parties. And everybody and their mama, once one person get paid, everybody's going to get paid. All of these adult entertainers that she been running around here spreading this stuff with. Now, mind you, she probably got the stuff from some of them. But if she can't prove she got it from them or when and who and where, they can flip the script right now and say they got it from her. This is crazy. This is crazy. People are going to be coming out the woodwork saying that I was at a party too. I was at a party too. I was at a party too. Okay. And we ain't talking about the victims yet, because we also have victims out here, y'all. We really still have victims out here that, he gave stuff to by giving them, drinks and they, stuff in their drinks, and them passing out and waking up with, the wet cootie cats. I'm just saying, y'all. Okay. He gave other people this stuff too. So I'm telling y'all, people are going to be coming out the woodwork right now for lawsuits. And it's on both of them, y'all. On both of them. And these are not the actual entertainers, but I just threw the pictures up, y'all. I just threw these up there. Okay. But there are so many coming out right now. They're coming out against Cassie and P. Diddy. So all that money that Cassie got, she not about to enjoy it. She about to be wrapped up in lawsuits. That 30 million that she got, oh, it's about to go down. Okay, y'all. It is about to go down. They are coming for that $30 million. These adult entertainers now know that they have the power to sue. Okay. And actually win when it comes to packages. I told y'all this before. I told y'all they was coming. And they are coming. This is another person that came out. This is another person that just came out. Diddy's former personal chef says she's afraid of retaliation after split verdict. Fear for her safety. The verdict is devastating. Now, mind you, y'all, this woman right here is a cook, okay? She was subpoenaed to come to court and testify against Diddy. And she was afraid to testify. Now that it's over, this part of it is over. This part one, y'all. This is just like Beyonce's 3-album tour. A word on the street is, and Diddy about to have a 3-part jail tour. Okay, y'all. This woman just came forward and she sent the note to the judge. Now, mind you, she hid and hid and hid until the case was over. Just like what's her name? Gina did. This woman hid too. Okay. And Lord knows they've been put foot, paws, everything on Gina. So we already know her head. You can just shake her. You hear some rattling going on up in that head. Okay. She ain't got enough sense to throw. She still protects Diddy. She's scared of Diddy. Everybody knows this. Okay. We saw a sighting of her. Before they even gave the verdict, she pop out. Now, here we go to Chef. Begging the judge, please don't let him out. Please don't let him out. Let me tell you something. If she was going to send a letter, and this is a letter, y'all. If this woman was going to send a letter to the judge right now and tell him and beg him to let Diddy stay in there, that she stand by everything that she said, or blah, 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 but she didn't come to court because she was scared for her life. This woman is the stupidest woman I've ever seen in my life. I'm just going to put it out there, y'all. They had Cassie, who sometime was consenting, sometime wasn't consenting, okay? They broke her down in the courtroom. They had Dawn, that they broke her down in the courtroom, okay? Bringing up her past and this and that and this. Why didn't we have somebody like her to come to court that they couldn't break down her past? Somebody that the defense could do nothing with. This is a cook. She working for a living. She's not selling cootie cat and meeting with adult entertainers. None of that. She's not doing none of that. She just coming to work to cook for Diddy. Okay. She witnessed things and she didn't show up. Okay. And I'm going to ask y'all this, because people was like, oh, she's afraid for her life. You don't understand. No. Okay. If you were going to be quiet through the whole trial and don't even come forward and hide out from the feds so they couldn't find you and all of this stuff, so you couldn't testify, why come out now and send a note? Because to be honest with you, her sending this note is no different than her coming to court. She literally could have came to court and made a difference, and they would have been like, okay, we don't believe Cassie then, but we believe her. At least somebody would have had a better reputation, y'all. Okay, I'm just saying, y'all. To come to court and let the jurors know that you all don't understand what this monster is capable of. And how much she feared for her life. She should explain that to the jurors. That she's coming there today, but she really don't want to be there because she knows what type of monster that he is. We needed somebody like her to come. But it ain't over yet, okay? Because she just might come for the next case. You feel me, y'all? If they don't be the got to her. And y'all tell me in the comment section, am I tripping or not? But if you didn't want Diddy to come at you, you didn't come to court, shouldn't you have just not even wrote a letter to the judge? You was already in good standards with Diddy by not showing up. Now you writing a letter and talking about F Diddy and this and that and that and this. Well, you should have brought your raggedy tail to the courthouse. Don't do the F Diddy now. You should have been effing the Diddy before they read the verdicts. You should have came to court. Now you want to beg to the judge, please don't let them out, when they begged you to come to court and you wouldn't even come. This is some bull crap right here. And I don't care what nobody say. This is bullshit all day long right here. You're taking the time to beg the judge, I am right to express my grave concern over the possible release of Sean Combs. Well, why didn't you come to court? Then maybe he wouldn't be being released in 20 years, hopefully. Oh, 18, 19, whatever. Okay? Why didn't you come forward? There are strength in numbers. And the type of people that they brought in there was the nasty ones. Nasty Cassie, nasty the other Jane, nasty all of the adult entertainers that they brought in. Okay? Nasty, nasty, nasty. They needed somebody with some kind of clean record to come up there and speak that wasn't getting nothing out of this. Okay? But fearing for her life afterwards. That's it. But not getting nothing else out of this situation. And she didn't show up. But now she want to jump hard. Now she want to beg the judge. Now you want to this. Now you want to that. It makes no sense. There's even audio of her talking about the stuff that Diddy has done and everything else. The things that Diddy did to Cassie. She's coming out talking about it now, y'all. Okay, y'all. She talking about it. The ticket got it up there on his page. She's talking about it over there. Y'all, this is crazy. Okay? Crazy. That's my debate, but that's my debate guy over there. Political debater. I'm still gonna sit there and give him his props, okay? But that's my political debater, okay? I debate with him, and then I got my brother on the other job. That we go back and forth. But it's cool. It's cool, y'all. It's cool. But she is now coming out. You mean to tell me you had this type of information showing just how abusive P. Diddy is, and you didn't even stop to think to come to court anyway? But you are sending letters. Now, maybe she didn't think that these letters would get put out there to the public, which I don't understand why they putting these letters out to the public, but I'm glad they are, because now we see what the judge is being faced with. He's faced with dummies that didn't go to court. They then got paws put on them or watched them put paws on somebody else. Now y'all want to come out and say something. Now y'all want to come out and talk. Now you want to say, oh, F Diddy and F that and F that. No, it should have been F Diddy while they was begging you to come to court. That's when you should have been like, oh, F Diddy. I don't understand people, y'all. I really don't. It's hard for me to understand a lot of people in this world because a lot of stuff that they do, it makes no sense. Now, I could be tripping, maybe it's a fear thing, but if she was scared then, she should be still scared now. So why put out the letter? You're begging them to keep him. The letter just got put out to everybody. So you might as well came to court. Now, another thing that people were saying that word on the street is some of the jurors, they said, was going to sleep while the prosecution was testifying or doing their little portion. Okay, y'all? On questioning people and stuff. They said that some of the jurors was going to sleep. Some of the jurors was laughing at stuff that wasn't even funny. So we already had some nincompoops that they had picked in the first place to put up there. You think Diddy and them don't know they own cam when they see it? I'm just saying, y'all, to put up there on that stand in the first place. Do y'all think that when they pile up these other charges on Diddy, do y'all really think that Diddy is going to get off of everything that they got coming his way? I told y'all the bodies is coming. Okay? I done told y'all. Okay, more drama going on with the bloggers. They're still coming at Tisa. Still coming at Tisa. This is the thing that's coming at Tisa, y'all. Lord have mercy. This is the thing. And he looked like a little weasel. Oh my God. He looked so bad out there. And he just holding his camera, walking around. And I can't even say he's dressed like Steve Urkel, because Steve Urkel, I can't even put Steve Urkel down like that. Y'all, this guy, and I got money. Y'all saying I don't have no money. I got money. Well, take some of that money and go get your face fixed. Get your teeth fixed. Get your face fixed. Get some work done. I'm like, what is his name? Jay-Z now. You know how Jay-Z tell everybody he the ugliest thing in the industry almost, Jay-Z. But he running around telling all the artists and people that, signed to him, go get some work done. Why don't they take advice from their own self? I'm just saying, y'all. Okay? This guy talked about how much money he got and what he gonna this and that. I told y'all this guy was jealous of Tisa. And I ain't just trying to take up for Tisa either. Okay, y'all? Because I don't like all of the sign language that she throws up and this and that and that and this. But I still think she did a good job. They started lying on her, talking about she is working. Now, I don't know. I'm going to say this. I don't know. I'm going to say allegedly because I don't know. I don't be around these people. I wouldn't know. But they're saying now that she got paid by the prosecution. I don't think she got paid by no prosecution. I really don't think she got paid. But you know, people gonna believe what they want to. But I don't think she got paid by the prosecution. Now, from what the rumors are, that she is applying for Jay-Z now, then it's a possibility that she could have been being paid by 18 to help, you know, get Diddy behind closed. I'm just saying, y'all, because Diddy is partners with Jay-Z. I'm just saying, or was, okay? And they say Jay-Z liked to snake people. So if he was really snaking his own partner, then it would make sense that he would pay her to help get Diddy to stay in there. But I don't think the prosecution would pay her. Pay her for what? If the prosecution was gonna pay somebody, get them they should have been paying these witnesses to get there, making sure that they were straight, paying for their protection. That's what you do the money for, not for no Tisa, because Tisa couldn't make him go to jail. I'm just saying she could be against him for her belief, but I think this was her beliefs anyway, that she was, you know, trying to get the monster put away. That's what I saw. Okay, but you know, you never know. You never know, y'all. But this thing right here, and I told y'all, the people that come forward, he talked about her wig. She got this drab wig on, and I was like, well, he wear wigs too, so maybe he knew about the texture of them. Okay, I don't know, but he said that she'd been wearing a drab wig for a week, and she called him broke. So maybe, you know, just maybe, y'all. I'm just saying, maybe he do know about wigs, okay? Because we sure know he know about heels and dresses, okay? Now, this is another thing that he was accused of, putting paws on women, just like P. Diddy. When I tell y'all birds of a feather flocks together, I mean that, okay? And what would she be doing with this thing right here, unless she's with him for the money? She has to be with him for the money, y'all, okay? But this is allegedly what he did to her. Okay, y'all? Get your teeth fixed. Please get your teeth fixed. And you know, putting gold over stuff like this, it don't work for me. I'm just saying, y'all. Get this shit up out of here. Shit cut all day long. Get your teeth fixed. Please get your teeth fixed before you come for the females. Okay, y'all? This ninja, watch when you watch him, when you go and watch a Richard Page, y'all. Look at his mouth, how he tries to cover up with his top lip and bottom lip. He tries to fold them in so that you will not see the mess, the ragamuffin that he has in his mouth. Y'all, this is pathetic, y'all. It really is. This is pathetic. And I hope he run into somebody in New York if he's still there and meet his match. That's all I'm going to say about this situation. This guy's a straight bully. He bullied me when I came on YouTube. He bullied me as well. And I wasn't doing nothing but trying to find out who took out Mo3. Okay. So I'm not surprised that he was the leader in bullying one person, because allegedly this is what they do in Texas. I'm just saying, y'all. Probably not everybody, because a lot of people peed off what happened to Mo3. But I'm not surprised he's coming from Texas and bullying one person and getting a bunch of other people to all gather around to bully her too. This is what they did to Mo3. And this is where he's from. Okay, y'all? So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised the least little bit. Is she letting it bother her? I doubt it. Because I'm telling y'all, I do believe that these bloggers that's out here celebrating, it's going to be short-lived. It is going to be short-lived. Diddy is not just walking away so easy. And word on the street is they are piling more and more and more and more stuff on them. Okay, y'all? More and more. It ain't just the packages that they were spreading around. And this just goes to show you just how bad that the industry messes up the world, y'all. Okay? They push all this satanic stuff. They push all of this violence for the, you know, and the majority of the teens and stuff and younger adults right now, they all getting wasted, smoking their kneecaps off, whether it be trees or other stuff or whatever. They're all out here getting wasted. And when they're getting wasted, they're listening to this satanic music. And then they want to go live out what they're listening to. They listen to these rappers that's in their mansions who rap about taking each other out and doing this and doing that and doing that. And a lot of them are doing it, but they ain't doing their own work. They're paying people to go do it for them. Okay. But they got these dummies out here that's listening to this music and thinking that this is the life to live. That's gonna take out this homie. That's gonna just put this person in some paper and what y'all smoking on tonight. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're pushing. This is what they're pushing. Nothing uplifting going on anymore. You know, we missed some of the Tupac, even though he had some of the worst. Tupac wasn't playing when it comes to the diss songs, but he still put out positive messages too. We don't have that anymore. We don't. And when we do have some of it, people don't support that person like that. You know what I'm saying? It's sad that the people in the industry is the downfall of the communities, to be honest with y'all. We have Diddy and we have people like Jay-Z, allegedly, from the things that we're hearing about them. They're nothing but people that's out here spreading packages. Do y'all remember back here when I did that video on Diddy and I talked about one of the people that came to his party was an adult entertainer or somebody he DM'd, he met online. This guy has on his online account, he has that package that you can't get rid of. Okay, y'all. And Diddy reached out to this man and invited him to the parties. If this is not satanic, I don't know what to tell y'all. Diddy know that those parties end up with a lot of mingling and tingling going on, a lot of people getting wasted, and everybody is doing whatever. Okay. And you bring somebody with the H to the I, to the V to the party, so he can mingle amongst everybody else. It's a lot of things that is going to keep people away from Diddy right now. Even if Diddy was to come home, which I doubt, but even if he was to come home, I think people still going to stay away from him, just like they stayed away from this case. I think people are still going to see him as hot and that the Fed's going to still be on him about everything that he does. And people are going to stay away from Diddy. It's not going to be as easy as it was for Diddy before. Behind closed doors, Diddy was running a lot of stuff because of the people that he knew. But he can't go back to all of those same people and get them to do, you know what I'm saying, the favors that they were doing for him before. A lot of people, they peed off at Diddy. A lot of people was scared out their mind, and they still are, because they don't know how much dirt Diddy got on them. All they know is they went to the party. They don't remember what happened to them the next day. They don't remember everything. But Diddy do. He have it on tape. 250 cameras around his house. Diddy got some dirt on these celebrities. He does. And a lot of people didn't know about all these cameras. You know, there were whispers about this and that and this. But when all this stuff hit the internet, everybody started realizing that Diddy he snaked everybody. Not only do he record what's going on at his parties, but he put his party goers in really bad situations. Even if they saw something that looked good at the party, don't mean it's some good. If you look at Cassie and all of the pictures that Cassie took with P. Diddy, she looks beautiful. But you would have never thought that this piece of beauty is running around passing out packages. She's deteriorating from the inside. Okay, y'all? She got stuff inside of her that is trash. And she spreaded that trash to other people. You gotta be a serious demon. That's just like I throw a party and I invite 20 people. And I know it's gonna get a little bit wild at the end of that party. And then I turn around and go and look on the DM and start DMing people that got packages and invite them to the party, knowing that that person might mingle and tinkle with one of the people at my party. That means I don't care about the people I got at my party. That means I'm sabotaging my own friends to catch packages too. Do y'all know how some people have packages and they go and meet people and don't tell people that they have it, and they end up going to prison for giving people packages? People are in jail right now for giving people packages, y'all, because some of these packages are a demise sentence. It's no different than taking a weapon to a person. Some of these packages out here. That's why some people have went to prison for this. Okay, y'all? They haven't got to that yet. There are a lot of people that got packages from Diddy and Cassie. Word on the street is, and I don't know, but this was sent to me. Maybe it was sent to me about 3 different people. And this has been sent to me in a matter of months, like last couple months. I've received this. I never said anything about it, but I'm going to say allegedly because I don't know. I wasn't with them. But they're saying that the people in the jail, that, you know, when you go to jail, you got to take all these, you know, they give you, you know, tests and all kind of stuff to see where you're at. Do you got any packages? Do you got any, you know, smoking your kneecaps off? They want to know what's going on with you. So they give you some type of physical when you go to jail. Word on the street is they were trying to hide the fact that Diddy got packages. And the biggest package of them all, they are saying that Diddy has. I don't know. Because if you ask me, they would have probably found that in his house, the type of pharmacy stuff for it. But due to the, you know, the law, maybe they couldn't put that information out. I don't know. But word on the street is, this is the rumor that's going around. And if you purposely gave people packages, if you had it, I don't know if he did or not, but this is the rumor that's going around that Diddy did. Okay? But if he did, which clearly they're being sued for giving out packages. Not only can you get sued for that, you can go to prison for that. So this is not over, y'all. I told y'all this before. This is not over. So all the celebrating right here. This is Armand out here celebrating. I think Armand is trying his best to get in good with Diddy so he can invite him to the next party. Okay, y'all? Because this guy loved him some baby oil too. Okay? When they read them verdicts, he was out there letting people squirt baby oil on them. All the professionalism, y'all know what I'm trying to say. All the professionalism went out the door. It went out the door, y'all. When this guy went outside that courthouse, he took his shirt off. This must be somebody that was on, I think they had him on the news too. That's why some people is not built for this. Okay? Some people are not built for this type of stuff. Armand just turned into one of the groupies. One of the people that was begging to get in Diddy's parties. This is what Armand turned into, y'all. This is what he turned to. This is crazy on so many levels. You taking your shirt off and you're out here just getting doused in baby oil. And he just loving it, y'all. He acting like he's a celebrity, okay? And they eating it up. This is a world full of sick people, y'all. And they can't hide anymore. He also put out an apology because everybody been clowning. Now he want to go back to professionalism. Look at his neck, y'all. Look at his neck, y'all. If anybody was getting paid, it was them. But now they are flipping the script saying Tisa was getting paid by the prosecution. Was y'all getting paid by the defense? Was y'all getting paid by Diddy now? Did they put y'all on the payroll? Because he was celebrating like a mother. And it's okay to be happy about somebody, not this and not that. But what about the real victims out here that P. Diddy did this stuff to? How do you think they feel? How do you think that they feel knowing that they were controlled by street pharmacy stuff and manipulated into doing certain things until they got tired of that mess and they saw that Diddy was nothing but the devil himself, okay, y'all? And they wanted out. But they couldn't get out because when they try to leave him or talk to somebody else, their car get blown up, okay? And I don't know why they dropped that, to be honest. We have a first responder giving out the license plates of the car that was there, that did the dirt to Kid Cudi's car and his house. And they check those license plates and it leads back to Puffy, his business car. Just because he didn't get charged with it doesn't mean he didn't do it. What about the real victims that's scared out they mad? What about the woman that got pow in the face by Puffy? And you got this clown right here out there jumping around in baby oil with his all-seeing eye symbolism and pyramid on his neck. You can't make this up, y'all. You can't make this up. But now you want to apologize for the baby oil stunt outside the courthouse during the Diddy trial. Wiggins received backlash after he was seen covering himself with baby oil after Diddy's controversial acquittal. Now he's sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. This is somebody that was supposed to be representing the court case that they had on the news. This thing right here. You can only have stuff for so long. I'm just saying, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. Did you all hear about Lil Rod? Lil Rod just did an interview, y'all. Lil Rod just let some cats out the bag, y'all. And I said this at first. I said there are more charges coming and there are bodies that they're going to be digging up. Okay, they're doing their homework. I said it didn't make any sense in the world that the more serious people that they could have brought on here, they didn't. They didn't even bring Lil Rod out there. And he is one of the main people why they started this case in the first place. Right after Cassie, he came with his stuff and boom, here we go. They had Cassie up there, but didn't have him up there. Well, word on the street is something big is a brewing. There are more charges a brewing, and he's going to be testifying in the next round of charges that's coming Diddy's way. Word on the street, y'all. Diddy is not going to survive this at all. In a minute, his family is going to be selling his properties and all kind of stuff, trying to get money. Because it ain't over, y'all. It is not over. This man just came and said that the feds didn't use a half of the evidence that they have on Diddy. They didn't even use 25%. They might have used 10% of what they have on Diddy. The more serious stuff, they didn't even use yet. He said that they have more charges coming. This is what Lil Rod is saying right now. Did they want to just get the nasty part out the way first? Because that's what it seemed like to me. That they wanted to get the nasty part of just showing y'all just how nasty Diddy is. They want to get that out the way first. And just let you know the things that he's into and a part of. Okay? Because people was in my comment section, how you going to have a RICO on somebody and there's only one person? Ain't that how they got R. Kelly? I'm just asking y'all. Didn't R. Kelly go down for RICO? Where's everybody else that was with him too? Because where they at? People really fixing their mouth to say, nobody gets charged a RICO by themselves. Oh, yes, they do. Because R. Kelly got charged a RICO by himself. When everybody around that person snitch, even though they played a part, sometimes they get immunity. Everybody and their mama was mentioning that KK lady. Everybody. Y'all think no charges ain't about to come her way? Everybody mentioned this woman. I felt from the start that they were holding back. The feds was holding back. Either this was a clown show or they got something up their sleeve. And it's huge. It's more serious stuff. That's what I was telling y'all. When they was doing those little documentaries that was putting all on TV on the movies out and stuff like that, they're showing Diddy to take lives. They showed a little bit of, the mingle tingle parties. But the majority of the message that they were putting out is Diddy draws BLOOD. They ain't let that out yet. It's a reason why so many people didn't come to court. Because they could be coming for the next rounds, y'all. Okay? They had so much ammunition of so many other people that didn't come to court. They didn't even call to court. If you wanted to prove the racketeering, you would have thought that they would have brought in, like I said, Al B. Sure, all of this stuff. This shows that this is an organized criminal organization. This is what that proves. When you prove everything, just stack, everything that's been going on. Everything. They didn't bring out half of it, y'all. Word on the street is Diddy may never leave that jail. Word on the street is there could be more charges coming before he can even walk up out of there. When I did his gematria, it said it was the end for Diddy. That's what it said. The end. What did that mean? Do it mean he's going to get out and nobody's going to mess with him? He ain't going to be able to make money like he was and he just going to fall off to the face of the earth? Huh? He got too many people out there like him that supports him for that to happen. So I don't see that happening. Okay? Because his fans like Armand Wiggins and stuff like that, they're still going to get giggity when, you know what I'm saying? They're still going to support their own kind. So I don't see that happening. But lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, that money just dwindling. Then you have to sell your houses and your jet and your everything to pay off these people. Yeah, I see this the end of him. But too many harsh charges, too many things that they left out are brewing right now. Word on the street. I don't see Lil Rod jumping on CNN or anywhere, wherever he did the interview at. I don't see him jumping on anything. Not CNN. I think he did it with academics. Okay. He did an interview with academics, and go check out the interview, y'all. This guy said that there are more charges coming Diddy's way. This ain't the first time we just seen this. This is not. Like I told y'all, one artist thought he was leaving the courtroom. They rearrested him. The feds was right outside waiting for the rearrest him. Okay? Is Diddy gonna have this effect? Possibly, y'all. They can't charge him the same charges for those other charges, but they can charge him for other people he done did dirt to. As recently as the 2020s, okay, y'all? Where statute of limitation have not ran out yet. Okay? They also have an adult entertainer, y'all, that just came forward, y'all. And this adult entertainer just came forward and said that Diddy and Cassie was doing wrong. Word on the street. He said that Diddy had a weapon and he was threatened to do certain things. This is an adult entertainer that just came forward that said he was forced to mingle tingle with them with a weapon. Now, why in the world didn't he come to court? Okay? Some people are being put to the side for later. This ain't over with the least little bit, y'all. This is not over with. And the celebration of his kids and everybody that's celebrating, you better fall back because this is not over. It's just getting started, from my understanding. From the interviews, from the people that's coming out, from the judge even releasing all these letters to people begging to keep him in there. Oh, it's some more serious stuff going. And another thing that I need to tell y'all, word on the street is they're saying, this is what I heard, that the jurors was compromised. Y'all, word on the street. Some of the jurors was compromised. And I told y'all this the other day. I'm not surprised. When they do, and I've always said this. First of all, jurors, that should be their job. That should be just their job, they jurors every day, okay? They got to go to court and, this is what it should be. But I also feel like the jurors should be picked from another city and state. Another state. That's another thing that I feel very strongly about. If you are somebody like Diddy that's so popular in New York, you don't think that you're going to run across his fans in New York or even people that know him, word of mouth. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my sister's cousin uncle is one of the jurors. You know what I'm saying, y'all? It's so easy for that when you are so popular. But if you go to another state, you come out better, getting a better response of not getting groupies into the jury pool. Okay? Or somebody that could be paid off into the jury pool. Because I think that played a major part. If they could have let him off all 5, they would have. But they know they had to get him on something because it wasn't going to look right. Okay? And it still don't look right. How do you get charged for moving people around? Traffic. You know what I'm saying? You're getting charged for organizing and moving people from city, state to state. To have mingle tingle sessions, but you didn't actually get charged with the actual mingle tingle session. It doesn't make sense. They would have let him off of every last one of them if they could have. But it's still a plus because they got him on something. And now that they got him on something, they can build from that, y'all. They can build from that. And everything that they said, even his defense team, saying that this man is abusive and all of this stuff. Oh, they can use that in the next trial. His own defense team said that he's abusive. Okay, y'all? People are scared for their lives. They're going to use every single thing from this into the next one. And I do believe that this is a stepping stone for other cases to come. They just wanted to get out the grimiest, dirtiest stuff that they could. They wanted to get that out the way first. And that's what they did. They got that out the way. Now it's time for, I'm just saying, y'all, to get down to the nitty gritty. Because there are more serious things going on. I don't think that Albie Shore is going to accuse Diddy of doing something and he don't have his facts together. Okay, y'all? I don't think so. Kim Porter was scared for her life before she passed away. Kim Porter was working on books and everything about her life. She was tired of Diddy, y'all. She was tired of it. He could be with whoever he wants, but she couldn't be with nobody. And anybody that was attached to this woman, they passed away. They passed away mysteriously. And you know what else came out in the court too that's going to be used against him? Cassie said this, that he said that he'll be out of town when something happened to somebody. Okay? That's important. That's just like Yellow Beezy, okay? He wanted to make sure that he was going out of town before y'all go to do. He jetted up out of town. Out the blue, you just wanted to make a trip. And you didn't know when you was coming back. This is what you told your workers? Oh, that takes all of that in consideration too. So stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned because it is not over yet, y'all. Anyway, y'all, if you want to support the channel, please try to watch a commercial or two. It helps the channel. Y'all be safe today, okay? Peace. Okay, y'all. This is crazy. All right, y'all. Diddy is not out of the hot seat yet, y'all. They're talking about more charges are brewing on P. Diddy.
Heartbreak and hope in Texas this morning after catastrophic floods. At least 82 people have died, mostly in Kerr County. This is outside San Antonio. Dozens, though, are still missing, and that number includes children from Camp Mystic, one of multiple camps along the Guadalupe River. Many now question if there was enough advance warning of this. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen has been in Kerrville, Texas since Friday. Jason, I think we spoke as soon as you arrived on the scene. Help us understand how bad things were and how things look today.
Well, it's been stunning for people, Errol, to see the extent of destruction. And this is in an area of the country, a part of Texas, where they know it as Flash Flood Alley. There have been many flash floods here in the past, and even the extent of this one surprises them. It's a combination of extreme rainfall you can get with moisture moving up from the Gulf and very thin layer of topsoil. Officials here say that they rescued more than 850 people over the last 3 days, some of them from the tops of trees and others from rooftops.
Hundreds of first responders spread out across the Guadalupe River. They climbed over debris piles, searched mangled cars, and combed riverbanks that floodwaters scoured. Torrential rain caused one river to surge nearly 26 feet in just 45 minutes early Friday morning.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids.
Children's summer camps dot the shoreline of the Guadalupe. At Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, the river started running through cabins where children were sleeping. Nearly a dozen third and fourth grade girls are still missing.
We're looking for places that they're going to potentially be alive.
Further down the river, the flooding ripped through homes and campgrounds where families were staying for the holiday weekend.
We're still hoping for the best, but that's all we can do in that and pray.
Brian Blackbird came to the house his family owned, looking for signs of his sister and brother-in-law, Beth and Hutch Bryan. They had friends staying with them. Only one escaped.
He said he and Martha made their way, fighting the current around the house, and that's when she got swept away.
Amid the heartbreak, incredible stories of survival.
All of a sudden, we just hear somebody say, "Help, help."
Sisters Natalie and Emily Rayford said they spent 20 minutes trying to pinpoint those screams. Then they said an 8-year-old girl who had floated 6 miles from Camp Mystic appeared from a pile of debris.
Did you ask her what had happened, how she was able to make it?
Yeah, we asked her what happened, and she said that her cabin was flooding and someone opened a window and she just flew out of it.
The sudden rush of water reached this RV park, packed with campers.
Everybody on the level where the water is in right now, they were barely getting out with their pajamas on and their dogs. And their
Lorena Guillen said in the rush to wake people up, they could only watch helplessly as one family was swept away.
Just hearing those kids screaming, it was very, very difficult.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said no one anticipated the severity of the storm.
The moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision whether or not to begin evacuating people or not.
And despite deadly floods here in the past, there is no outdoor warning system here, no sirens that you will find in other parts of the state. Instead, they rely on forecasts and rely on predictions from the National Weather Service. Now, local officials have talked for several years about adding one of those systems, specifically back in 2017. They balked at the time because of the cost. Greg Abbott did mention yesterday that the state is going to look now at fixing that. And Errol, President Trump is expected to visit the area on Friday.
Yeah, wow, such an eye-opener for so many people. Jason, you got so many incredible stories from people there over the weekend. What are you seeing today?
You know what really stands out to me, and especially from this position here, Errol, is how you look around and away from the river. We're about 100 yards or so. It doesn't look like anything happened. The leaves are still on the trees, very different from when we would be in a hurricane zone or after a tornado or a fire. And yet when you get up close to the river in the impacted areas, it's unrecognizable. In some cases, I've had to ask people what was here because you can't tell. Everything has been washed away.
Just shows how quickly things can change and then revert back to normal. Jason Allen, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks so much. And the heavy rainfall that's been causing that catastrophic flooding in central Texas, it continues to be a threat today, with flood alerts in effect through this evening. And to the east, the remnants of what was once Tropical Storm Chantal is bringing the threat of flooding to parts of the mid-Atlantic. For more on your forecast, let's bring in meteorologist Scott Padgett with CBS News New York. Good morning, Scott.
All right, set a portion of the country, potential of more rain in the forecast. Looking at right now, the activity, satellite and radar showing, yes, still some more storms through parts of Kansas. Zooming our way down through parts of Texas, it has just been a devastating situation. Recovery efforts continuing and flood alerts still through parts of central Texas. More flooding rain cannot be ruled out. From there, turning our attention closer towards parts of was Chantal, continuing to work its way off towards the northeast, raining itself out through parts Virginia. So looking at that just a bit more, you can see making its way from the southwest to the north and east. Zooming our way down, flood alerts also in place. Flood watches through parts of Virginia, stretching through parts of the Delmarva Peninsula, even closer towards the tri-state area. So widening out the view a bit more, the other concern, the potential of severe weather. As we go through the day today, there is an enhanced risk of severe storms from South Dakota all the way down through parts of northeast Colorado. So, of course, the potential of strong to severe storms there. It is something we will continue to keep our eyes on and make you aware as we go through the remainder of the day today.
Oh, Scott, thank you very much.
Hearing the screams, because you couldn't see anything, it was pitch black. But hearing people screams, kids screaming, asking for help, cars were floating away with the lights on.
Absolute chaos. It's heartbreaking.
Probably trash and maybe resale shop.
Our neighbor, who's 92 years old, my parents pulled her out of the attic.
There's been some neighbors that have come that live close by, offering to help, offering food, whatever they can do. It's good to know.
We welcome you back to CBS Mornings as we continue our coverage of these devastating flash floods in central Texas. We are so thankful that two young boys are here today to talk about how they made it out of that area safely. Their 9-year-old Braden Davis and his 7-year-old brother Brock. They were attending Camp La Junta, that's near the Guadalupe River, when the raging floodwaters started to spread. Brock and Braden are at home in Houston. They're there with their mom. You see them there, Kelly Raybon. Kelly, Brock, and Braden, thank you guys for joining us this morning. This story is so heartbreaking. It's so good to hear a little bit of good news. Kelly, why don't you start us off? When did you realize there was a problem and that your sons were in danger? How'd you get the news?
So early that morning, I received a text from the camp that said that they'd flooded overnight, but everyone was okay, but they were out of power and cell service, and so stand by for more information. It was several hours later when we got another update that it just started to sound worse. And, meanwhile, I start searching as to seeing what's going on in the hill country, and it was far worse than I would have ever imagined. So, as a mama bear, immediately I'm like, I got to get in the car and go.
And I got to get there. Braden, as we all see, things were not okay. Take us to the moment when you realized you were in trouble. What was it like for you there?
Well, for me, the whole time, I didn't really know what was going on until people came into our cabin and the director, Scott, he told us that there was a flood, but to be honest, I didn't really know what was going on.
Wow. So Braden, there wasn't water in the cabin? Water never came into the cabin?
Not for me, but Brock, that's a whole nother story.
Brock, do you
Okay.
want to tell them?
Brock,
Yeah.
tell us what you saw and what you heard, because Braden said there was no water in the cabin. Clearly, you two weren't together. Tell us what was happening in your cabin.
Like when I woke up, I turned my flashlight on, and I think I saw water like outside, and then like we had to get on the rafters, and then and then a wall fall, and then my door like flew away.
Brock, that
So,
must have been very scary, Brock.
Was it scary?
No.
Oh. He had to climb from initially the bottom bunk to then the top bunk and then ultimately to the rafters to try to avoid the water. And at least as a mom, that sounds quite terrifying. I think he's still processing.
I know, Kelly. It's so interesting because I'm scared just listening to him. He goes, nope, it wasn't scary. Kelly, what can you tell us about? Go ahead.
He just graduated kindergarten, and so for an adult, I feel like that's terrifying. They had only been at camp for one full day at that point, so he didn't even know his cabin mates' names.
I did.
So yeah, it was definitely terrifying, and then couple that with being in the dark, I can't even imagine.
I know. Braden, were you frightened, Braden? What were you and your friends saying while all this was going on?
Well, when they were saying like cabin 6 was like in the middle of the flood, I was like, that's crazy because my little brother was in that cabin, and like I guess, Mom, I keep hearing on the news the river goes 26 feet, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's basically just flat ground. So imagine just water coming there, and the current is just rushing and rushing, and you have no idea what's going on. So I just imagine it for Brock. To be honest, I was more worried about Brock than myself.
Oh, I love that's what a big brother does. I love hearing that. Kelly, take us to what it was like for you, how you were reunited with your sons. How did that happen?
So, it wasn't until about 8 p.m. when we were reunited, and thankfully they were able to bring the boys to a church in Kerrville. But during the day, we're talking about a ton of boys in the heat with no power, and ultimately there was a National Guard drop with supplies at the camp. But we weren't getting very much information at all. So again, it was just super terrifying not knowing, but seeing them, I've never felt such a sense of joy and relief, while also bittersweet sadness.
Yes.
Because at that point I'd already heard about what was going on at some of the other places. And so, it's almost like you had this sense of survivor's guilt because you feel so much joy to see your children, but you still know that so many people are hurting and desperately looking for theirs.
I know, Kelly. I keep thinking about that too. And Mother Nature is no joke, and she reminds us time and time again. And I'm wondering, I would imagine you'll all hold each other extra tight today. But what is your bottom line message to the people who are watching this story? What do you want us to know?
Well, I think we're grateful for. Well, I think we're grateful for everyone's interest in this story. And I think we just need more prayers. Please just embrace this entire, there are kids from around the country that go to these camps. And so many are really hurting right now. And so we just ask that the entire country just really wrap us in your love and your prayers.
Yes, we can do that. As parents who send our kids to camp, we can all relate to this story on some level. Kelly, Raybon, we thank you. Braden and Brock, we're glad you guys are okay. Thank you guys for taking time with us this morning. We'll be right back.
So let's talk about how high XRP will go in 2025. This is an XRP price prediction video, but with a different twist. So the top 4 AI tools in the world are giving us an XRP price prediction for the end of 2020.
Let's count the smiles. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Common Sense Crypto channel. As with you always, this is Rich doing another video today on XRP. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day today, wherever you are in this great, great world. We're going to talk about XRP. And I got to start with this from XRP Insights. Just so you know, the U.S. Senate will debate whether cryptocurrencies like XRP belong in the category of securities or digital commodities on July 9th. Others to be witnesses, and Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse will be there. This is going to happen this week. I cannot wait to see the announcements coming from this, and this could be very bullish for XRP as well. Think about how they're going to separate crypto in the very near future with regulations coming. That's why meme coins will most likely be gone. Most of them. I think there's going to be a handful of meme coins still left with us as well. Probably Doge, probably Pepe, maybe a few others. Trump coin will probably still be with us. But for the most part, you're not going to have people creating coins and rug pulling one after another once regulations are in place. But this is going to solidify XRP as a utility token as well, if it has real world value and real world use case. Ripple unveils new accelerator to boost XRP ledger innovation in DeFi and AI. Like I said, AI is starting to pick up momentum on the XRP ledger. And that's because AI, it's not going to slow down. It's going to continue to grow out and build. And it's part of the 5th Industrial Revolution. Ripple announced on July 3rd a strategic collaboration with global fintech incubator Tenity to launch a new accelerator program designed to support entrepreneurs building on the XRP ledger, as the enterprise blockchain firm intensifies efforts to scale real-world blockchain solutions from Singapore. The XRP Ledger Accelerator, set to begin in September 2025, will run twice annually and back both startups and corporate innovation teams working on tokenization, institutional DeFi, and AI blockchain use cases. The 12-week hybrid program will offer up to $200,000 in non-equity funding, guidance from industry experts, and access to Ripple's ecosystem of investors and partners. But take notice what they're building out: tokenization, institutional DeFi, and AI. The XRP ledger is geared for institutional adoption. And that's why, as the institutions start pouring into this space, a lot of them are going to choose the XRP ledger over other networks. XRP just hit 1.6 million transactions in 24 hours, but the price barely moved. Here's what's really happening behind the scenes with the XRP Ledger network. XRP's network activity just spiked to a new milestone. This comes even as the price stays flat and buyers wait on the sidelines. High transaction volume means more people are using XRP for real things. It's not just speculation. This kind of activity usually hints at something bigger brewing. But there's a catch. The trading volume on exchanges hasn't budged. A ton of network activity with low spot volume can mean excitement is building, but no big money has moved in yet. Right now, XRP's price is stuck under two moving averages, $2.22 and $2.23. Until it breaks these levels, every rally might just fizzle out. But right now, XRP is still moving upward gradually. Technical charts show higher lows since June, forming a wedge. If buying picks up, that could mean a breakout is near, making things volatile fast. The real question is this rise in transactions because of new institutional players or just more settlement activity? If big players are back, that's a strong signal for the future. Now, I've seen other people saying that maybe all this volume is them stress testing the XRP ledger before something big goes live. We really don't know. But one thing I noticed is that whenever you see the volume pick up on the XRP ledger, usually within a few days, we start to see upward movement on the price of XRP. Will the same thing happen now? Nobody really knows until it happens. But people are always wondering, why is all this happening and no price movement? A lot of what is happening is announcements. And people think that because you get good news, that the price should move. It's just news. It's not real value. And with the transactions amping up, this could lead to real value. Matthew McDermott, global head of digital assets at Goldman Sachs, is focused on utility and tokenization. Take a listen.
The second part of the business is really driven around kind of tokenization and the use for kind of collateral mobility. And I think from a kind of traditional financial perspective, this is kind of one of the biggest opportunities we see. So if you think you've got kind of Donald Trump talking about the crypto capital of the world being the US, kind of what does that fundamentally mean? It means you're probably going to need a 24/7 marketplace. And so as people start to trade beyond the normal market kind of hours, this ability to tokenize treasuries, money market funds, and other asset classes becomes very key as you want to optimize your kind of margin allocation. And then there's just a lot more kind of utility in and around that. So tokenization has been a big kind of focus for us. We're working on a number of different projects. And even just this morning, we saw BlackRock obviously kind of filed to tokenize their 40 Act money market fund, which has about 150 billion outstanding. So as we think about our projects, one of which is in that space, really thinking about utility for kind of institutional use as it just starts to really scale, creates liquidity and sizable marketplaces.
And as all of this is happening, you got to ask yourself, if these institutions are all interested in tokenization and utility, BlackRock, tokenization, utility, JP Morgan cites tokenization, utility, where does that leave Bitcoin in the future? They're going to tokenize Bitcoin. That's a given. But where does the money flow into Bitcoin as this institutional adoption is happening? Because you could buy an asset and just hold on to it and hope it goes up in value, or you could invest in other assets and other networks that value is going to sit on, like the XRP ledger, XDC network, and so on. That's why I said XRP and the rest of these utility-driven cryptocurrencies, you're holding the future. You're holding what everybody is going to be looking at. And remember, Goldman Sachs was a co-investor of Ripple. They are already looking at the XRP ledger. If you're investing early on into Ripple and you know what they're building, you know what they're designing a cryptocurrency that's going to move value around the world, you're not going to go and create a Bitcoin treasury. If anything, you're going to create an XRP treasury. And this one was kind of shocking, but not so shocking. Student loans are the next big on-chain wave. Take a listen to this.
We want to bring student loans on chain because it's better, faster, cheaper.
Yeah.
And the size of the student loan market is $3 trillion. Now, if you take 10% of that and put it on chain, that basically quadruples our TVL today. I mean, so people are like, oh, $100 billion, TVL on DeFi, that's wonderful. And, we can grow from there. But a segment like student loans and bringing them on chain will blow everything out of the water. And then what happens? People start building other DeFi primitives and other sort of composability and other products on top of it. And that actually, we think, will be the engine of real growth in the space.
And that is coming as well. Everything, even including the debt, is going to end up on a blockchain. And it's going to become tokenized assets running across the blockchain. That's the future of everything. The real wealth doesn't lie in tokenized assets, but the protocols that settle them. XRP, XLM, and the ecosystems they power are the gateways to the new economy. Whoever controls these gateways will become the gatekeeper of the next financial era. And that's what it comes down to. It's not the value that people are creating. In other words, if they're tokenizing a Lamborghini, tokenizing gold, the real value is what's going to move that value. What network is handling all that value? And that's why I always told you, you are holding the future. When you're holding XRP, you're holding generational wealth. This is going to build generational wealth for you, no matter how much XRP you're holding right now. As long as you continue to hold it and build off of it, put it to work for you, you can build an empire around XRP. Because it's not just going to be billions of dollars, it's going to be trillions upon trillions of dollars moving across the XRP ledger year over year. Southeast Asia's largest bank places value on Ripple ahead of potential 2026 IPO. So DBS has placed an $11.3 billion valuation on Ripple ahead of an IPO that can possibly happen in 2026. But Brad Garlinghouse and Chris Larson, neither one of them look like they're interested in doing an IPO anytime soon. And I think this valuation is very low because I've seen other people saying that the valuation for Ripple should be around $100 billion right now. I would say even 20 billion is being way too conservative. I mean, look at what Ripple's doing, the nonstop growth and expansion around not only Ripple, but around XRP as well. You know, if Ripple ever does do an IPO, I'm sure it will benefit XRP holders. But why would you do an IPO if you're not in need of money? Ripple has enough in assets and money that they don't need to go public. Latest, ECB president warns stablecoins could trigger the privatization of money, urges global regulation before adoption accelerates. You know, the ECB doesn't want to give up power. That's what this comes down to. And now they're starting to see the shift. Even other countries that are part of the European Union, they don't want to have a central bank digital currency. They want to have their own stable coin. Everybody wants to have their own level playing field. That's what it comes down to. The US was the first to push away from a CBDC. Other countries in the world are taking note of that, and they no longer want a CBDC as well. First of all, how are you going to get people to adopt a central bank digital currency when they know that it's designed to control them? They could shut your money off. The money expires after a period of time. No more saving for a rainy day. No more saving money to build a business. Not all of that would be gone with a central bank digital currency. I think she's fighting a losing battle. This comes from Crypto BitLord. Strangely, I'm seeing rising XRP FUD coming from Bitcoin extremists this week. Imagine your bank uses XRP and you're trash talking it. It's all fun and games until we get on NASDAQ. You know, right now, I think the problem is the Bitcoin maxis. It was great while Ripple was tied up with the SEC, and there was a chance that XRP would be called a security. That they were happy about that because they never thought Ripple would win against the SEC, and they never thought that a judge would call XRP a non-security. But XRP is not a security today, and it's not going to be a security in the future. And now the momentum is already beginning for XRP, and they don't like it because they know XRP has the ability to take the #1 spot away from Bitcoin. And I see that happening in this run. A lot of other people are now saying the same thing. There's a good chance XRP flips Bitcoin's market cap. I'm telling you, you want to be holding XRP when that happens. And until it does happen, stay patient, stay positive, and let's get rich together. With that said, I'm going to wrap up this video. I want to thank you all for watching. I appreciate all of you. I'll see you.
To understand the world,
XRP 235x multiplier. Folks, this was the morning in XRP 235x multiplier. Folks, this was the morning inflows that we tracked already, but then they actually have doubled as I've been preparing this show for you guys this morning. You are not going to want to miss this update. I would please ask you to share this out far and wide to other people in the XRP community or new people to XRP so that they can understand how easy it's going to be for XRP to fly to new all-time highs and double digits and beyond. Now, we got to get started off here. I want to say, sorry, David. I did include David on his little dragon floaty for our thumbnail for today's video. I just had to. David, I'm sorry. I think it's actually a great picture of him. And I had to do it after David did the picture of him in the army get up. Maybe you guys recall that. I had to use that in the thumbnail a couple times. And for today's video, when David posted this picture, and I'll show you guys it right here, the signal that I took from it was XRP is ready to fly. David was on top of the dragon, getting ready to rock and roll here, right? Current status, this was July 5th, the day after the 4th of July. David on the dragon floaty. I did my own little decode, and I said, you know, I think that he's showing us that XRP is chilling right now. We're just floating, treading water, having a good time, but we're on the dragon, and we're getting ready to fly, and that's exactly what we're seeing this morning. So my apologies, David, for using this in the thumbnail, but I just had to. It's too good of a picture, David. You're looking great. Okay, let's rock and roll. Let's get right on into it. This is what we're talking about, folks. The market's recovery has been historic, and this is from a macro stock market perspective. The S&P 500 hit a record 55.7 trillion in market cap last week. This means that the S&P 500 has added 11.4 trillion since April's low. Nvidia alone has added 1.6 trillion in value, reaching a record 3.9 trillion. Year over year, the S&P 500's market cap has surged by 6.9 trillion or 14.6%. We just witnessed one of the fastest and largest rebounds in market history. Now, I'm going to showcase this with XRP and real data of the inflows. I don't have the inflows into the S&P 500, but I can unequivocally tell you that we did not see 6.9 trillion flow into the S&P 500. It was a much smaller amount. Now, these market cap multipliers are not as dramatic with the stock market and with assets that are already at 40, 50 trillion in market cap. But when you get an asset like XRP, which is below a $200 billion market cap, it's very easy to move these things, with just a few hundred million in inflows. And what I'm going to show you here today is that we're not just tracking a couple hundred million in inflows. We have now seen over $1 billion in inflows on just one exchange based out of Korea. I don't know what they know, right? But they are throwing money at XRP. And this is not leverage either. This is in the spot market. This is take my fiat Korean won and give me XRP, please. And give me a lot of it to the tune of $1.5 billion US. So folks, check it out. I wanted to show you this example of the stock market and the rally that it's had. And I wanted to comment here, the big headwind that we had facing us here in July, and what had me a little bit concerned, right? Because we'd made it out of the Middle East conflict. Hopefully, we continue to pray for peace. We had this big, beautiful bill passed. We have stablecoin legislation, market structure bill down the road. crypto week coming up next week. Everything's looking great. Nothing but tailwinds behind us. Ripple now filing for a trust charter. They filed for a master account with the Fed. We weren't even including those in our list of catalysts that push XRP higher. So we've added those. And the only headwind, and I noted this to my Discord group last week, as I said, guys, actually it was a couple weeks ago, I said, guys, the next event to mark on your calendar, mark on your chart, is the July 9th tariff deadline for the pause on the tariffs. And now we're hearing from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, that most of those will be extended out till August 1st. So they're not going to go, revert back to the tariffs that we had at the beginning of April that brought the market down to $1.60 for XRP, right? That big flush out. We're not going to go back to those levels. It sounds like Scott Bessent and President Trump, they're actually going to extend the deadline for countries that are willing to cooperate. Maybe they do hit some of these countries that haven't been, as active in negotiations with some tariffs. But this was the big headwind and cause for concern, catalyst that could pull the markets back down. But now that it looks like that's going to be extended out, we're all clear, right? That was the one headwind that we faced. It's not going to be a big one. And even if we do get some tariffs re-implemented back on some countries, we might see a small dip. And if we do get that dip, you already know what I'm going to be doing. But folks, check this out. This is absolutely massive. Chad Steingraber grabbing this data for us. And we got to give a huge shout to Chad because he's been on top of this one. This is on Upbit, and this is what he posted this morning. 551 million in net inflows. And he had retweeted me. I posted, XRP had popped up to 233 this morning. And Chad took that. He said, look at these inflows. Well, that was just the start. This is the volume on this Upbit Korean exchange surpassing 1.94 billion within the hour. Now, this is a couple hours ago, okay? So what I did next is we go to coinglass.com to check that, and it had actually surpassed 700 million. By the way, guys, we're not done. This more than doubled up since I grabbed this picture right here. But what I did is I took these inflows, right? 720 million inflows. This is great. But if you actually add it up, all of the net inflows in that hour, I'm going to scroll on down so I can show you guys over here. During that hour, which was about 6 a.m. on the West Coast, 9 a.m. Eastern, during that 1 hour period, we only saw 18 million of net inflows across all of the exchanges. So although all this more money was pouring in to Upbit, there was actually some exchanges that still had net outflows happening, right? So you got to take all of that together. And what we did is we saw 18 million of net inflows into XRP during that hour. And then I go to the XRP market cap chart, and we see 4.27 billion in market cap growth during this hour. Once again, 6 o'clock on the West Coast, that's 9 a.m. Eastern, this 1 hour candle, 4.27 billion of of market cap growth. So the way that we calculate the market cap multiplier is we head on over here to do the big numbers because, your calculator's not big enough to do this math. You take 4.27 billion, which is the market cap growth, and you divide it by the 18.11 million of net inflows. This gives us the 235x market cap multiplier, and help me, come up with the title of today's video, which is just straight pure data. I don't do clickbait. If this is hype, there's a reason why it's hype, because we're backing fundamental, technical analysis, and now real data from the order book, the inflows. And you bet your butt that we get hype about this. Are you kidding me? Because this exemplifies once again that it is not a one-to-one ratio for the market cap bros that can't get it through their thick skulls, that we do not need trillions of inflows into XRP for XRP to reach trillions of market cap. And trillions in market cap for XRP equates to $10, $20, and $30 XRP. And it's not going to take trillions in inflows to get us there, which is why we do get a little bit hype, why we do get a little bit excited. But it ain't clickbait. It's backed by hard data from the order book inflows. Either you can get tapped in with us or you can miss this life-changing opportunity. It's up to you. It's just hard data. That's all I'm showing you. I'm just showing you simple math. 4.27 billion divided by $18.11 million of inflows equals 235x in a multiplier. It is not one-to-one. It's not even freaking close. It's just hard data. I've been waiting for somebody to refute this. Nobody has been able to refute this, break this down, or show us where we're wrong. Now, it's not perfect. It doesn't showcase everything because it doesn't include futures. It doesn't include XRP Ledger DEX activity. So there is some things that aren't accounted for, but it gives you an idea. And it shows you very simply, based off of 18 million of inflows, we can grow the market cap by 4 billion. What happens when we get the 4 to 8 billion of inflows that JP Morgan's predicting? And if JP Morgan's predicting that for XRP, maybe, JP Morgan, they've been working against XRP and Ripple, it seems so, for years. That might be a conservative prediction. What happens when we get 10 to 20 billion of inflows into the XRP ETFs? We're talking about XRP's market cap growing by hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah. And we're talking about a double-digit XRP with ease. Lock in, please, because we weren't done. Chad just gave us another update, grabbing the data once again. We're now at 1.58 billion in net inflows in this past hour. So we're going to tally up. I'm going to probably do a follow-up video here later today to track the overall inflows from today and to see what happened on XRP's market cap growth. But this is just tremendous amount of inflows coming in. I mean, we've been tracking this since November, and I have not seen over 1.58 billion of inflows, like even total. Like we on the day that Trump tweeted XRP was going to be in the strategic reserve, I think that the inflows was like 40 million, 50. It wasn't even 100 million of inflows. So I don't know what's happening in Korea. I tagged X-Force Global, who is a new friend that we've made in the XRP community. He's from South Korea, and he responded to me and he says XRP still leads in trading volume on Korean exchanges, even during the market's ugliest days. And remember, nearly 20% of XRP's entire market cap is concentrated in Korea alone. The wild part, it's all spot, very little leverage. This means that all Koreans who own crypto most likely own XRP. They love XRP, and they're not picking up big leverage positions where they're going to get over leveraged and be forced to sell off. These are massive spot positions that they're accumulating right now. This is tremendous data. Once again, no clickbait. If it's hype, well, it's just backed by data. Sometimes the fundamentals, the technicals, and the data does get you a little excited, and for good reason. And it's being reflected on the XRP price chart right now. I feel bad for folks that just don't understand this and refuse to acknowledge the hard data that we are showing. Now, this is XRP just closed a weekly candle above the 20-week moving average for the first time in a long time. This could be the start of its next move higher, 100%. I've been talking about over the past week how we needed to flip 225. Why? Because that was the level that Cassie trades, which I'm about to show you her chart here next. She was saying that that's the next level of resistance. We need to flip it into support, and then we can move higher. I'm going to show you Cassie trades chart here next. Momentum is building. XRP's breakout is close. XRP is playing out beautifully here. Step by step, the structure is developing with classic bullish continuation signals. We've now seen multiple higher lows, followed by a reclaim of the 225 macro 382, which also marks the apex of the multi-month consolidation. That apex reclaim after a textbook fake out below is the kind of technical signal that tells us that sentiment has flipped and accumulation has completed. See guys, we closed one day off last week above 225. I think it was July 3rd. July 3rd, the day before the 4th, we closed off at 227. So we got one day above 225. But then July 4th, we were back down. Market was, volume was down over the weekend to be expected. And so, we kind of just hung out back below 225. But then I was tweeting out yesterday, Sunday, and I said, guys, watch, we pick back up. And if we get a weekly close above 225, that's a big deal, because that's not just, a daily close above it, a couple days closed above it. But if we get a weekly close above that 225, that's the signal that we're looking for, that we're flipping 225 into support and that we're ready to fly higher. So whether you want to look at the charts or whether you want to look at David Schwartz riding a dragon floaty, the signal was there. Whether you want to accept it or not, the signal was there, baby. Let's go. We're now just sitting below 230, our local resistance, and she posted this morning. We're now above 230. I'll show you the chart here in 1 second. Once this level breaks, the next likely targets are $2.69 and $3.04. Both major macro fibs. I don't expect these upper levels to behave like the 225 apex. Check this out, guys. They should flip quickly if the momentum is real. So this is a make or break moment. If it's real right now, we're going to be flipping these levels quickly. That's what I'll be watching for next. Price to break above one of these resistance and form support. If XRP is truly in the early stages of wave 3 of 3, then this is the moment where local ratios get broken and macro targets start becoming real. Wave 3 of 3 is typically the strongest and fastest wave in the cycle. The majority of the crowd catches on too late. Please do not let that be you. Please lock in. This is the moment. That's her chart. Let's flip to my chart, zoomed out on the weekly. Once again, weekly close above 225, looking fantastic. As I record this update, XRP's up to 233. Absolutely fantastic. And this 6 months of consolidation, what it did is it gave an opportunity for new entrants to accumulate bags. It shook out weak hands. It exposed some of these little pump and dump cabals in the XRP meme space. And really, it was actually healthy. People don't understand this, though. And I said yesterday, XRP history is in the making. And I get people responding back, what are you talking about? A few cents pump is not history in the making. Flipping 225 back into support is not history in the making. And no. The 6 months of consolidation at this level is history. Go back to the chart. 16 days closed above $3 in January. That was history. The flipping of back to above 225, setting us up for that next wave to a new all-time high, is history in the making. See, people are too zoomed in on the micro, the daily chart, to realize the bigger setup. When you actually zoom out, this is history in the making. We've already done it. 16 days closed above $3, 6 months of consolidation above $2. Never been done before in XRP's history. XRP going to a new all-time high. Obviously, that would be history in the making. The real ones see what's coming. The setup's absolutely beautiful. When you zoom out on your chart and you see what's happening. And like Cassie Trade says right here, if this truly is the wave 3 of 3, from an Elliott wave technical analysis standpoint, this is always the strongest, fastest, most aggressive move in the cycle. So for this XRP bull run that we're going through right now, this moment right now is potentially going to be the fastest and most aggressive move to the upside. Is it going to be the end of the bull run? No. But it's going to be the fastest and most aggressive. And what I worry about is that we go to new levels, and sure, we'll have a little bit of a pullback after XRP goes up to a new all-time high. I've talked about how we'll get a sell-off right before we hit $10. But the key part here is that after we make this wave 3 move, we come back down and settle. We won't be back at $2. We might be above $3. We might be at $4 or $5. And so for the new people that are trying to get in, they'll only be able to acquire half the bag that they would have been able to here at this level of $2. Folks, this is it right now. No clickbait, no nonsense, pure data in the order books, pure inflows coming in. Either you get on the ship or you watch from the sidelines, you watch from the shore. Either you get on your own dragon floaty with David Schwartz, or you sit on the beach pouting and you miss this opportunity. Choose wisely, please. Everything's at ZachRector.com. You guys come on back here later today. We're going to provide a full update again on these order book inflows because it's happening now. This is what I've been talking about. You want to see XR?
To understand the world.
Holy mother. XRP 1.5 billion in net inflows on Upbit. 174 billion, 158 billion. What is this? Upbit net inflows surpassing $720 million the last 1 hour. That's the reason why we got a bunch of beautiful, nice green candles. Upbit Korean Exchange XRP volume is going absolute berserker. 1.84 billion within the current hour. The next closest is Binance at 90 million in volume. The Koreans love XRP. XRP is gospel in Korea. I know that. Yeah, I've talked to many friends and they told me that Korea is a great place to trade, you know, especially XRP. They love that thing. They love that thing. Brad Garlinghouse. Oh, yes. I think this week he's speaking, right? Oh, bro, Wednesday, we're going to have tremendous fun. Brad Garlinghouse, I think he's speaking, right? Oh, man. You guys have to be here with us. I see you here on Wednesday. You love it. You love it. You love it. C130, don't sell your big future for a little bit profit today. 100%. Not financial advice, but I completely agree with you, bro. I completely agree with you. Yes. I do agree. Thank you, Josh. Will we have another big dip before we climb, possibly? Now everybody wants a dip. Now everybody wants a dip. How convenient. Guys, we've had some dips, and all of them don't relate at all to XRP. One was the feud between Trump and Elon Musk. The other one was the strike, Midnight Hammer, right? That was the other one. And a previous one was something related to tariffs. Like, they all have nothing to do with crypto. It just goes down because people panic and sell and they cry about it. But we keep buying those dips no matter what. Never, ever stop doing so. That's what I believe in. Because then, believe me, guys, we are going to have like having this type of positions, 30%, you get comfy. That's an 8x. But on BTCC, you can go all the way to 500x. I open it at 222. Now it's 232, which is very neat. So join me, the first link down below, and start trading, buddy. The way it is. Labo in the house. Welcome, buddy. You can tell that wait a second. Upbit South Korean exchange just went crazy with a nice volume, right? And it just happens to be that President Trump imposing 25% on Japan and South Korea. I think I understand what's going on a little bit. South Korea could mean something. Okay, I get it. Could be that instead of holding their currency, they're now holding XRP. You feel me? Okay. It's just an idea. This happens to be South Korea. And South Korea, they love XRP. I know that. They love trading. Oh, look. Carlos is speaking about this guy. What? Oh, boy, they're going crazy about it. They really do. She's about to speak, guys, so get ready. She's about to speak. Like I told you, it's going to be mostly about what happened in Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. I want to start by addressing the devastation from the tragic flash floods in Texas. Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide every assistance available. The situation on the ground remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements. Tonight, President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the president will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the president will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met the once-in-a-generation moment and codified the Make America Great Again agenda into law. After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured his trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat, not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president. So we're glad you finally have a seat today, Brian. Go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much. I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. I want to comment on that again.
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false. And it's just sad that people are pushing these lies.
Can I just get one more?
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me. And as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do. And if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration abused this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further. Thank you, Brian. Megan.
Secretary Bessent said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea, but if any other major U.S. trading partners are getting letters today.
Sure, yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The president will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social. So you can enjoy them yourself.
There you go for tomorrow. I mean, for Wednesday.
About the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Oh, this is
Just
big.
wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire proposal that Israel supports that was sent to Hamas, and we hope that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind. So that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the president of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that. And these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st.
Go ahead. Thank you so much. You said it, and the president said it many times. You want to see an end to the war in Gaza.
Get ready for Wednesday.
Guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end, because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And how do you see the next day? What the next day in Gaza will look like?
Look, right now the president is focused on today and to get the Hamas to agree to this ceasefire. I don't want to comment on the details of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
Kristen. Two questions. Thank you, Caroline. Sure. The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA, given what officials have said is their critical role on the ground now in Texas?
Look, the president wants to ensure American citizens always have what they need during times of need. Whether that assistance comes from states or the federal government, that's a policy discussion that will continue. And the president has always said he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOGE, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies. The San Antonio office was operating with 11 forecasters. And as Brian said, the union themselves said that there was adequate staffing. So I think those words speak for themselves and the numbers speak for themselves. This was a once in a century flash flood, a tragic natural disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more, hold on, one more.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. Comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night, just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox
I've
News.
got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago, I said the president thought maybe an Iran deal was not necessary, but of course the president is always interested in peace and diplomacy. That remains true, and the administration continues to be in contact both directly and indirectly with the Iranians on the deal.
On tariffs, you're now delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. Is that an acknowledgement that perhaps the administration found it more difficult to negotiate these trade deals, or whatever happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
Thanks, my
No, it's an
Josh.
acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests. Josh.
A couple more on the tariffs. You said about 12 more letters. There were about 55 or so countries, including the EU as a bloc, that were facing this tariff increase. All of those, to understand it correctly, are now deferred to August 1st, right?
Correct.
On the 12, what happens with the remaining, whatever it would be, 40
So
something?
just 12 today. There will be additional letters in the coming days.
We're going to get a letter at some point.
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me why he decided to start with South Korea and Japan? Are they annoying him?
It's the president's prerogative, and those are the countries he chose.
Sectoral tariffs, it's our understanding that these continue to be a separate track. We're still waiting on a bunch of those.
That's
Can you
right.
give us any timing update on when he's going to move on, for instance, semiconductor tariffs and other things that are still in the hopper?
I don't have a timing update, but for where they are in the process, I would defer you to the Department of Commerce.
We expect deals finally as well. He announced his Vietnam deal. Are you close on any other countries?
The president and the administration, yes, we are close. But again, the president wants to ensure these are the best deals possible. And I would add just one more thing on trade and tariffs to wrap it up. Look at the extensive work this president has put into cutting these good deals and doing what's right for the American worker. He is literally looking at the map and looking at every country on the planet and seeing where they are ripping off the American people, seeing where they have hollowed out our industrial base, seeing where our jobs have gone to other countries overseas because of their tariff policies. And he's trying to correct that. So this is decades of bad trade policy that has led to a deficit that is ravaging our country, that is ravaging our middle class. And the president is taking a very deliberate approach to correcting this wrong of many decades, of many past presidents. And so I think he should be commended for the time and the effort that he is putting into this. And the fact that he has announced a framework with China, a trade deal with the United Kingdom, a trade deal with Vietnam, and many others to come in just a matter of 6 months is truly historic. And it's a testament to this president and his trade team who are working around the clock to get this done. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions on Iran. What's the permanent deal with Iran looks like for the president, and what issues related to Iran should it cover? And secondly, has the president seen the interview with Iranian president, which he says that the United States president, Mr. Trump, is capable enough to guide the regions toward the peace and brighter future, and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict? Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think it's true that the president is the right man for the job to move the direction, this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction. Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Great.
Sure. And then in front of you.
Couple questions for you. First,
Y'all need name tag signs.
First question on the flooding in Texas. I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours. So while many people were likely sleeping, can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping, because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of flash flooding. 6:22 p.m. July 3rd, National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning, highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Caryville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
Question on education funding
Go
for
ahead.
states
Thank you
and
very much.
local
I appreciate it,
districts.
Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
Also, a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Hi, Caroline. Thank you. Ahead of
And then you
the,
can go too, since you're so eager.
ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, you're putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a rebuilding of Gaza once this war is over. This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings, and the president has a big heart. He wants this to be a prosperous, safe part of the region where people and families can thrive, and there will be a need for a real rebuilding effort when the time comes. But right now we need to end this war, and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight.
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE, Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that? And do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump
Sure.
already saw the letter the Colombian president Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires in Colombia. Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics.
I love how excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go out.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from to avoid being subject to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On illegal immigrants, Registrar Tom Homan told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 illegal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to hire additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place because of their efforts. And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work that they are already doing. And I think every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you, Caroline.
Just
So much.
Raquel, and then I can go to you.
So much.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question.
So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
As promised, yes. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, he's talking about now the ceasefire, but does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump," for the aid and for the meals that they have received, because the previous administration never did that for some reason. But this president, again, wants to see peace and stability in the region. So as I outlined previously, he views this part of the region as having a real chance at being peaceful and prosperous. But again, we need to end this war. We need to get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian University. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians? Was that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight related to the region and just the entire world. So this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact that this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letters seriously because they have taken the president seriously. And that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all will continue to see these letters released on the President's Truth Social. And we will see you all later. Thank you, guys.
Hey everybody, what's up? What's up? So now we have a better idea why we could have pumped right earlier today. We just listened to Caroline, press secretary, of course, some Trump news and the latest as far as Texas and many other different things, including tariffs, which is something that it does concern, the crypto and stock market. But I think the biggest big news that we have today is going to be from Brad Garlinghouse, that he is going to be speaking on Wednesday on the need for passing crypto market structure legislation. Thank you to the banking GOP, Chairman Senator Tim Scott, Senator Lumens, Ruben Gallego, and leaders of the Subcommittee of Digital Assets. Your leadership, both with the hearing and over the years, championing the crypto industry, has been critical to get us to the point that we have right now. So constructive crypto market structure legislation in the United States is obviously very important. So he's going to be there, and we'll be watching XRP Boss on Wednesday. I think it's going to be early, so make sure you drop a like and subscribe and turn on those notification bells so you never ever miss an update. I wanted to do this, guys, and I'm very happy I did, because there's obviously opportunities to come in. Some people in the chat were like, I want to dip. I want to dip. Well, comes to show that it's going to be a nice pump and dump type of day, as now that we all know what's going on, some people decide to take profits and keep trading yet again and again. So it happens, right? It happens. Now, I want to remind you guys to come and join me on BTCC or BitUnex. Links down below where you can start trading, make your accounts, and make some money as we have done it in the past. And I think it really makes sense. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of great genius that, and you know that long term we're going to be fine. When you see XRP close to 2 or 210 or so, and there's big things ahead, as many of the things are proving, right? Solana just delayed again. He's watching. Woo! The boss. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. Oh boy. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Hey, that's good, you know. That's good. That's good. Joe. Those who don't know what just happened, Brad just liked this. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice. He knows. He knows. Thank you, Brad. We'll be there for you guys. We'll be there for you, Brad. Appreciate it. He's a great guy. I really want to meet him. So I know that we're definitely not wasting our time, you know, when it comes to crypto, guys. We're not wasting our time when it comes to crypto. That's it. My fam, my audience, subscribers, my moderators and members. I hope you liked it. That was good. Later this week, Trump will go down to Texas, of course, and Wednesday and tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a big one too, for more tariffs and conversations. Just it's going to be one of those big weeks. So enjoy. Join me on BTCC. I just want to give you the link once again. Once you click, you're going to join to this page, and you're going to be able to, you know, click, sign up, start watching the few videos that I have for you, so you can get some opportunities for trading and making some great money with a no KYC exchange. All right? Just wanted to remind you once again. But guys, I'm excited. I'm excited. Oscar did it, bro. The CEO of Ripple literally liked your tweet. Yes. If Brad noticed, then let's spread the channel furthermore. Thank you, JB. He's keeping an eye on you, Oscar. Oscar is starstruck. I know. I was like, oh, wow. I mean, he likes, I mean, if I like something, it's because I like kind of like the post. I don't really, like, you might look at who did it, but who knows, right? It's good that we are on the radar now. It's right there. So it's pretty good. Guys, please take care. Be safe. I'll keep you in the know. And Wednesday should be really good. I may make a video later today just so everybody is on the same page, right? But yeah, be safe, guys. Take care. Thank you, Chipper. Thank you, everybody. Links down below. Join us on Discord, Telegram. We got a bunch of groups right there. Do your due diligence. Do your research. And yeah, I think 1 hour actually really well used. So thank you guys. Be safe. Love you all. See you soon. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one. Time to have something to eat because I'm hungry. The man himself, it's eyeing you. I know, right? So crazy. It's cool. Cool. I mean, if he follows me, I'm going to lose it, bro. But anyway, take it easy, guys. Peace.
Listen, a lot of people across X and other social media platforms have been extremely bullish on XRP because of its latest pump. And listen, we have every right to celebrate during this time. However, I am seeing a ton of signs that this pump is not going to be lasting for a very long time. And so that is why I am making today's video. It's to urge caution. And yes, I could be completely wrong what I'm going to say, but I'm going to provide you guys with all of the facts in today's video that you can make up your mind on what you think based off of all of the information that is out there on the markets, technical indicators, all of that. So with that being said, I first want to talk about why are people extremely bullish? Why is XRP's price breaking out? Why are we hitting these awesome numbers and hitting 234, which of course is awesome considering that right now XRP is actually diverging from Bitcoin, which is a pretty solid sign. It's a sign that XRP has a life of its own and it can actually hit new numbers while Bitcoin is actually tracing back. And not very many cryptocurrencies can do that, but XRP has proven time and time again to be one of the only. So some people are saying XRP season is finally here. XRP could finally be diverging from Bitcoin and hitting new all-time highs and all sorts of other statements. And I really wanted to boil it all down, get to the nitty-gritty details, the actual facts of the situation, so that we can make an informed decision based off of all of this. And this is exactly what I'm doing right now. So with that being said, XRP broke out of a specific pattern, this kind of wedge that was forming here. And some people are saying, okay, now that XRP has done this, it could probably go ahead and hit new all-time highs like it did back in January and early Feb, whatever, right? And yeah, that is indeed possible. It is a possibility. Anything is possible in cryptocurrency. I want to point that out and be very clear. Now, it is also indeed possible that this is whale manipulation to try and form a bull trap. And I will go ahead and give some supporting arguments for both sides because I do think both are plausible. I just think one is more likely. And I think the bull trap right now is more likely for a few different reasons. Now, other people are looking at certain events that are happening right now, which are extremely bullish. One being Hidden Road. This is actually trending right now on X, which is not easy to do. It's one of the top trending subjects that is circulating around the platform. And people are very bullish on this because at Apex 2025, we saw Brad Garlinghouse, David Schwartz, Monica Long, and other key members at the Ripple team make some pretty crazy statements regarding XRP, RLUSD, and Hidden Road and what they're going to be doing with it. You can see Ripple's stablecoin RLUSD will be accepted as collateral for all services at Hidden Road. RLUSD is the first stablecoin enabling efficient, large-scale cross-margin trading between virtual assets and traditional markets with 24/7 year-round availability. Monica Long, president of Ripple, remarked, within just a few months, RLUSD's market capitalization has approached $400 million. The next stage of stablecoin adoption is usability, and RLUSD is designed for practical use. David Schwartz said, the XRP ledger is a mainnet for finance, adding, in particular in Q2, the EVM sidechain mainnet will launch to further drive ecosystem growth. This is a massive updates for the XRP ecosystem, obviously. I mean, Hidden Road, we already know processes billions of dollars in transactions, and now they're saying RLUSD is going to be the rails in which this all happens. And yes, this is indeed going to be fantastic for XRP because this is going to be powered by the XRP ledger. XRP is going to be the gas token for that all to be happening. Everyone who is going to be using Hidden Road will also need to be using, XRP. So overall, incredibly cool application of crypto technology, and it's going to be showing the entire world just how efficient this can really be. And I want to be very clear, I'm super bullish on this, but this is not happening right now. So a lot of the hype that people are buying into based off of all of these statements is, it's not very long term, right? We're just talking about short term hype based off of the news, kind of like a buy the news, sell the rumor type event, right? Which once again is something that we see large elitist whales, institutions use to basically grab liquidity from the markets and liquidate a bunch of people during specific key moments in time. I bet you a lot of people are going to continue to go long right now. And yes, it is possible that we break some new, highs here on the weekly charts, all that wonderful stuff. That's great. But listen, we got to show you guys what's happening right now. We can see that the S&P 500 losses are accelerating to 0.5% on the day, putting the index on track for its largest daily loss since June 17th. Now, I want to preface this by just telling you guys that every single time that the S&P 500 has started to accelerate in terms of its daily losses, we have seen this translate over to the crypto market. We've seen this happen, translate over to Bitcoin losses, XRP losses, Solana losses. And so what I'm starting to believe is this little XRP pump that we're experiencing right now is something that's going to be very short term. Maybe it'll last today, maybe even a little bit into tomorrow, but I do believe we're going to see a very large correction following a couple of days from now. Now, somebody who's kind of joined and echoed this is CZ Binance, saying that if you want to get rich quick, don't touch cryptocurrency, which is a pretty funny thing to say. And then we also have some other pretty big black swan events that are happening right now, where President Trump has been threatening additional 10% tariffs on any country aligning themselves with anti-American policies of BRICS. So the trade wars are most definitely not over. Even the conflict between Elon Musk and the U.S. government is far from over. Elon Musk recently went out and called Treasury Secretary Basant a George Soros stooge who can't do math, right? And so we're seeing, basically battles on the big stage that will have effects on the economy, trade wars, which will have effects on, trading in general. And then, of course, certain influential figures in crypto saying, hold your horses, guys. Don't go too crazy too early. And so, yeah, listen, anything is possible in the world of cryptocurrency. We've made that abundantly clear over the last few months. And it is also entirely possible that XRP pushes higher. It goes to 235, 236. But when we actually look at some of the strongest technical indicators that exist, right? Like the stochastic RSI, for example, right? An extremely powerful buy/sell, overbought/oversold indicator that gives us a good idea of where the market is likely to be headed, right? You can see it's very clearly been overbought for an extended period of time, right? On the daily charts. Okay, so that is something of slight concern. Previous times when we've been overbought, it's been followed by pretty fast corrections. You can see right here, pretty fast correction right over here. Yes, we were overbought for a good amount of time, and yes, we did see some positive price action while we were overbought, but eventually we of course trended back down. Right here, once again, we trended back down. Right here, once again, we trended back down, right? And so that's where we're at right now. We're overbought right here, but that's not the only thing that I'm looking at. I want to make that very clear. I'm also looking at the FBB. And what I'm seeing is on the 15-minute, we're actually very close to, if not touching, this top resistance line very consistently. And I want to point this out again. Historically, most of the times that we break or go up above the top resistance line, we also start to see some pretty large corrections. You can see, there's some examples right here. We go down. Right here, we go down. And it happens like clockwork, guys. So I'm just saying, if you're a betting man, it happened right here, we go down, right? It happened right here, we go down. So if you're a betting man, right? You want to look at these signs, right? And I love XRP. I think XRP is going to do amazing things. I just don't think the time is right now. The geopolitical conditions, the Federal Reserve's interest rate conditions, all of these things are not really aligning with the fact that we could have a huge swarm of liquidity coming in, right? This to me looks like a very short term move. And my thesis is that whales are going to use this to try and bait people in to try and liquidate a lot of long positions so that we can get a very aggressive move down so that they can get a really nice low entry. And I'm going to be prepared for that lower entry. And so yeah, I mean, if you're a betting man, I showed you the signs. Now, I want to be very clear. I'm just talking about futures trading when I'm referring to all of this. I do think, just holding your XRP long-term holdings right now, to me, is an amazing idea. That's what I am doing anyways. So that's what I'm leading with. Like my general spot holdings, I'm holding those. I'm not touching those. I'm actually acquiring more daily still. But when it comes to futures trading specifically, this is what I'm referring to, leveraged futures trading. I do think that there are some red flags here, which, frankly, I just need to speak about because, this is what I do. This is how I make, a lot of money in the crypto space, is trading futures. So yeah, that's essentially what I'm looking at here. I do think that we're going to see a move down to around 219, which is not too far down from where we are right now. And so I do have trigger orders set at a bunch of different levels in order to capitalize on that move when it does happen. And listen, I want to make it very clear, there have been examples where we've been overbought for an extended period of time. And, one other example is back here in April. What you can see is in April, we got overbought on the 12th of April right here after a nice, green day, 7% up. And, we kind of moved sideways for a bit. And then we had a nice other big juicy green candle right here. We went up again, another 6%, and we're still overbought. We moved up one more time right here. At peak on this day, we're up 4%. And then eventually we started to move down. But the thing is, from this point of being oversold right here to this point of being oversold right here, we hit a much higher low. I mean, like the bottom right here was 161 and the bottom right here was like $2.10, right? So, I think this is what we're actually starting to do, right? And so I want to make this very clear. I think we're starting to hit higher lows and higher highs when we look at the charts here. I think we're not going to hit a low. Excuse me. I don't think we're going to hit a low of 190 again by any means. I think, it might be a low of like 219 or 212, somewhere around there, right? And then we're going to move up higher again. And I think that's a great sign. I think, we're going to continue trending up because global liquidity is rising because Europe and all these other countries are lowering their interest rates and printing money, like China is too. Even like other developed nations like Korea, Japan, you name it. Like they're all doing this right now. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I think that that's something that we should all be really laser focused on. And so that's what I'm going to be doing exactly inside of Crypto Crusaders, my group. We're going to be taking advantage of these movements because just because we might have a correction within the next few days does not mean that there's not going to be a ton of opportunities in the markets, right? Every single correction is a huge opportunity. I want to make that very clear. We need to change our mentality around that, thinking, oh, red days are bad. Ooh, boo hoo. No, they're amazing when it comes to futures trading. That's where I make all of my money. That's where I make all of it. Is on those red days. I buy on those red days, right? It's amazing opportunities. So listen, if you just want to get access to my trades, you want to see exactly what I'm doing, you want to see every entry, every exit, every thought I have on the market, I posted all in my Discord group and my Telegram. So you can join into them by just signing up to one of my 2 partnered exchanges, clicking the links here, depositing and submitting your email and exchange user ID. You follow those 3 steps, you get in. Well, you have access now to every single thing that I'm doing in the markets whenever I do it. And guess what? It's free. So you have no excuse not to do it. Please note, nothing I say in these videos is financial advice. I'm just sharing my personal opinion, my thoughts on the market with you wonderful people using all of these wonderful indicators and all these great pieces of news. And with that being said, hit the like and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. Check out Crypto Crusaders down below. I'll see you guys in the Discord, Telegram. Peace out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Today's broadcast is on July 7th. It's a lovely Monday, except we have some pretty shocking, pretty startling, very frankly depressing news. This is the biggest news in the nation today. We have a bombshell report coming out of Axios regarding the current state of the Jeffrey Epstein case. According to them, the DOJ and the FBI have both concluded that, guess what? There is no client list. The client list, all of the people that Jeffrey Epstein were and Ghislaine Maxwell were trafficking these people to, these really unfortunate individuals, it was nobody, actually. There is no client list. The client list has gone missing, or it's inconsequential, or it doesn't matter. Meaning the case is now over. At least that's what they want. At least that's what they are pushing right now. We also, coming out of the FBI, actually coming out of the DOJ specifically, we also have a new 10-hour-long video, 10 hours of raw, unedited footage directly from the DOJ from outside of Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell, meant to show that no one went in or out of that prison cell during the time that Jeffrey Epstein died. However, there's a little bit of an issue with this footage that they have released yesterday afternoon, and we're going to break all of that down. This footage is not what it seems. They're trying to push a certain narrative, the DOJ. They're trying to push a narrative here. They're trying to deceive people. We're going to break down the implication of this 10-hour-long piece of unedited footage that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that nobody was going in and out of that cell. We're going to talk about that because there's a little bit more going on here. They're also, like we just said a moment ago, trying to push the narrative that the client list is gone. The client list, doesn't matter. There is no client list. Okay, we're going to break all that down too. So first, we are going to read through, we're going to kick today's broadcast off by reading through this bombshell Axios report, which is reporting from the DOJ and the FBI. And then we're going to break down this entire situation step by step. We're going to hear what everybody has to say about this, because this entire situation is freaking nuts. So, folks, thank you all very much for tuning in today. Everybody say, hey, thank you all. It's going to be a good Monday, other than, of course, this news. Let's get into the show, guys. So this is the bombshell report that everybody around the nation, really everybody around the world, is talking about right now, coming out of Axios. Exclusive, the DOJ and the FBI conclude that Jeffrey Epstein had, quote, no client list and that he died by suicide. We are going together to read through this entire situation. President Trump's Justice Department and FBI have concluded that they have no evidence at all, that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier, can I zoom in a little bit? No, it's fine. Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures. There's no evidence at all that he was blackmailing powerful figures, according to the Justice Department and the FBI, or that he kept a client list, or that he was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. Guys, no client list. This was not a part of a blackmail ring. He wasn't trying to blackmail anybody. And he was not murdered. That is the narrative that they are trying to push right now. Let's keep reading. The administration is releasing a video in both raw and enhanced versions that it says indicates no one entered the area of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night he died. Okay, folks, I just want to show you what that looks like real quick, because we're going to talk about that a lot. Okay, we have a video. Like they said, we have a 10-hour-long video, and also we have a condensed video. We have effectively 10 hours of footage of this point of view, this angle from inside of the prison that Jeffrey Epstein was being held. Now, here's the deal. There is something very, very manipulative and deceptive going on with this video footage that has been released by the DOJ. We're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. This footage is not what it seems. Okay, we're going to break this down. Let's continue reading first, though. The video supports a medical examiner's finding that Epstein died by suicide. The two-page memo claims why it matters. The findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theorists about Epstein's activities and his death, theories that had been pushed by the FBI's top two officials before Trump appointed them to the Bureau. You all might remember, we're going to talk about this as well today. Dan Bongino, FBI deputy director, and also FBI director Kash Patel, for years now, have both been publicly saying that this situation is rotten. Something went on here. There's a cover up. There's a lot of big names involved. We're going to talk about some of those names today, folks. Stand by. This is a cover up. That's before they got assigned with this case. Now they're actually the ones personally handling it. And the narrative has shifted a little bit. Now, all of a sudden, there is no client list. He did not kill himself, and there was no blackmail at all whatsoever. Let's keep reading here. Things are changing here. The narrative is shifting. As social media influencers and activists, Kash Patel, now the FBI director, and Dan Bongino, now deputy director, were among those in the MAGA world who questioned the official narrative of how Jeffrey Epstein had died. Patel and Bongino have since said that Epstein killed himself. They came out about a month ago. Bongino and Patel came out about a month ago. They had an interview with Fox News. We're going to watch that today. They said this was not a suicide. I'm sorry, this was not a murder. This was a suicide. He killed himself. There's no conspiracy here, folks. He took his own life in that prison cell. Nobody went in or out. I've seen the footage. We're going to break all this down. Keep on reading here. But it has become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, and business leaders, and that someone killed him to conceal them. Well, listen, despite us not having a client list, and despite them saying that there is no client list, we already know he had clients. Prince, whatever his name is, from the British royal family, Prince Andrew from the British royal family, he was a client. We know that. So we know there was at least one client, Prince Andrew of the British royal family. So I'm just kind of unpackaging all this in my own head right now. According to the narrative that they are pushing right now, Epstein actually only had one client. It was Prince Andrew of the British royal family, and that's it. And there were no other clients. It was only one client. That is what they expect us to believe, because that's the one client we know for a fact. So then what they expect us to believe right now is that there's no client list and that Jeffrey Epstein operated an underage child sex trafficking ring for over a decade with only one client, Prince Andrew. Really? Seriously? Yeah, okay. We're going to keep on reading here. I don't know about that one, man. Patel and Bongino have said that Epstein killed himself, but it has become an art. Okay, so we read that. The memo says no one else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. No one else involved in the case will be charged, according to this DOJ FBI joint memo. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is serving 20-year prison sentence for child sex trafficking and related offenses. Now, folks, this is something I posted on Twitter yesterday. If you're not following on Twitter, make sure to follow right. There's a link to it. I said, reminder that Jeffrey Epstein's number one accomplice, his business partner, his partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, received five different federal convictions here in America and a 20-year prison sentence for sex trafficking minors. Who, you might ask, did she sex traffic these minors to? Nobody. No one. Because there's no client list. The client list doesn't exist. So then what exactly is Jeffrey Epstein guilty of? What did he do? Why did he do it? Who did Ghislaine Maxwell traffic these minors to in the first place? Because we know she was sex trafficking minors. We convicted her 5 times. She's in prison right now for 20 years. Who did she traffic them to? Who were the patrons of her illicit business? Nobody. Nobody. This is insane. Do they really expect us to believe this? This is nuts. Let's keep on reading. According to the memo, investigators examined footage of Epstein's Manhattan prison cell between 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019, where Epstein was locked in his cell around 6:30 a.m. the next day, where he was found unresponsive. The footage was reviewed by Axios, but couldn't be verified independently, showed no one entering the area. The administration said, folks, we got the footage. We're going to take a look at that footage. We're going to do it today on this very broadcast. Like I said, stand by for that, because this footage is not what it seems. This footage is a deception, and I'm going to explain why here pretty soon. We'll get to it in a minute. The FBI, quote, the FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability. says the memo from the DOJ and the FBI. Investigators found, quote, no incriminating client list. Important. I want to pick this apart word for word. Quote, no incriminating. And by the way, this is the memo. We have the memo. This is what it looks like. It's a 2-page memo from the FBI and the DOJ. It's a joint. Okay. In the memo, it says, quote, no incriminating client list. Okay, so what does that mean? That means there is a client list. That means that there is, in fact, a client list, but that they have deemed it to be non-incriminating, which means that they're not going to show it to us. So really, here's where we're at. They have a client list. There is a client list, but they've determined that it is non-incriminating. There are a bunch of names, but they're not going to show us because they have taken it upon themselves to determine that nobody's guilty. So it doesn't matter. There's no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Really? Really, is that right? Then why did he spend years collecting tapes? Remember this? In 2019, the FBI raided Epstein's home in New York City and discovered hidden safes with computer disks and stashes of VHS video footage. Remember that? Remember this? And by the way, this is in his New York City penthouse. They found the same exact thing. Cameras everywhere, cassette tapes everywhere, videotapes everywhere, VHS, and also DVD recordings on his private island, as well as his New York City penthouse. So why again, real quick, why again is he collecting all this footage? Why does he have cameras everywhere on all of his properties, on all of his estates? Why is he recording everything for decades? Why does he have decades worth of footage? You know, now everybody says, yeah, I've got a home security camera. Everybody has a Blink camera these days, home security. Listen, Jeffrey Epstein was doing this in 2003. Listen, how many people had security cameras set up in every single room of their house, in the closet, in the bathrooms, on every single one of his properties in 2003 and 2004, 5, 6? Really? Okay. Investigators found no incriminating client list. So this is that memo. Zoom out. As MAGA influencers, Patel and Bongino had been amongst the loudest voices touting Epstein conspiracy theories. True. Yes, they were. In fact, we're going to take a look at some of that. Since joining the government as Trump appointees, they've been more measured in talking about the Epstein investigation, and they've thrown cold water on the notion that he was murdered. He killed himself, Bongino said in May on Fox News. We're going to look at that interview today. We're going to play that. I've seen the whole file, he says. MAGA's media universe and some of its voices on Capitol Hill have expressed frustration with Trump, with the Trump administration's handling. Are you frustrated? Everybody here's a Trump voter, I think. We all love Donald Trump. Are you frustrated? I'll be the first. I'm going to type yes in the chat. Yeah, this is frustrating. Yes. In fact, if you're not frustrated yet, there's some other stuff I've got to show you guys today. If you're not frustrated yet, you will be. Give it 20 minutes. Stick around for today's show. You will be if you're not yet. Let's keep on reading. We have a lot to talk about today. People are frustrated in the MAGA universe because of the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein case since February, when DOJ released a tranche of Epstein-related files that were already publicly available. They did that. We're going to talk about that. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment, said Rep. Anna Paulina Luna. She's a Republican from Florida. Get the information we asked for, she says. She's a Republican rep from Florida. Yeah, I agree. I agree. When Elon Musk had a falling out with Trump last month, Musk accused the president of being, quote, in the Epstein files. Okay, quickly we'll break this down. We have known, okay, this actually ties together. We have known that President Trump's name is technically in the Epstein files. We have known this since February. They just said in February, they released a bunch of files that were already publicly available. In these files that Trump himself released in February that were also already publicly available anyway, that's why that was so frustrating. President Trump's name is in the Epstein files. Here's the problem with Epstein, okay? Epstein for decades, he genuinely was a successful, charismatic, celebrity socialite. He was clicked in. He was part of the clique. He was going to parties. He was meeting with people. He was making business deals. He was funding all different types of universities and research and political campaigns. Epstein was clicked in. That's why he was so good, if you can call it that, at performing his job of what was his job? Harvesting blackmail on the rich and wealthy of this country. Which now the DOJ and the FBI is denying. There's no blackmail, no sign of blackmail. We all know that's a load of baloney. We're going to break that down. But listen, Jeffrey Epstein was clicked in. People forget this. They're talking about President Trump's relation to Epstein. Trump is in the Epstein files. Listen, President Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from all of his properties in 1996 before Jeffrey Epstein had any criminal convictions, a decade before Epstein was ever criminally convicted for anything. Donald Trump, 10 years before Epstein was guilty of anything, Trump determined, he said, man, this guy's a freak. This guy is a freaking weirdo. I don't want this guy anywhere near me. Trump determined that on his own a decade before Epstein had before any of this stuff was public at all. Okay? So people trying to say, oh, Trump is guilty of something. Listen, Trump got rid of Epstein. Trump kicked this freak loose a decade before anybody in the country even knew who Epstein was. Let's keep on moving here. Do not forget that. Do not get that part twisted. Now, still, the questions about Trump's name is in the government's Epstein files have persisted because they had been acquaintances who attended the same parties in the 90s. Yeah, that is true. And went to a lot of parties. In a 2017 interview with Michael Wolff, Epstein even claimed at one point he was Trump's closest friend, according to Epstein. According to Epstein. Trump, however, said in the 2019 interview that he was not a fan of Epstein and hadn't spoken to him for 15 years. He also said that he had barred Epstein from his golf resorts in the early 2000s. Yeah. Democrats, meanwhile, have demanded to know more about Epstein-Trump relationship. Listen, here's what I want. I want to know about every single relationship Epstein had, not just with Trump, with everybody. I want to know everybody. And that's why we're so frustrated right now, is because we're not getting any of that. We're saying, so now they're saying there's no client list. Actually, there is a client list, but it's not incriminating. So you don't get to see it. American people, you don't get to see it, even though we promised you would see it. There is a client list, but it doesn't matter. So you don't get to see it. And also there's no sign of blackmail. And we know for a fact he committed suicide, even though even that's up for debate. That narrative is entirely based off this footage that got released yesterday. We're going to watch that footage. We're going to break that down for you here pretty soon. Okay, I want to show you something here. Benny Johnson, who has been interviewing for years now, a lot of these key players involved, he posted an update about this last night. We're going to move on here. That is the Axios article. Now we're going to break down this entire situation. Benny Johnson said yesterday, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were both charged by the federal government for operating a massive sex trafficking ring that involved, quote, thousands of victims. They were both found guilty in a federal court. Once again, Ghislaine Maxwell, right now, her ass is sitting in a federal prison for 20 years, 20-year prison sentence. Why? What are her charges? Sex trafficking minors. She has 5 of them, 5 federal convictions. In fact, this is the report from the United States District Attorney Office, District of New York, where she was found guilty on justice.gov. Maxwell sentenced, so this is not some conspiracy. Look at this. Following a 1-month jury trial of conspiracy to entice minors to travel and engage in illicit sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal sex acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal sex acts, sex trafficking conspiracy, and sex trafficking a minor. These are her 5 charges. Guilty on all of them. She's in prison for 20 years. Okay, then it kind of begs the question, who was she trafficking these minors to? If you're trafficking somebody, you got to be trafficking them somewhere to somebody. Who was she trafficking the minors for? Why? To who? Where? When? Nobody. Doesn't matter. It's not incriminating. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Hey, you're not allowed to ask that. American people, you don't get to know that. Okay? Once again, this is ridiculous. Keep on reading here. They were both found guilty in a federal court. One of their clients is pictured here. Prince Andrew. There he is. We're talking about him earlier. The Duke of New York. He paid an Epstein victim tens of millions of dollars for her silence. He bought her off. They settled out of court. I want to say $23 million. Virginia Roberts' story is horrific and well documented. Now she's dead. You know that? This woman here who was sex trafficked by Epstein, Anne Maxwell, to Prince Andrew of the royal family. She died a couple months ago. I think she got hit by a bus. Unlucky. Isn't that weird? That's a little bit weird. She was the most outspoken victim. In fact, a lot of this comes down to her and her testimony. Okay? She passed away a couple months ago. That's a little bit weird. Raises some questions. To say there are thousands of victims in a convicted sex trafficking ring, and then to say there were, quote, no customers, that's what I'm saying, Benny, when the operation happened right before our very eyes, insults our intelligence. Yeah. Yes or no? Is your intelligence being a little bit insulted here? I think so. Mine is. Trafficking women to no one. They were trafficking women to no one. Underage. I don't buy it. There are other dark forces at play here. I think that's the truth. There are dark forces at play going on. Speaking of Benny Johnson, this is Benny Johnson talking to Kash Patel 2 years ago. This is before Kash Patel became the FBI director. Take a look. Turn this up. Play it. Oh, I need to turn on my headset here. Sorry. Hold up. Hold that thought. Less than 2 years ago, Kash Patel was ranting about the FBI hiding the Epstein client list. Now he's in charge of the Bureau, and he says the client list doesn't exist.
You know, it's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing?
Oh, I saw you
give out the list.
I saw you make news this morning about that. I got to get to that.
Yeah.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Yeah, why is the FBI doing that? Good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate, you know, and good for Senator Blackburn to try to get it out, but then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, but if you release the names, right? What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? You're going to accept Dick Durbin's word or whoever that guy is as to who is on that list and who isn't, and that it can and can't be released? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. We have an election coming up, and we need to adjudicate this matter at the polls. God knows the FBI and DOJ aren't going to do anything. But how are you going to reward the FBI with a new headquarters building after their illegal surveillance on Donald Trump continues with a reauthorization of FISA, and we can't even get basic documents out? This is why America hates Congress. And this is why I'm tired of the Republican majority saying they're going to get the job done and failing.
Okay, so this clip here, this video 2 years ago, obviously has not aged well, because as of last night, late last night, once again, the DOJ and the FBI, Kash Patel is the director of the FBI director Kash Patel has come out alongside Pamela Bondi. They've come out and said, guess what? There is no list. They said there's no list. Well, actually, to be more correct, to be more precise, if you actually look at the document, the statement they released, there is a list technically, but they have determined that the list is non-incriminating, and so because it doesn't matter, there's nothing incriminating on the list. Yeah, we have a list of names, could be hundreds or thousands, but it's not incriminating, and so you guys don't get to see it. That's what they have decided. There's a whole bogus narrative being pushed right now. I want to show you, this is Dan Bongino, FBI Deputy Director, and Director Kash Patel, both of them on Fox News in March, a couple months ago, talking about Epstein. Keep in mind, this is now they are in charge of the FBI. The tune changed a little bit here. Take a look at what they had to say a couple months ago.
You said Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm going to turn up the audio in case it's a little bit quiet here for you guys. Okay, take a look.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work.
Now they're saying he killed himself. He killed himself. And now I got to tell you guys something real quick. There right now there are two different frustrations relating to the Epstein situation right now. The first frustration is, did he or did he not kill himself? We're being told one thing here, he did not, or he did rather. Okay, that's one frustration. The other frustration, and actually this is my primary frustration, show us the list. You are obfuscating, you're dodging, you're lying, you are being manipulative about this list. Drop the damn list. That's something that President Trump campaigned on. Kash Patel, you've been saying for months and months and months, if you are FBI director, you're going to release the list. Pam Bondi has been saying for months, she's going to release the list. This is something these guys specifically have been talking about for a very long time. And now we're being told, as of last night, there's no list, but actually there secretly is a list. But we have determined that it's not incriminating, so you don't get to see it, American people. So we lied. We said we're going to reveal the list for months and months and months. And there is a list. There's no list, but secretly there is, but you don't get to see it. That really is my primary frustration. Whether or not Epstein killed himself, that's actually, for me, that's kind of on the back burner here. That is an issue. We get to the bottom of that. We're going to talk about that a little bit more today, but the list. My big deal is the list. This is Bongino. Another clip here. Let's see how this one has aged.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Good point. Good point, Dan Bongino, from the year 2023. That's a good point. I agree with you.
Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
This entire situation is a freaking disaster. This is a freaking disaster. Listen, you know what? Let's talk big picture here. I think, I've known people like this that they kind of don't really care about the Epstein thing. It's not the biggest deal for them. Yeah, it's bad, but maybe it's not what we should be focused on. I've heard that. I've heard that criticism. I know that there are people that feel that way. Epstein, whatever. I'm not that interested. I know there are those people out there. Listen, even if this situation doesn't personally interest you, you got to acknowledge this doesn't look good. This is not a good look. This is you talk about egg on your face. This is a bunch of egg on what can you say, on the Trump administration's face. And you guys know I love Trump. I'm a diehard Trump voter. We got to be honest here. We need to have an adult conversation about this. This is not a good look. They need to release the damn list. We've been talking about doing this for years. Kash Patel has been promising for years. Pamela Bondi, our Attorney General, has been promising for years. We're going to touch base with Pam Bondi here in a minute. Release the list. It's egg on the face. Wipe it off. Release the list. Right now, they're trying to say this is over. This is done. Right now, the FBI and the DOJ, they're saying, it's done. It's over. We're moving on. Stop talking about it. I don't know. We have an expert here on Bannon's War Room. Take a look at this.
I got to wonder what is going on at the leadership of the Justice Department and the FBI to allow them to think that statements like as follows. This is a classic. Of course, we're suing for this stuff, right? And so they say the systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So there's a client list, but
okay, finally, and I'm no longer living in crazy town. That was my conclusion. They said there's no quote, there's no incriminating client list. Okay, what does that mean? It means there is a client list, but they have determined it's non-incriminating. Baloney.
But it's not incriminating, so therefore you can't see it. There is also no credible evidence that found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. Well, give us the incredible evidence. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So they uncovered evidence, but it wasn't enough to predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So you can.
They're not even investigating third parties. Hold up, wait a minute. How do they know that there's nothing incriminating on this client list, which does exist according to their own 2-page report, if they're not even investigating anybody on the client? Those are the third parties. Who are the third parties? It's the people on the list. They're not even investigating them. How do you know it's not incriminating? There's no investigation.
Go line by line and kind of, go through this analysis that I'm going through. It may be unfair or overly critical, but in my view, unless you have the records to back up the conclusions you've drawn in a case such as this, this isn't worth much.
I'll say it again. Listen, as far as I'm concerned right now, whether or not Epstein killed himself in the prison, that is 1/10 as important as the client list. Right now, we are being told by the FBI DOJ joint report that there is a client list, but we have determined it is not incriminating. So you're telling me that nobody on this list engaged in criminal behavior? Keep in mind, what are they clients of? They are clients of the Jeffrey Epstein child sex trafficking ring. And you're telling me none of them are guilty of anything? We're talking client list. Clients of what? Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, by the way, has been found guilty of 5 federal convictions. She's sitting in a prison cell for 20 years for what? Sex trafficking children. And so we have a client list. What are they clients of? They are the clients of an international child sex trafficking ring. But none of them are guilty. Nothing there is incriminating. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They're a client of a child sex trafficking ring. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Everybody on that list should be guilty. This is Pam Bondi. I told you guys, listen, as this broadcast goes on, you're going to keep on getting more and more and more frustrated here. This is Pam Bondi just a couple months ago. Pam Bondi, here we go. Take a look.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you.
The client list a couple months ago, the client list is on her desk. As of a couple months ago, the client list was on her desk. Now, and also not only was it on her desk, but she said they're going to be releasing it imminently, under the directive of the president. Imminent release. Now, you guys don't get to see it. You guys don't get to see it anymore. Because hey, Pam Bondi here. I took a good look at it. I decided it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. You guys don't need to see it. Whatever. It's not, trust me, guys. It's just not that big of a deal. Alina Habba said the same thing about a month ago. This is on the Piers Morgan show. Something to the similar effect here. Take a look at this.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs. We have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be? It is disturbing. We have flight logs. We have names. These are the clients. It is disturbing. We know where they went. We know who they are. This is Alina Habba. But now, today, last night, doesn't matter. You guys don't get to see it.
It'd be shocking.
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court, but again, now it's time for accountability.
There is going to be no accountability. By the way, now it's time for accountability. Now it's going to be accountability time. Guess what? As of last night, the report coming out of the FBI and the DOJ, if you have been sitting here hoping for accountability, guess what? There's going to be no accountability. The FBI and the DOJ, they have determined together in unison that nobody on this list did anything incriminating. If you've been on the edge of your seat waiting for accountability here, guess what? The FBI, the DOJ last night shut that down. There is no accountability.
We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability. But
man, I gotta say, this is really just not good. This is just not a good look. I gotta say, with Pam and Cash Patel, they're gonna bring it home. So once again, all of these DVDs, these recordings, the VHS tapes that they found inside of Jeffrey Epstein's New York City penthouse and on his private island, we know he was recording everybody. He had cameras everywhere. He's recording everybody at all times. Inside of his private estates. He's, hey, listen, come on over to my private island. Come over to my New York City penthouse. Can I interest you in an underage sex trafficked whatever? Yes. All right, here. Secretly recording everything. Nothing incriminating happened though, according to this report. None of it. None of it. Absolutely astounding. Now, folks, there's something else I want to show you guys here. Okay, this was released by the FBI last night. This is a big conversation. I told you that this video they released, it's a 10-hour-long video pointed right at Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell. Allegedly, we're going to break this down here. Is meant to concretely solidify the narrative that Jeffrey Epstein, that nobody went in and out of that prison cell. Nobody went in and out. Therefore, nobody could have killed him. He killed himself. That's why this 10-hour-long video footage has been released by the FBI last night. This is breaking news. It's actually, okay, Justice Department releases a 10-hour-long video of the night Jeffrey Epstein died, saying it proves he took his own life, saying there was no evidence that he kept a client list. The FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019 until 6:30 a.m. the next morning, nobody entered any of the tiers of the SHU, the FBI and DOJ said in a memo. Folks, this footage is not what it seems. Give me 2 minutes. We're going to break this entire down. This footage is a deception. This footage is a direct, intentional manipulation. Follow along here. We did not uncover any evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Okay. So I want to show you what this footage looks like real quick. We have a little 2-minute sample you can kind of see here. So it is 10 hours of this. I'm going to speed through this. Here you have a prison guard going, there's a hallway there. There's another prison guard walking around, going in and out, upstairs area. There's a guy taking out the garbage. So this is a little snippet. We've got 10 hours of this. Okay, and so it is 10 hours of this one camera angle. This is the camera angle. 10 hours of this, of watching people go around. Now, based on this footage that the the Department of Justice released last night, 10 hours long of this, where would you guess is Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell? You see prison guards going in and out of this door here on the right underneath my camera. What is the implication of this footage? Where would you guess the prison cell is? You would guess it's right here. I think any reasonable person would say, oh, yeah, the camera's pointed right at the prison cell. And that's the point of the footage, is to show that this door for 10 hours straight, nobody went in and out of that door. This door remains closed. That must be Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell. Well, actually, if you guys can bear with me for a second, Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell is actually down below on the bottom floor. See that little strip right there? That is the far left edge. Actually, that is the hallway. It's not even the door of his cell. That is the hallway that leads into Jeffrey Epstein's cell. So this door here, the one that's big up right in your face, that's not Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Jeffrey Epstein's cell's down below on the floor. It's around the corner. There's a hallway leading into it. You can see just the edge of the hallway. This is the footage that they have analyzed, all 10 hours worth. You can't even see the door. And if you don't believe me, I want to show you something here. Okay, look at this. Just so we're clear, this video doesn't even show the entrance to Epstein's tier that he was on, much less his actual cell door. The video is completely useless. Okay? And I'm going to break this all down for you right now. As I said, this in the red circle, that is the hallway that leads to Jeffrey Epstein's door. Not this one that's up in your face, not that one, this one down below. That's the hallway. Here is a map of the prison. I want to make this nice and big for you. Like I said, folks, if you're not frustrated yet, you will be. So this is the camera right below, right there, that we're all looking out of. That's the point of view we had. Well, guess what? Okay. This is Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell. Down below, you can't even see the door. You can see the hallway going in and out. Does this make sense? We're looking from up here, one floor up above, looking down. His prison cell is down below on a lower floor around a corner. You can't even see the damn door. And so this narrative that Epstein was not murdered, that he had to have killed himself because nobody went in and out of that cell, according to the FBI, that entire narrative is built on this 10-hour-long video that doesn't even show the entrance to his cell. That is what is going on here. This is nuts. We also know, listen, if you don't believe me, this is a picture here that the FBI themselves released around the time that Jeffrey Epstein died in 2019. This is what his cell door looks like. This is the cell door. This photo is from the FBI 6 years ago when he died. This is Jeffrey Epstein's door with the yellow do not cross crime scene tape on it. Okay, there's another angle of it. This is what it looks like if it's open. There it is. Well, do you see this door anywhere in this footage? No, because it's down below. This is what we're talking about. It's down below on a different floor. So like I said, they're saying, listen, guys, we released the video. Hey, listen, hey, everybody. You can trust us. We've got a 10-hour-long video here. You can go watch every minute of it if you want. Go watch the video. The video doesn't even show the door. It doesn't show anything. The video is the cover-up. It is absolutely insincere. It's bogus. We have something else here. This is the cell door. The door to the cell occupied by Jeffrey Epstein and inmate 3 from July 30th to August 9th, 2019. It was cell number 220. Yep, and look right there. These are photos from the FBI 6 years ago. Jeffrey Epstein on the door, cell number 220. Inmate, there's a photo of him. This video is worthless. This video means nothing. Everybody's talking about, oh, this video. You can trust the video. See, look at that door. Nobody went in and out. That's not his door. By the way, I want to say real quick, if you guys are new to the broadcast, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. This is nuts. I think, listen, I'll say this, man. If you're an American here, if you're a patriotic American and this does not piss you off, if what's going on here today does not piss you off, you are asleep at the wheel. Give me a yes if you are pissed off about this. This is a bunch of, pardon my language, folks, this is bullshit. This is a steaming load of bullshit. It is your patriotic obligation to be pissed off about this. In fact, Dan Bongino a couple years ago, remember what Dan Bongino said? You don't believe me? Take it from Dan Bongino circa 2023. Listen,
that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye.
I agree with you, Dan Bongino circa 2023. This is a big deal. Do not let it go. Do not let it go. Do not roll over on this. Do not give up on this. This is a big deal. This is one of the biggest deals.
Eye on this. Catherine Rumler, I want you.
I agree, Bongino. I agree. And so what's going on? Why the cover up? What type of names do we have on this list? Well, I'm sure we have a lot to keep in mind. Listen, here is the, we're going to have a little bit of a nuanced conversation. Everybody put your thinking caps on here. Everybody's got to be real intelligent for this conversation we're about to have. Give me a minute here. Jeffrey Epstein was evil and what he did was terrible, just really satanic, demonic, what he did. Everybody knows his job. He's harvesting blackmail. He is entrapping wealthy, successful Hollywood celebrities, politicians, business owners, everybody he could to harvest blackmail, recording it, audio, video. The Jeffrey Epstein thing is terrible. That's what he's doing. He's harvesting blackmail. Despite what the FBI and DOJ said today, that's what he's doing. He was a blackmail harvester. And this worked in multiple ways. You know, keep in mind, for 20 years, he genuinely was a successful, clicked in, charismatic billionaire. He was going to the parties. He's got connections, whatever. That's why he was so effective, if you can call it that, at the terrible thing he was trying to do. He was effective at it. And I hate to say that, but he was, because what he was effective at was evil, but he was. Now, this Epstein thing, there's a lot of nuance, and this is what I want to break down with you guys. Okay? Not everybody on this Epstein list partook in the services he was offering. Okay? And I want to give you a rundown. Let me give you a hypothetical. You have to acknowledge that this is true. This most certainly happened. Take a listen to this. Okay, imagine I'm going to make up a person. Hey, your name is Kevin. Kevin is an up-and-coming young politician who's trying to run for the U.S. House of Representatives. He's trying to get in the political scene. He's launching a congressional campaign. He gets a phone call. Keep in mind, the year is 1998 or 2001. This is before anybody knew. This is before anybody knew that Epstein was who we know he is now. Kevin gets a phone call from a guy named Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, Kevin, Jeffrey Epstein here. I'm a charismatic billionaire socialite. I heard you're launching a political campaign. I would love to meet with you at the hotel downtown. Come on down to Hotel Hilton downtown or whatever, and maybe I can support your political campaign. Kevin is a young politician. He's trying fresh to the game. Wow, I just got off the phone with a billionaire, Jeffrey Epstein, billionaire socialite. So you go. So later that night, he has a meeting at the hotel bar with Jeffrey Epstein, billionaire socialite, charismatic guy. And so you're sitting there talking, you're doing this 20 minutes. Jeffrey Epstein says, hey, listen, Kevin, why don't we come up? I'll write a check for you upstairs in my hotel room. Follow me upstairs. Kevin doesn't know better. Kevin says, okay, yeah, sure. Kevin follows Jeffrey Epstein upstairs to the hotel bedroom because he thinks Jeffrey Epstein is going to write him a $50,000 check for his campaign, as Jeffrey Epstein was known to do. That's what he did. He was leveraging money and wealth and social status to get this stuff done. Now they're up in Jeffrey Epstein's room. Okay, and by the way, Kevin doesn't know this, but this hotel room is bugged. There's cameras everywhere. Jeffrey Epstein put him there. That's what he did. That's another thing he did. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein says, hey, listen, Kevin, take a seat. Let me get out my checkbook. We'll talk about writing this check here. Kevin takes a seat in the hotel room. Jeffrey Epstein says, hey, listen, Kevin, you like to party? You like to have fun, Kevin? Kevin says, what do you mean? What's going on here? Jeffrey Epstein says, he snaps his fingers. He says, hey, come on out here. Little does Kevin know, but who was hiding in the bathroom? Who was waiting in the bathroom, in the hotel bathroom? Guess what? 15-year-old human trafficked sex slave. Walks on out naked. Okay? This is the type of terrible, disgusting stuff that this guy was doing. Let's have an adult conversation. Kevin. Okay, now at this point, Kevin has two options. Kevin, maybe he's a disgusting guy. Kevin says, all right, yeah, I love to party. Let's go. Or let's say Kevin has a backbone. Kevin has a spine. Kevin says, hey, listen, what the hell is going on here, dude? Go F yourself. I'm out of here. Jeffrey Epstein says, hey, listen, before you leave, Kevin, even though you're not interested in this, what I'm offering here, Kevin, guess what? This hotel room is bugged. I've got you on footage from 10 different angles standing next to a naked 15-year-old in a hotel room in New York City. Guess what, Kevin? I own you now. I know you didn't do anything wrong. You know you didn't do anything wrong. But guess what, buddy? What do you think it's going to look like if this video gets leaked? What do you think it's going to look like if this video is airing on Fox News, CNN later tonight? What do you think your campaign donors are going to say? What do you think your wife and kids are going to say? You're in a hotel room alone with a naked 15-year-old? What do you think happens now, Kevin? Guess what, Kevin? You're my bitch. I own you now. You're going to do exactly what I say. And I know you're innocent. You know you're innocent, but I own you now. That is how this stuff works. And by the way, some people, they said, no, I don't want any part of it. Other people said, yeah, let's go. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Okay? Because he already has the blackmail. He's already got you. Okay? And so that is how these operations work. It's terrible, it's evil, it's twisted, it is demonic, and it is satanic. And that's why this list is so big, because he was doing this for 20 years. Okay, cyclically, over and over and over again, to hundreds, they said thousands of people. And now Kevin, let's say Kevin, you know, now he takes the check. He's already compromised. He's got the blackmail. He's on the video with the naked 15-year-old or whatever. Guess what? Now he's in Congress. And guess what? Anytime Jeffrey Epstein calls him, you know Kevin's going to pick up that phone and say, listen, Epstein, I hate your guts, but what do you need from me? What do you need? I got to do it, because if I don't, you're leaking the video and my life is over and I'm going to jail. My wife is going to leave me. My kids, I'm in disgrace, whatever. Okay? That's how this works. That is how this works. Okay. Anyway, the point is you have a lot of very powerful, influential people on this list, one of which, everybody's favorite person, his name is Bill Gates. I want to pull up this old report, Tucker Carlson, from a couple years ago. He was spot on. Take a look at this.
So the last we checked in with Bill Gates on the question of his close friend Jeffrey Epstein, Gates was telling us, well, he's dead, so who cares? But thankfully, for once, the media did something right, and today asked Bill Gates about Jeffrey Epstein anyway. And here's how that went.
One of the issues that's dogged you is that of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you regret the relationship that you maintained with him against Melinda's advice and wishes?
Oh, I've said that this is, you're going way back in time, but yeah,
new audience. I
will say for the, over 100th time, yeah, I shouldn't have had dinners with him.
Shouldn't have had dinners with that guy. Now, I'll tell you what, you remember in 2019, what happened months after the Jeffrey Epstein situation blew up in 2019? Melinda Gates, Bill Gates' wife, said, divorce time, I'm out. I'm done. Okay? She said, Bill, I don't want anything to do with you anymore. What does Melinda know? What do you think Melinda Gates knows about all this? We're going to hear from her in a second. Take a look.
Epstein had a way of sexually compromising people. Is that what Melinda was warning you about?
No. I mean, it's...
No, huh?
No, I had dinner with him, and that's all.
Really?
Yeah, it was just...
Really? Okay.
Dinner. What my ex-wife said about our divorce and Jeffrey Epstein had nothing to do with sex. So what did his ex-wife, this is Bill Gates, one of the world's richest men, a guy who got rich selling horrible software and then buying up all our farmland and forcing medicine on you don't want. What did his ex-wife say about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Well, we actually have the tape. Watch this carefully.
So it was also widely reported that Bill had a friendship or business or some kind of contact with Jeffrey Epstein, and that you were not, that was very upsetting to you. Did that play a role in the divorce at all in this process?
Yeah, as I said, it's not one thing, it was many things. But I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you made that clear to him?
Why not? Why? What's wrong with Epstein? Hey, Melinda, what did you know? Why years ago, for years, ongoing for a long time, why did you not like that? Did you know something, Melinda? What's going on here?
Made that clear to him. I also met Jeffrey Epstein exactly one time.
Did you?
Yes, because I wanted to see who this man was. And I regretted it from the second I stepped in.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, I'm on top of the world, talking it down, baby. I moved up the hood to have the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene digging in the same with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't